The story explodes into Japan's modern fears, devastating earthquakes, a collapsing economy, and a merciless pandemic. For years, the nation staggered under a brutal reality. Then a lone ray of light cut through the darkness. Investors around the globe have their eyes locked on Japan's stock market as it rockets skyward. That hope erupts from the country's unmatched industrial might and manufacturing mastery. This power ignites from unsung corporate warriors, their razor-sharp skills fueling the economy. Their tech mastery rips open and remolds another world, while an army storms across the fantasy realm. In that other world, a grinning horde of goblins surges forward, plunging into a roaring, chaotic battle. A human knight in full armor fights desperately to defend himself, panic clawing his features into a terrified mask. A goblin's sword crashes into the screaming human soldier's helmet, shattering it into jagged shards. Under a cold moon, the knight commander gaped in disbelief, demanding to know why his forces were collapsing. One of his men erupts in panic, howling that mere goblins are overrunning them. The commander snaps to the truth. The goblin's might isn't muscle, it's forged into the armor they wear. The goblin's crude sword smashed the human soldier's blade to splinters with one thunderous, bone-jarring strike. A soldier roars that in the light the goblin's armor turns impossibly hard, and their attacks are useless. A goblin rockets through the air, twin wickedly sharp daggers flashing like hungry fangs. Another goblin fells a soldier with an effortless slash, the blade's terrifying edge on brutal display. The commander slammed his palm on the table. Only a legendary sage could have forged such impossibly magical equipment. A modern sneaker skids into view, and his blood runs cold when he realizes the demon lord's entire army is wearing the exact same shoes. Perched on a jagged cliff, a group of Japanese factory workers and a horned woman watch the battle below erupt. The gray-haired engineer beams, declaring the FRP armor is holding strong even as production keeps hitting snags. The young woman Kondo beams, nods, and announces the swords came out stunning. The engineer's eyes flash as he proclaims the swords were forged by the exact folding and forging method used for a Japanese katana. He grabs the microphone and booms, his voice crashing over the villagers gathered inside the processing plant. Kondo, grumbling the whole time, can't deny that the partnership has lasted and thrived. The manager thundered at the demon lord's goblin army, demanding they stop slacking and get to work. On the opposing side, a female warrior roared, whipping her troops into a savage frenzy as she vowed to annihilate every last demon. The horned demon commander tore through the ranks, hunting for Kondo, anger and bewilderment coiling as he tried to pin down where she'd vanished. Kondo gapes, shock igniting as she realizes her ally might be on her own. The elderly engineer, eyes hard with grim resolve, revs a forklift and plows it straight into the heart of the battle. The industrial machine barrels into the human soldiers, blasting them outward in a chaotic spray. The forklift barrels through the human army, cleaving their ranks and leaving a trail of smoking wreckage in its wake. The demon commander snarled, "A running iron box," while Kondo laughed and crowed that a forklift license is pure gold. A human warrior subordinate roared, "This machine is no mere box." She roars that they must take out the operator to halt the relentless machine. A pack of goblins heaves a massive bladed contraption forward, rolling it along atop crude logs. Goblins cackle with glee as they rig a bizarre new weapon, priming it for deployment. A razor-edged device sits dead center in the path of the barreling forklift. The forklift rockets in, its forks slammed low and primed to clamp onto the device. The human warrior gapes, utterly baffled as the goblin unleashes a shockingly bizarre strategy. Powered by the forklift, the device whips into a horizontal whirlwind of death, scything through soldiers. The human warrior reels, horror shredding through him as he stares at the brutal, blood-soaked carnage. The demon commander snarls, "What is that monstrous creation?" Kondo grins and christens it the spin blade. She explains that the engineer sketched the whole design in one fevered night and hammered it together in 3 days flat. The engineer slams a meticulous schematic onto the table, every precise line revealing the deadly mechanics of his invention. He rips through the labyrinthine mechanical and electrical specifications, spelling them out until the demon commander stands blinking, utterly bewildered. The demon commander froze, utterly lost. The technical jargon was gibberish he couldn't crack. Eavesdropping through the Kondo walls, she blurted out that she wanted to hear their story too. The demon commander roared, "What kind of world did those strange technicians come from?" Her subordinate mirrored the confusion, voice cracking as she shot back, "Another world? What even is that?" The engineer Kondosen stands watching, sorrow and exhaustion etched into his face. A flashback rips us 1 month back into a drab factory meeting room. President Serial, destined to become the demon commander, crumbles under the weight of defeat, jaw clenched, shoulders slumped, eyes hollow. The portly factory manager stands there, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Serial drops a jaw-dropping bombshell. It seems they've all been reincarnated into another world. Her colleagues reacted across a brutal spectrum. Some staggered back in stunned shock, others gaped in baffled confusion, and a few crumpled into utter despair. The manager steps forward and proclaims President Serial the company's second-generation leader. He swallows hard, voice cracking, and confesses he doesn't know what exactly unleashed this bizarre situation. He sweeps his arm toward a mysterious, smooth white dome, crowned by a single, irresistible button. The engineer zeroes in and recognizes it as a mysterious piece of U.S. military equipment. Serial declared her father had hauled it back from America, pitching it as a possible job for them. Kondo beams and chirps that if the job falls to them, they'll absolutely fix the device. The employees edged toward the strange object, curiosity burning even as caution kept them at arm's length. Curiosity claws at them. What would happen if they pushed the lone, motionless button? Another snaps, just repair it, it's not working anyway. Tears stinging her eyes, Serial forces out a desperate apology for failing to save the company her father entrusted to her. When COVID-19 struck, it tore through their core business lines, crippling operations and hurling revenue into a brutal nosedive. Just recently, their gamble to craft a high-end camping stove flamed out spectacularly. The engineer roars that at 400,000 yen, their product wouldn't stand a chance. Another employee's flimsy aluminum back scratcher perches like a tiny flag of doom, screaming, "Failure incoming." The client staggered, eyes wide, realizing they were sitting on a mountain of high-priced, untold items. The manager spits a bitter laugh, crushed by his failed dream of becoming a talent scout and marrying a movie star. Guilt ate at Serial. She was convinced her hefty salary was dragging the failing business to its knees. Her face snaps into a mask of raw frustration and white-hot fury. Drowning in panic, she slams a savage kick into the white dome, screaming for it to move. The device unleashes a blinding pillar of light that instantly devours the entire factory. Light bleeds away, and the factory suddenly stands planted in a jagged, otherworldly landscape. The engineer draws a slow, steel-cold breath, accepts the situation with icy calm, and announces, "It's time to plan our next steps." Kondo snatches out her phone and watches the bars die. "No service," stares back, leaving her cut off in this new world. The manager's heart plunges as he scrambles, realizing he can't pull up yesterday's horse race results. In this new world, angry peasants swarm them, hurling shouts and demanding, "What strange race are you?" One worker scrambles, desperately pleading there from Japan as the peasant lunges. A far deadlier band of adventurers, bristling with weapons, explodes out of the woods. Factory workers splintered, overwhelmed by a small man swinging a hoe like a whirlwind. The keen-eared elf hurled a crackling bolt of lightning into the fray, stoking the chaos. Later, the workers rallied, and the old man insisted the elf's strike was a Tesla coil. She whispers that a handsome man was bellowing at her in the heart of the fray. A close-up zeroes in on a sleek, masterfully crafted, almost futuristic sort of adventure. The adventurer leader sneered, spitting that the workers were a worthless race, condemned to be their eternal slaves. The older man listens as a cold truth slams into him. They're bound to serve them forever. The word slavers detonates in his skull as the horror of their situation crashes over him. The memory snaps into one image. He's on his knees before a smug, blonde superior in a sleek, modern office. The superior sneers, demanding to know why he's pinning the machine's failure on operator error. He smirks and admits he rigged the device with a built-in flaw to set him up. The superior sneered, cutting him down and snarling that he mustn't defy a mere subordinate like him. The older man's hand snaps into a tight fist, his knuckles gone bone-white as fury coils just beneath his skin. Rage ignites in his chest as he vows he'll never forgive the man who humiliated him. His coworkers stare, concern sharp on their faces, asking what's wrong as he trembles, rage coiling in his veins. Inside their factory, thunderous blows hammer the metal door, ripping the silence to pieces. Alarm exploded through the workers as they snapped to attention, eyes darting. Who could be there when no employees should be? A booming voice roars from the other side, demanding they open the door as the banging explodes into a relentless barrage. Panic rips through the young woman. She knows if they don't fling the door open, the intruders will batter it down. From the other side, a horned woman in armor roared she'd batter the door down. Factory workers gaped, whispers crackling across the workshop as they scrambled to make sense of the bizarre strangers who just stepped into view. The horned woman barked, "You're the new race," as her eyes zeroed in on their bizarre, out-of-place clothing. The older worker edges forward, voice low as he asks who they are, and the young woman's breath catches. She fears they're slavers. She slammed out her name, Cress, and spat she's no slave, she's their enemy. The young woman chokes out Demon Lord again, a bead of sweat sliding down her cheek. The monstrous Orcan goblins snap to attention, eyes narrowing into knives the instant the name, Demon Lord, sliced the air. The blonde snarls that they hadn't come to be captured and demands, "What do you want from us?" Cress smirks, voice icy, and declares the Demon Lord's army didn't come to fight. They're here only to watch us. He hoists a hulking, boxy contraption into view and grins at Chris, asking, "What do you think of the 3D printer?" The machine's printhead laid the final filament like a masterstroke, birthing a perfect plastic bird. The man thrusts the newly created bird into the astonished horned woman's trembling hands. Cress stumbles back, shouting as the object radiates an unbelievable surge of raw magic. The older man bows and admits their technology's still a work in progress, and the woman steps forward with a spark in her eyes, offering to show more. He fires up the machining center, watches it slice into a motionless metal slime, and leaves Cress standing wide-eyed and speechless. The older man slams his smartphone into view and swipes through Crest photos from the trade show like he's revealing hidden relics. Cress reels, drowning beneath the box's wild barrage of projected images. She and her monstrous retinue crash to their knees before the factory workers. Cressy's finally cast off the spell of wonder that made their technology feel like impossible magic. 3 factory workers gaped, frozen as a sudden, reverent display erupted right before them. Cress and her entire troop crash into a deep, formal bow, foreheads to the ground as they beg to join the Demon Lord's army. A desperate plea ripped through the factory. The workers froze, mouths agape and faces flushing with panic. The older man swallows hard, voice trembling as he asks, "Are you truly okay with this arrangement?" The Demon Lord's obsidian stronghold rears up, its walls ringed by ravenous flames and choking brimstone. Inside a cavern, goblins pummel metal on primitive anvils, their brutal strikes ringing through the rock. Other goblins hunched in the dark, hoisting baskets of rock and ramming their shovels into the earth. A goblin hunches over a strange, ring-shaped device, fingers flying as a wicked grin stretches across its face. Crest proudly unveils their weapons factory, eyes blazing as they marvel at the crew moving in razor-sharp, clockwork harmony. Kondo scowls, voice laced with contempt as he demands to know how this workplace turned into such a toxic mess. The goblin pummels the anvil with a gleeful cackle, bragging that everyone's loving the grind. A ragtag pack of goblins flings a cheerful wave, crowing that the Demon Lord's magic powers them. The Kondo blew up in outrage, roaring, "Do they have toilets, breaks, or a cafeteria?" His colleagues rush to calm him, as Crescent bluntly declares this environment perfect for goblins. A patch of blackened, withered plants claws at the earth, proof the air itself is poisoned and unholy. The workers stared across the bleak wasteland, their faces carved with grim resolve. Crest thrusts a crude sword and dented chest piece at them, eyes pleading as he begs for their help to reforge and sharpen them. Kondo and his colleague crouch over the crude, goblin-made equipment, scanning every jagged seam with fierce focus. Stoutman pitches plaster. Kondo fires back with 3D printers and FRP technology. Crest's face bursts into a radiant grin, eyes glittering as he blurts, "You're really going to help us." Kondo slams a single finger skyward and lays down one non-negotiable condition for their cooperation. A deadly calm carved his face as he declared that a condition existed. He demands they overhaul the brutal, sweatshop-like working conditions first. Kondo snaps, "Why do they cram goblins into this filthy, inefficient sweatshop?" Crest lurched back, eyes narrowing, and snapped, "Why do you care so much about the goblins' well-being?" A shadow dragged across his face, his expression screaming he's done with that era. A memory explodes into view, the Kondo's toolbox and the worn, battle-scarred tools from his old factory. His former boss bellowed at him, "Finish the equipment modifications in 2 hours." A younger Kondo snaps upright, jaw hardening as he faces the impossible deadline head-on. Later, exhausted after a long shift, he and a colleague collapse onto the cold factory floor, chests heaving. The colleague fires a wary thumbs up his way and declares, "You're a real pro now." Now his colleagues watch, realization igniting in their eyes as they finally see what fuels his passion. Crest sees the iron in his conviction and agrees to overhaul the conditions exactly as he requested. A single tear, charged with relief and pent-up frustration, streaks down Kondo's cheek. Choked with emotion, he throws his lot in with them and vows that all-nighters are a dishonorable vice. A thunderous clash of blades split the air, and in that heartbeat their partnership was born. 1 month later, human soldiers bolt screaming as a goblin drives a roaring forklift straight at them. Kondo sits at the forklift controls, calm as a coiled spring, his gaze razor-focused. Perched on the cliff's edge, Chris leaned in and pressed the young woman for the truth about the man named Kondo. The young woman radiates a serene smile and declares that in their world he is a hero. Crest locks onto a new threat and screams, alarm tearing from her as she recognizes the enemy closing in. A blonde elf mage, Juna, catapults herself skyward, her staff igniting with crackling power. The stoutman jabbed a finger at her, eyes flashing with recognition. She's the girl who zapped them before. June's staff crackled with raw, searing electricity as she coiled to unleash a devastating attack. She hurls a crackling thunderbolt straight at the forklift. The stoutman howls with raw terror as his beloved forklift teeters seconds from being smashed to scrap. Juno grins, smug and confident, as her attack lands with brutal precision. Kondo crumpled to his knees, grief ripping through him at the machine's loss. Flames lick the burning forklift behind her as the hero roars his congratulations to Juna, the warrior woman. From across the battlefield, Juno roars that her strike wasn't for the hero's sake. She snaps at the hero to pick up the pace, powering through her own work so they can finish. Fending off monsters, the hero coolly admits she's already dead this June. Crest jabbed a finger into the sky and roared at her goblins to unleash the goblin boomerang. A snarling horde of goblins bristles into position, poised to unleash a blistering volley of eerie, diamond-shaped projectiles. Junie Comely channels a crackling storm into her core, bracing to blunt the oncoming assault. She tears 2 titanic, filigreed magic circles from thin air. They snap together and lock into an impenetrable barrier. Cress and her aides froze, jaws dropping as they realized their attack hadn't even left a scratch. The projectiles slam into the shield and fizzle out, their energy siphoned away and scattered harmlessly by the barrier. Human soldiers on the ground reel into chaos as the attack collapses. Atop the wind-whipped cliff, Kondo spun to the hero and demanded, "What's our next move?" Unilins glided in with effortless grace and scoffed, branding the enemy's new tactic a weak, second-rate skill. She smirks, proclaims that effort without talent is meaningless, and casually drops that she's a mage. A pack of goblins presses close, whispering in tight, conspiratorial hisses like they're guarding a secret. June elevates thunder that mages are the beings nearest to the gods in this world. She flashes a sly wink and declares the hero might be a close second. The hero studies June, confusion flickering across his face as he quietly doubts her assessment. A hand rockets up, iron steady, snuffing the magical spectacle out in an instant. Kondo's features hardened into iron resolve as he thundered, "Activate." June and the human army gaped, baffled, as a strange, humming machine loomed far below. The industrial behemoth's enormous cylinder rears up, angling skyward like a mortar. A goblin vaults into the driver's seat as the twisted weapon roars to life, charging to unleash its blast. Juna's confident grin collapses, shock and confusion flooding his features. Worry carved into his face, the hero stares as the machine roars to life. Kondo keeps barking orders, demanding the generator roar to life. The machines roared to life, a bone-deep thrum shaking the air. Heart pounding, he barks the order to the motor and forces the machine's innards to roar to life. He fires the order and the compressor roars to life, pumping the system full of pressure for the launch. With one last razor-sharp command, Kondo snaps, "Fire," and they unleash the projectile. The machine erupts in a thunderous blast, hurling a massive pointed shell skyward. A physical projectile screams through the air, zeroing in on Junus's position. Juna, an elf mage, let out a raw cry of disbelief as a volley of dark projectiles rocketed up to meet her. Chunks of debris hurtled into her intricate magical barrier, smashing the glowing sigils into cracked, sparking shards. Her defenses are obliterated as foul sludge explodes, splattering across her body. Her powers snuff out, and she hurtles, powerless, from the sky into a churning sea of black muck. Crumpled on the ground, her companion, the hero, screams her name, terror ripping through his throat. Juno rips out a guttural scream of pure disgust as filth slathers over her, coating every inch. She slams into the ground, convulsing amid the splatter while human soldiers stand frozen, stunned. A demon aide erupts in triumphant cheers just as the commander barks orders for a counterattack. A tidal wave of goblins and monsters smashes into the human ranks, ripping through their lines and sweeping the soldiers aside. Recognizing their defeat, the hero roars a desperate command, "Fall back and regroup." On a cliff, Cress's aide shouts for them to descend and reinforce Kondo, and Cress answers with a fierce nod. The group atop the cliff hollered down to Kondo, who stood below, braced and ready to greet them. Kondo pivots to face them, cool as ice, and praises them for pulling it off. Below, the human army erupted into a panicked rout, scattering in chaotic flight across the barren wasteland. Crest grins exploded into cheers, congratulating Kondo on their epic victory. Her aide, a young woman in a work uniform, threw her fists into the air, whooping wildly at their victory over the mage. Kondo's gaze turned pensive, and he declared the elf had committed a colossal miscalculation. He thunders that the most godlike existence in this world isn't a mage, it's an engineer. His two human colleagues lean in, surprise lighting their faces and pride swelling in their chests. Cress slammed the one question at him, voice razor-sharp. How did you shatter my incredible barrier? Kondo shot back with one brutal word, goblin dung. Crest gapes, disbelief slamming into him, and he can only choke out the same question again and again. Dung. He warns that goblin dung devours the sacred, eating away holy relics on contact. He insists the only thing he had to do was be the hitter with it. A flashback slams in. The disgraced L rockets away, plastered in a foul, clinging substance. Crest's mind scrambles as the full horror of the revelation sinks in. Kondo's tiny, knowing smile seals the realization she never voiced. His colleague snaps, that weapon they used was a screw-type pump. A razor-sharp technical schematic of the spiral cannon bursts into view, every component crisply labeled. Another diagram slams into reality, revealing how it's put to work inside sewage treatment plants. Kondo remembers fighting tooth and nail to win over the local villagers and get them to help build it. Or seizes Crest. He gasps, marveling at how fiendishly complex this magic is. Kondo snaps, voice razor-sharp, insisting, it's technology. He stares out over the battlefield, locks eyes with Crest, and snaps, our work isn't done yet. He thrusts his glasses up and snaps, there's more to do. He warns her that the goblin dung is devouring the land around her castle. His next project is to swoop in, scoop up the dump, and split it cleanly into solid and liquid components. He rips away the veil to reveal his grand vision, a return-to-nature system that turns biogas into power. Grinning broadly, he bellows, this is the path to a bright future for this world. At the human citadel, the chapter ends with Yuna, beaten and slumped, sitting alone as silence devours the hall. She howls, humiliation burning through her, as goblin poop plastered her from head to toe. A ring of elders leaned in, as she warned that her former elders were now seething. A bearded general barrels in, bellowing, who are you? And his roar throws open the next chapter. Juna, a young elf, glares like a cornered storm, defiance blazing from her bruised, dirt-streaked face. Kondo and his colleagues stare in bewilderment, found themselves face-to-face with a strange, rocket-like weapon. The hero, a woman with long dark hair, balls her fist and declares, this is my first humiliation. In the human throne room, a king and his advisor leaned in, eyes locked and voices low as they plotted their next move. The advisor roars that they refuse to be humiliated by a pathetic demon clan. The king's voice thundered as he agreed, proclaiming they must restore their honor. She drops to a knee before him and snaps her blade free in a dazzling, defiant arc. She thunders a sacred vow, swearing to protect this beautiful land. Steel flashed as she hoisted her gleaming sword high, every nerve coiling for the battle to come. Still on her knees, she vows to spearhead a flawless ensemble strategy. Chained and defiant, Juno the captive elf watches the scene unfold, a sly spark of amusement dancing in her eyes. She unleashed a dramatic pronouncement that left the human observers utterly baffled. The hero barreled up to Juno and barked, it's time to go. Juno snapped, stay back, recoiling as her nose wrinkled and she spat about the putrid stench. The hero fires back, your lines are the ones that truly stink. An observer snaps, impatience boiling in his voice as he barks at them to hurry up. Far on the horizon, the demon lord's castle broods like a jagged black fang, swallowing the sky. A legion of demons, spearheaded by a snarling wolfman, roars their thanks at Kondo for forcing the humans to retreat. Wolfman's storm howled that the demon lord would revel in it. Another demon explodes into the story, Shankar, the Reformation chief. Kondo's female colleague finally blurts out the truth, eyes wide. Shankar's animal-like face is real. The barrel-chested man shot Kondo a grin and declared, looks like you've earned the demon's favor. Kondo nods, declaring with fierce conviction that usefulness is their best path to survival. Shankar strokes his chin, eyes narrowing as he plots his next move. He locked eyes with Storm and confessed he'd never set foot on the battlefield. Storm leans in and presses Silly for her verdict on their new allies. Sellers steps up and proves their techniques actually work. She bellows that their army is desperate for what they're offering. A diagram bursts to life, revealing a goblin now bristling with advanced gear. Sellers thundered that these humans are true innovators, capable of igniting a revolution. She throws out a bold plan, officially welcome them into their ranks. Praise ignites Shankar's fury. He erupts, roaring that he is the innovator. Storm scoffs, laughter ripping out as he waves Shankar's claim away like a bad joke. He spits back at the fuming chief. Shankar scouted him. Shankar slammed his fist, eyes blazing, and bellowed. Why would Storm drag these outsiders in? He explodes, accusing Storm of burning through precious hours in bizarre, pointless meetings. A flashback slams in, dropping us into a scene where Shankar orchestrates a corporate-style innovation salon and dominates the room with electric authority. Shankar declares you don't need two innovators. One visionary is enough to rewrite the rules. He struts around, crowing that he earned his MBA at a demon university. Kondo's human colleagues stare, mouths agape, reeling as his claims explode into the room. The storm morphs into a Kondo, and as if Shankar's assessment hits the mark. Kondo's expression hardened into stone. He locked eyes and declared, I can't do that. Shen Karskov snorted, a cynical smile cutting across his face. Storm whirls back to Kondo, eyes blazing, and demands, why is that? His colleagues spill why Kondo sneers at innovation, convinced every new idea is headed straight for failure. Kondo presses his hand to his chin, sinking deep into a fierce, focused thought. He rips Shankar's premise to shreds, snapping that a technician isn't like that. Storm erupts in thunderous laughter, reveling in every brutal second of the confrontation. Shankar squared up to Kondo, eyes blazing, and barked, what can you do? Kondo bursts into a jaw-dropping answer, instantly improving the goblin's working environment. He rattles off his goals, locks in strict hours, and schedules every break, meal, toilet stop, and more. His human colleagues recoiled in horror, jabbed accusing fingers, and declared the demon tribe a ruthless black company. Storm bellowed his approval, thunderously declaring that Kondo will work under Shankar. Shock slammed into Shankar, his jaw dropped and dismay clouded his features. Kondo reels, jaw-dropping. The sudden twist slams into him just as hard. The newly formed team barrels into the factory, a dark, cavernous mine. Goblins hammer through the choking gloom as the group charges into the brutal worksite. In a pitch-black, rock-strewn mine, two goblins hack and grind at the stone while their human and demon observers stand above, eyes glued to every strike. Technician Kondo glared at Demon Cress, disgust burning in his voice as he insisted this environment must be improved. Shankar, fresh to power, sneered and pinned Kondo with a cold reminder. When governance calls, he's only a subordinate. Shankar fires off. Can Kondo handle the work? The one-eyed Silly mutters he seems fine. The demon lord snarls, explaining his magic floods the goblin with such all-consuming fulfillment it forgets even hunger, sleep, and every basic need. Celis notes that show the goblins writhing in pain instead of basking in fulfillment. The Kondo itself echoes that same raw sentiment. Shankar locks eyes with Kondo and snarls that they can't forge quality goods without these brutal measures. He demands their every move be laser-focused on cranking out work at breakneck speed. Shankar thunders that merciless, relentless toil is a necessary evil. He realizes the only thing that matters is igniting the workers' consciousness so they can seize their goals. Kondo listens in absolute silence, every muscle locked, a placid mask hiding disgust that seethes at that philosophy. The hulking orc formant slammed his whip down with savage force onto the tiny, cowering creature. A tiny, rabbit-eared creature howled in agony, tears streaking from its huge eyes. Kondo screams, terror shredding his voice, while Shankar cackles and spits out that the orc is the site foreman. Rage boiled in the orc foreman as he jabbed a finger and bellowed that the tiny creature had tried to sneak off to eat. Kondo's hand rockets out in a heartbeat, seizing the whip mid-swing and snapping the strike dead in its tracks. The hulking orc pins the human with a brutal stare, seething at the nerve to interfere with his authority. His eyes ignited with fury and he barked, "Who are you, strange newcomer?" Kondo fixed the orc with a hard stare and growled, "Remember, this country and its ways are different now." The tiny rescued creature shudders on the ground, a soft whimper escaping as a fragile, barely audible apology. Kondo's two human colleagues froze, wide-eyed and speechless, as the tense confrontation unfolded before them. Shankar bursts in, cuts Kondo off and snaps, "Wait, this moment matters." Kondo snapped his gaze back to Shankar, eyes hard as flint, his face a grim, unyielding mask. Shankar roars that a great war with the humans will ignite in a week's time. Kondo froze, ears straining, his gaze locked on the kanabo, the spiked club lying on the ground. The impossible deadline slams down. 7 days to crank out 1,000 of those clubs. His colleague exploded into panic, yelling that pulling off 1,000 in a single week was flat-out impossible. Kondo rips open the flaws in their sandcasting method, and Shankar drags us through each painfully slow step. Shankar's face contorts into a sinister grin as he growls. This is why the goblins cannot rest. He presses his handkerchief into the small, trembling creature's paws, urging it to work for him. Shankar sneered, "You really think you can win with that kind of compassion?" He dares Kondo, sneering, "An innovator like you, can you actually pull this off?" Kondo thrust his glasses up with a fierce, determined shove, his resolve snapping hard as steel. Sellers and Kondo colleagues leaned in, breaths held and eyes razor-sharp, everyone feeling the decisive moment closing in. Kondo accepts the challenge and proclaims, with fierce confidence, that he'll show them exactly what he can do. Shankar exploded into maniacal laughter, delirious at his subordinate Kondo's brazen declaration. His colleagues reel, terror gripping them, certain no one can defy Shankar's consciousness reform. Kondo, with a small creature behind him, swears he'll shoulder every ounce of blame for the failure. Shankar hisses the nightmare. Fail and you're sentenced to a gruesome, otherworldly execution by an electric rabbit. Their modern factory juts like a glass and steel blade from the barren, craggy mountains of the other world. Fear clawed at her throat as she leaned into Kondo and demanded, "What's our plan for this impossible task ahead?" In the meeting room, Kondo slammed the table and roared that producing 1,000 maces in 6 days is their challenge. His portly colleague's smile goes cold as he announces that one screw-up gets you executed by the electric rabbit. Kondo scrubbed his tired eyes against his glasses, his mind plunging into thought. He snaps that they have no choice but to accept. Their survival hangs by a thread. A colleague snarls that delivering on the contract is our only shot at food. She lurched back, bile rising, as her colleague slammed the demon tribe's grotesque feast into view. Close-up slams in. The meal is a grotesque half-formed creature writhing inside a cracked, slime-glossed egg. A brutal flashback rips through the portly man. Horror floods him as he realizes he's already seen this in Southeast Asia. She steeled herself, vowing to devour it, while the Kondo laughed, insisting they're grateful for it. Kondo grimly warns that beyond the struggle for food, a crippling lack of infrastructure is their greatest threat. He warns a spring bubbles nearby for water, but every other resource is perilously scarce. Shankar snaps, "Our biogas generator runs on goblins, and those goblins flat-out refuse to cooperate." She glares at their current fuel generator and snaps, "How long before this thing quits on us?" The portly man bellows that they must forge the 1,000 maces to seize the reward. She whirls to Kondo and snaps, "Do you have a plan to crank them out fast?" Kondo snaps, "I do, but their current sandcasting method crawls at a snail's pace." The diagram throws open the grueling, step-by-step gauntlet of traditional sandcasting. Hope and desperation war on her face as the woman pleads, "What will they do?" Kondo stands, heaving a heavy sigh, planting his hands against a seemingly ordinary wall. He ground his teeth and snapped, "Can't be helped, they'll have to use that." A thunderous grind jolted the room as a massive freight elevator heaved up from the floor. His two colleagues gaped in utter shock. The woman blurted, "Wait, why is there an elevator?" The elevator panel blinked alive, revealing 2 ominous basement buttons, B2 and B3. As they descend, the woman's voice trembles, "If the power dies, we're going to be trapped down here." A thunderous whoosh swept the elevator doors open, unveiling a breathtaking sight. Before them, a cavernous, hidden underground hangar yawned open, crammed with gleaming, cutting-edge machinery. Their jaws drop as their eyes race over bizarre machines, then freeze on a hulking JAXA rocket engine. She staggered, stunned. How had her father secretly amassed such vast assets? Kondo blows the lid off the truth. The secret had been kept from her father, the former president. He snapped, "Why stash equipment this incredible in a place like this?" He deadpanned the bombshell. He did it all to dodge fixed asset taxes. A sob rips from her as the truth slams home. Her father was a shrewd mastermind who'd already stashed supplies and plotted every step to keep them alive. Resolve blazing in his chest, the portly man barked at Kondo, "Get that ready for activation." He nods, voice like thunder. "At last, the time has come to unleash our secret weapon." The 3 of them strode forward, fresh resolve burning in their eyes, toward the hulking, boxy machining center. Kondo vowed he'd be at the worksite tomorrow, shoulder to shoulder with the goblins. The next day, a sleek white van tore across a barren, rocky wasteland. Kondo's already on site. His eyes sweep the scene and he knows everything he needs is right here. Behind the wheel of the van, dread coils in her. She fears the Kondo may have run into trouble. She pictures him battered and pinned beneath a snarling horde of goblins. Tires screamed as the van slammed to a halt, and she burst onto the chaotic work site. She screams his name, panic clawing at her throat as she pictures him gravely injured. She finds him roaring with laughter, hoisting a tiny creature piggyback as goblins whoop and cheer. He locks onto her van and bellows to President Sari that this is the perfect work site. He flashes a wide grin and swears the goblins are all good once you get to know them. She rockets over, grabs his collar, and snaps that he has to negotiate with the local workforce first. He jabbed a finger at the tiny creature and declared that honest, open communication is the only way to mend the rift between them. She jabbed a finger at the tiny creature, recognition snapping across her face. Wait, she remembers seeing that exact creature brutalized by the orc form just yesterday. Kondo strides forward and proudly proclaims the tiny creature his best friend, Gupkichi. He jabs a finger at a hooded figure with a prosthetic leg, a skilled, solitary craftsman. The frame slams into a close-up on the hooded stranger, his face hollow, weary, utterly detached. The woman demanded, "Why is a human siding with the demon tribe?" Kondo scoffed and brushed off her concern like it meant nothing. The muta flips in an instant when Shankar storms in, flanked by his hulking orc foreman. Shankar sneers, suspicion coiling as he fixes the slacking workers with a glare. What are they plotting now? Rage explodes in the orc foreman as he storms toward the cowering Gupkichi. Snarling, he'll beat him again. Gupkichi collapses to the ground, choking out apologies and dubbing himself a bad, lazy kid. The orc towers over him, bellowing for the terrified creature to scramble to its feet this instant. Kondo suddenly plants himself between them like a living barricade, his back rigid, and his voice dropping into a low, dangerous rumble. Kondo, the older engineer, leveled a razor-sharp, questioning glare that ignited a tense, confrontational charge in the room. The hulking, pig-faced orc foreman roars his annoyance, nostrils flaring and fists slamming, while the horned noble Shankar tilts his head, confusion plain in his eyes. Kondo storms up to the foreman, eyes blazing, and demands why he dares use those disrespectful pronouns for his workers. The foreman scoffed, shrugged, and barked with a dismissive laugh. "I don't even know their names." Kondo's face snaps into a furious snarl as he thunders that a manager must know his employees' names. The foreman froze, mouth open, as the sudden, fiery outburst knocked the breath from him. She blurts sorry and rushes in, voice trembling as she desperately tries to calm things, shouting Kondo's name like a lifeline. Shankar sneered, "What is this, some kind of human rights lecture?" Kondo's face goes cold as steel as he snaps that his concern reaches far beyond mere rights. He snaps to the assembled goblins. This is about overhauling production, tightening management, and wringing every last ounce of efficiency from the system. He roars that this is exactly why every worker must wear a name tag. Kondo plants himself before them, his voice cutting through the clamor as he seizes command of the work site like a born manager. Confusion knots the foreman's face as he snaps his eyes to Sari, who snaps back that they must obey the Kondo's instructions. She throws her full weight behind him, declaring Kondo an absolute pro at production. Kondo snaps his head back at Sari, a grateful smile tugging at his lips. Shankar snapped that they were burning through time and would never make the production deadline. Unflappable, Kondo coolly announces its break time, then maps out a razor-sharp, regimented work schedule. Shankar detonates in rage, snarling that with methods like this they'll never make their quota. Kondo's gaze snapped to his wristwatch at the exact, heart-pounding moment. He breathes, calm and certain. "It's time the next phase of my plan begins." A sudden guttural rumble shatters the air and jolts the orc foreman and the aristocratic Shankar. A towering forklift roared in, hauling a colossal metal block, and Shankar and Sari froze, jaws dropping in stunned disbelief. A razor-precise, multi-layered metal block lies clamped and unyielding on the forklift's tines. From the driver's seat, their portly colleague Subway puffs with pride and crows that their underground machining center deserves all the credit. He crowed that the machine carved the massive component at blistering, breakneck speed. Its precision is so surgical it's like bringing a sniper rifle to a pillow fight, pure overkill. Sari chokes back tears, pouring out fierce gratitude for the incredible legacy her late father left them. Shankar sneered, tossed the gadget aside, and barked. "What is this toy? Is it really necessary for our task?" Kondo snapped his glasses up and flashed his trump card, not a sand mold, but a solid metal one. Shankar scoffs, his face hardening into a mask of sinister disbelief, convinced they can't churn out 1,000 clubs in 5 days. Kondo slammed his palm onto the mold's case, conviction roaring through him. He slammed his fist down and bellowed a brazen vow. He only needs 3 days to complete the task. A new chapter erupts as gleaming excavators and cranes thunder onto the site, engines roaring, primed to reshape the barren landscape. Kondo snaps, all the parts are here, while Seri stares at the plans, stunned by the project's towering scale. Shankar barrels forward, eyes blazing, demanding to know how this pile of junk drives them toward their goal. He roared, demanding how these materials could possibly forge 1,000 clubs in just 3 days. Kondo stays unnervingly calm, as he reveals the equipment exists to build the club-making machine itself. He drops the bomb. They're about to erect a colossal die-casting machine right on site. The unfamiliar term hits them like a punch. Shankar and his one-eyed companion Seely's freeze, eyes wide and speechless. The boy and Sari locked eyes on their boss, confidence unshakable, certain his plan would succeed. Dropping to his knees beside the case, Kondo declares he'll lock the metal mold he brought into place. A fierce glint lights his eye as he vows to crank out every club at once. Shankar stares as construction kicks off, doubt and disbelief raging like thunder across his face. A horde of goblins surged with uncanny discipline, hoisting massive steel I-beams into place. The goblin crew surged forward, hoisting and clamping massive supports into place to raise the new platform. A lone goblin heaves the machine's lever, muscles straining and eyes blazing with fierce concentration. Others rocket up the rising structure, scaling it with jaw-dropping agility and breathless speed. Sellers bursts out to Sari, amazed. I've never seen goblins work with this kind of parental joy. He slings a quick sorry at Smiles, and confesses it's only because their leader, Kondo, is standing with them. Kondo lavished praise on the 2 small goblins, turning their work into a lively, joyful game. A tiny winged goblin hovered, its huge, curious maw gaping in fascination. The little goblin flings up a grubby hand and bellows to the lone, hooded figure standing apart from the group. The hooded man, Maul, tilted his head back and drained a long, weary swig from a woven flask. The tiny goblin hurtled forward, glee bubbling as it homed in on the detached, isolated human figure. The goblin yanked the man's cloak, eyes alight and buzzing with glee as it beckoned him to join their work. Maul sneered at the tiny creature, waved it off, and spat. I'm not taking part in this. Suri snaps at Jealous. Why is that man just drinking and not lifting a finger to help? Celes declares he's human and is undergoing a mysterious special treatment. The little goblin begged, voice cracking, but the man simply turned his back and walked away. Curiosity slammed into her. She had to know who this mysterious person was. Sellers confesses she doesn't really know, her face a stone mask that gives nothing away. The hooded man strides off, hoisting his flask in a last toast as the small goblin waves a shaky, sad goodbye. He slams back another long drink and roars, I'm nothing but a dropout. The tiny goblin, crestfallen, bolts back toward the roaring construction site. Kondo's gaze seared the unfolding scene, a tiny, cherubic creature perched on his arm. Shankar grins, watching cheerful, tireless goblins swarm the site, hammering and hauling the new structure into shape. He sinks his teeth into his thumb, frustration snapping through him as he asks himself, why is this happening? He clenched his jaw, incredulous that grinning goblins were somehow getting more done. A pint-sized goblin erupts, declaring strict rules raise awareness and ignite innovation as he openly challenges Kondo suite management. Seething, Shankar barrels toward Kondo, who stays icy calm as he reviews plans on a digital tablet. He spits that Kondo's just sick of him, turns on his heel and storms off in a huff. Frustration contorts Shankar's face as he bellows his own name, Shankar. A painful memory crashes back. Young Shankar sits stranded while his classmates shut him out in the classroom. He gasped, why did this happen? His face frozen into a mask of bewilderment and rejection. A classmate snaps, let's go. The group bolts off and he casually abandons Shankar, leaving him standing alone. The classmate flings a hollow, I'll invite you next time his way, a promise wrapped in a fake smile. The young Shankar watched them turn and go, a cold doubt roaring in his chest, were they ever truly friends? The memory seared him, the raw sting of being an outsider, left alone at his desk. Young Shankar's face crumpled, loneliness and raw hurt carved into every line of his expression. Adult Shankar snaps and declares, popularity is the world's cruelest, most brutal thing. The next day, a colossal manufacturing platform sprang up, humming, fully operational and primed to roar into life. Shankar's jaw drops, he reels back, breath ripped away as his eyes lock onto the mind-blowing sight unfolding before him. Kondo jabbed a finger at the central machine and announced the metal mold was locked inside its iron heart. Sori roars, rallying the goblin workforce and shouting for everyone to spring into their positions. Goblins surge up the ladders, scrambling to seize their spots on the new platform. Two goblins crouch over a massive lever, fingers poised and eyes fixed on the signal, ready to pull the moment the command to begin sounds. A cackling crew of goblins hefts a blistering ladle of glowing molten metal, poised to tip it into the gaping hopper. Kondo thunders the first command, sending the workers scrambling to feed the raw materials in. Goblins snap into motion, funneling glowing molten liquid into the machine with brutal, practiced precision. Kondo roars, ordering the lubrication process to kick into gear. The machine's nozzle explodes, hurling a scalding jet of steam or lubricant into the air. Two goblins heaved the massive crank, and the machine's innards roared awake, gears and pistons snapping into furious motion. Another goblin team digs in and heaves a colossal lever with every ounce of strength, the mold protesting with a thunderous groan as it finally swings open. A sharp command crackles through as the ejector snaps to life, catapulting the finished product free. A perfectly formed club slides down the metal ramp, crashing into the bottom with a powerful, resonant thud. The finished spiked Kanabo club crashes into the ground, letting out a solid, satisfying clang. Shankar froze, words choking in his throat as he stammered, "That's impossible." He and Sally gape, jaws dropping as the process tears by at an impossible, blistering speed they can't grasp. Kondo slid his glasses up, voice unnervingly calm, and proclaimed, "This is the true power of metal molds." Cells and Seri stare, faces alight with pure admiration, while Shenka stands paralyzed, completely bewildered. 2 days later, a towering heap of 1,000 completed spike clubs thundered into view. The horn, a noble Shankar, surged forward as Kondo watched him from behind. He hoists a club, bewilderment blazing in his eyes. Shankar's jaw dropped, disbelief roaring as he snapped, "What is this club? How is it so light?" Kondo reveals he used a feather light ore called Kenlight, a metal strikingly similar to aluminum. Shankar's features harden into a sinister grin as he snarls, "This outcome is unacceptable." He spat, "If they're not iron, these clubs are utterly useless." Rage flaring, he hoists the club overhead and slams it down to smash the material and prove it's worthless. He winds up with a savage swing and drives the club crashing into the ground. Shock ripped through Shankar. He stared, his arm trembling from the sudden impact. The club pulverized a massive boulder and came away completely unscathed. His jaw drops at its impossible hardness. He can't fathom how it's even possible. Kondo slams a hand over his face in theatrical despair and snaps, "Look at the grooves." Kondo reveals the carved grooves forge the club into something as strong as iron. Horror ripped across Shankar's features as the true nature of the innovation hit him. Seals and Serial screamed in alarm as realization slammed into them. The new weapon was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Shankar slams his hands to his head, denial erupting as he screams, "This isn't true innovation." Kondo exhales, calm as ice, and declares he's just doing things differently now. Rage boiled in his veins as Shankar snarled and slammed Kondo's work, calling it a joke. Dark, crackling energy sparked to life in Shankar's outstretched hands. He vows to annihilate every last freshly forged weapon in that pile. Sellers in Serial scream, panic exploding from their throats as they realize he's about to unleash his magic. A wicked grin curls across his lips as he roars he'll obliterate them with his power. Sally lunged forward, duty burning in her veins, swearing she'd stop him as one of their own. Shankar roars and unleashes his devastating rock-bottom cannon attack, an earth-shattering blast that rips the battlefield apart. His shadow-black blast ripped through the air, screaming straight for the pile of weapons. Yubikichi, the tiny, winged goblin, plants himself dead center in the attack's path, daring the strike to touch him. Kondo and his stout colleague stare down the horror and leap into death-defying stunts. Serial sellers gaped, terror and disbelief painted across their faces. Shankar snapped his head back, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek as his attack raged on. The title page rips open a new chapter, unveiling the story of an old soldier's past. Gobikichi plants himself like bedrock, roaring that he won't let anyone raise what they all created. Kondo howls the little goblin's name and shrieks in alarm as a hooded figure slides into view. Shankar scoffs, ripping apart the idea that a measly goblin could stand in his way. Sellers roared, "Stop, Shankar," desperate to halt Shankar's reckless assault. A jet-black beam of dark energy ripped forward, slamming through the air with crushing force. Gobikichi slammed his eyes shut, every muscle coiling as the unavoidable blow barreled toward him. The factory erupts in a cataclysmic blast, a blinding wall of light that rips steel apart and flings debris into the sky. Two Kondo colleagues yanked their hands up to shield their eyes as the blast's shockwave ripped past them. Cells and Serial freeze, breaths caught, staring in raw shock at the smoldering devastation spread before them. Gabukuchi stands rooted, disbelief burning through him. How is he still unscathed? Shankar gapes, bewilderment blazing in his eyes as he questions how it could have ended that way. A hooded figure hurled himself in front of Gorbashechi, taking the blast head-on. Maul grunts, agony flaring through him as the strike rips his cloak into tatters. Shankar's gaze snaps to the mysterious man stepping in. He knows him. Gabukichi screams, Maul, as the injured man crumples to the ground. Celis gapes, awestruck by his fearless act, while Serial barrels forward, urgently asking if the human is all right. Pinned beneath the rubble, Maul forces out a trembling promise to the tiny creature that saved them. He lifts his gaze to Gabukichi, a gentle smile curving his lips as he hails his incredible courage. Sellers rockets to his side, screaming, hold on, as she channels a surge of healing magic. Shankar looms over them, a fresh orb of energy crackling to life as he snarls, you're a nuisance, Maul. He coils for another savage strike as Silly plants his feet, defiant before him. Celis slams her gauntlet into the air, shouting for him to stop his attack. Shinker leans close, voice like gravel, and snaps, do you understand why this man is still alive? He rips off Maul's mask, exposing his true face. Maul used to be a dragon striker. The shot slams to the Demon Lord's castle, its jagged silhouette looming like a crown of shadow. In the throne room, Kondo leans across the obsidian table and hammers out a ruthless deal with the Demon Lord's Sturm. Kondo's jaw drops and disbelief roars out of him as he says he can't believe they actually produced a full 100 gold coins. He demanded to know what powered the machine they used. Rage ignites in the demon woman's eyes, then she understands. He's talking about a plasma generator. Sturm roars Kondo's name as the furious demon woman pins him tight in her grasp. Kondo bows sharply, voice steady as he delivers a crisp, formal apology for his interruption. The wolf-like Sturm swears to deliver whatever Kondo craves. College after college begged relentlessly for proper food provisions. A Kondo screams for electricity, and an animal is forced into electrocution. Rage rips through the demon woman at the whisper of a lorbai, and she snarls, die. Sturm accepts the request with unnerving calm, and she freezes, jaw slack with shock. He sneers that the Ella Reba's previous keeper was a drunkard. Selly snaps and reveals the keeper's identity, a human named Maul. Turns out the Ella Rebai shadow Maul. They follow him because he's the one working on site. Sturm vows to supply everything they need and snaps, will that be all right? A grim memory claws forward, ripping the veil off the previous keeper's callous neglect. In a pitch-black cell, the Alluribai lies shackled beside a passed-out drunk. The man lies crumpled and unconscious on the icy stone floor. A flashback rips open, revealing a dragon streaking between jagged peaks. The dragon roars, its maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Battle roared around them as a younger maw launched itself, teeth flashing, lunging for a brutal strike at the beast. Their victorious squad erupted in thunderous cheers, hoisting Captain Maul skyward after he felled the 12th dragon. Kneeling, Maul roared, commanding the other squad to deliver the final blow. A sly grin curled on his lips as he urged them to throw a raucous banquet to celebrate. The cheers die as the scene slams into a desolate, jagged canyon. Maul and his squad stand trapped, encircled by the very allies who once fought at their side. A bewildered Maul thunders, demanding to know why they are being subjugated. His former comrades, faces like steel, spit it out with icy finality. It's a direct order from the king. They coldly cast the dragon strikers aside as useless to them now. A surprise strike rips Maul off his feet, sending him crashing as his armor shatters into jagged pieces. A savage shove hurls him off the cliff, and he plummets into the yawning abyss. Shock and agony carve his face into a frozen mask as he plummets. In a cave, the older Mala snapped awake, surrounded by the Ella Rebai. Kondo's team tracked him down. He stood planted at the dark mouth of his cave. Warily lock eyes and snap at the intruders. Who are you and what do you want? Sellers leans in and declares they have a request from Sturm. She pleaded to be allowed a few of his electric rabbits, the Ella Ribby. Maul slammed his palm down and snapped. What are you planning to use them for? Kondo lays out a daring plan to tap their electricity and power every corner of their daily lives. Mal cynically roared for them to stop, insisting they can't handle those creatures. He roars that no one but him can bend the Eloribai to his will. Sariel drops a bomb. Maul was the one who'd been shielding their machine. Moved to his core, Kondo vowed to forge Maul a brand new prosthetic arm and leg as thanks. Maul's jaw slammed shut. This staggering, unexpected offer stole every word from him. At the Isamatani manufacturing plant, tiny electric rabbit-like creatures spark and surge, driving the entire facility with crackling energy. Inside, engineer Kondo hunched over, probing the prosthetic leg of a hooded man named Maul with swift, surgical hands. Maul whipped his head around, shouting, "Where are we?" A woman beamed and declared, "This is our factory." Kondo crouched and fastened a current clamp to Maul's leg, snapping, "Hold still." Maul shoves the procedure aside and snaps that he won't start until someone pours him sake. The engineer slams the schematic down and declares this measurement the lifeline for building the new prosthetic limb. A massive bolt of raw electricity rips between them, slamming Kondo with a searing jolt. The current clamp rocketed into the air and slammed to the floor, clattering uselessly. Kondo's colleagues screamed his name in alarm as a violent discharge ripped through the room, leaving them stunned. A stunned hush pins the room as the two men reel, eyes wide and minds racing to grasp the impossible. Kondo realizes a custom prosthetic could unleash the Maul's truly astonishing power. The horned woman tops the ridge. Her colleague freezes, worry carved into every line of their face. Maul snorts unmoved and growls a gruff demand for a drink. In the human kingdom of liver, stern King Black Mofiv leans over a war map, eyes cold as iron as he schemes his next ruthless move. He stakes the fate of the upcoming operation against the demon tribe on two of his finest warriors. Behold Ryan the hero and Juno, the C-class mage. The king roars they cannot risk repeating that humiliating retreat. Ryan and Juno hung on every word, the weight of their solemn mission settling into their bones. He then snaps, ordering them to bring forth the assistant he's been painstakingly prepared. A gigantic, dopey-looking orchid lumbers out of the passage, waving cheerfully. Ryan and Juno freeze, blood-chilled. They realize the creature is a demon possessing their enemy. The orc growled that he defected the moment the humans offered real food, safe shelter, and actual respect. The king locks eyes with the orc and asks if he can help them with a small errand. A massive winged dragon blasts out of the darkness behind the orc and lunges forward. The beast slams down with earth-shattering force, its terrifying target suddenly laid bare. Pinned inside the mage, the hero can only stand frozen, eyes hollow as a tidal wave of shock and horror crashes over him. The dragon flung its massive jaws wide, bearing rows of needle-sharp teeth. It lunges, snatching the terrified into its jaws or crushing him instantly with a savage, bone-shattering bite. The beast reared its head, the orc still clamped mercilessly in its teeth. The king, voice calm as stone, declares this dragon the true assistant he'd prepared. Disbelief rips through Ryan as he belts out, "I thought every dragon was extinct." Get this, the king admits he annihilated the dragon strikers 20 years ago. During that historic campaign, he slipped away and smuggled out an unhatched egg. He lays a hand on the now-grown dragon, feeling its fierce, unwavering devotion thrum beneath his palm. Ryan's face erupts into a confident grin as they drink in the raw, humming power of their new weapon. The king's face snaps into a manic grin as he proclaims his brutal strategy. He declares he's left an elite unit behind as the vanguard, leaving nothing to chance. Marty and Mua shot confident grins, swearing by the king's razor-sharp cunning. The Isumatani factory perches like a steel beast tucked into a bizarre maze of mountains. Inside, the electric LRBI creatures snap and spark, bottled with raw, harvestable energy. Mole throws back a long swig of potent liquor and bellows, "This tastes incredible." Subweight explodes into panic when his prized drink vanishes, and Kondo, cool as ice, snaps at him to calm down. Kondo asked Maul to teach him how to properly tame the crackling electric creatures. Maul smirks and boasts the task is child's play for him. He rattled the can of alcohol like a live grenade, sparks leaping off its metal skin. Sparks flew as the electric creatures zeroed in on the charged drink and greedily lapped it up. Kondo asks if they like alcohol. Maul lights up and shouts, "I absolutely love it." Maul grins, declaring the creatures will obey him the moment that drink is clutched in his hand. They drink until sated, then crash into a bone-deep sleep, turning them into effortless cargo ready to be hauled away. Kondo's jaw drops as the control method's brutal simplicity and uncanny effectiveness hit him full force. He gapes, heart-pounding, as their ears keep crackling with electricity even as they sleep. He practically crackles with excitement as he beckons Subboy to fetch a voltage tester and measure the voltage. Maul explodes with gratitude, shouting thanks to Kondo for his help and for providing the drink. Stirred to his core, Kondo vowed to forge the finest prosthetic limbs in return. Mal's face hardens into stone as he coolly declares he needs none of it. Kondo staggers back, disbelief burning in his eyes, and snaps, "Why would you turn down the offer?" Mal's eyes go cold as he pins Kondo with suspicion, growling that humans can't be trusted. A jagged memory erupts, a wanted poster plastered with his face, the human who betrayed us for money. His subordinates crouch around their sleeping captain, eyes glinting as they sharpen plans to bring him down. They poured shot after shot into him until he staggered, helpless and glassy-eyed. Drunkenness strips the captain of his superhuman strength the instant he takes a drink. A soldier's pulse spikes as he imagines the colossal bounty dangling over the dragon striker captain's head. Another's grin stretches wickedly, greed crackling as he pictures the life Lesher's reward will buy. The captain snaps groggily awake and spins to find himself ringed by his treacherous men. His eyes snap wide with horror as their treacherous intent hits him. He lurches out of his tent, claws scrabbling as he fights to tear himself free from the trap. He snatches up his great sword, pain exploding across his face as realization slams into him like a thunderbolt. Outside the tent, a colossal force of soldiers lies in wait for him. Realization slams into him. He's walked straight into a trap, drawn like a moth to a blazing flame. His former comrades now command the army, charging forward to snatch the 7 million blood bounty. Back in the present, the mall quakes as remembered rage erupts, crushing a tiny pouch. Kondo confesses he's been betrayed too, torn apart by the raw pull of human desire. A flashback rips in. Kondo and his old factory clash with a wave of arriving company employees. His colleague snaps, demanding to know why the rival's gear is a perfect copy of theirs. Rivals smugly sneered and spat out why their second order for the machine never arrived. Kondo's colleague explodes, screaming that they stole their technology. Rival coolly fires back, denying the charge and insisting their machine is merely a similar design. Kondo locks his gaze on it as the years they spent developing it crash over him. The rivals sneered, ripping him apart for the reckless act of submitting their detailed blueprints. Kondo locks eyes with his current team, voice like iron, and declares he's faced betrayals like this before. His colleagues crowded around, breathless and demanding to know how that rival company ended up. Kondo dropped the bomb. Their entire factory had been razed to ash by a mysterious fire. He scoffed. The rivals were naive and botched the replication of the laser's crucial component. He crows, chest swelling, that his company's lens polishing tech is unmatched. A god's hand skill, a divine scalpel that carved with ruthless, nano-level precision. Sari reels in disbelief, stunned that such a blow could hit a company that was so skilled. Kondo thunders that any craftsman who betrays their craft will be crushed by the god's wrath. He roars that true technicians would never betray their comrades. Mal leans in, hanging on every word as Kondo's voice snaps. The true reward is creating something good. Kondo discovers that a single, heartfelt thank you is the ultimate reward. Mole senses the sentiment, a sly, knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He spins on his heel and strides away, declaring he's heading back to the demon worksite. Kondo and Sari watch him go, their eyes meeting in a silent, electric pact. Cut to the Demon King's castle, a fiery industrial worksite where furnaces roar and rivers of molten metal slash the darkness. Mal wades through a roaring foundry, pouring a molten river into waiting molds as tiny, winged goblins dart and toil at his side. He doubles over, a sudden wince ripping across his face as he clamps a hand to his side. Gafu, a tiny goblin, edges forward, worry crackling in his whisper. "Are you still hurt from your encounter with Shankar?" Most flashed a comforting smile, soothing the little creature and warmly thanking it for its concern. Gofu thrusts a tiny root-shaped object at Mal, its face beaming with wide-eyed, radiant innocence. He thrusts a tattered scrap torn from their sails forward, declaring it a memento and pleading it will heal Mal's wounds. On a barren wasteland, hooded and spent, Mal drops to his knees before a tiny, winged creature. Gubkichi roars he's indomitable, vowing to shield Mal with every ounce of his strength. Mal's stern mask cracks as the small creature swears selfless, unwavering loyalty, her eyes flooding with tears. They picked their way through a jagged canyon when the earth tore loose, and the ground convulsed violently beneath their feet. A titanic fireball erupts from the earth, blasting them both backward. Mal grits his teeth, every line of his face twisted into a mask of agony as chaos rips around him. Gubkichi crumpled onto the cracked ground, knocked senseless by the blast's bone-shattering force. The inferno devours the dark silhouettes of the other small creatures, their screams shredding the air. Trap unleashes a wall of flame. Mal collapses to his knees and screams, begging anyone to help him. His face froze into a mask of pure horror as he snapped his head up toward the attack's source. A gargantuan dragon, a formidable foe from his past, reared up and carved a black silhouette against the fiery sky. In a modern workshop, a technician hunched at his desk, hands moving with fierce focus as a female colleague leaned in, eyes sharp and studying every move. Technician Kondo declares he's forging a custom-made prosthetic limb from all. He painstakingly assembles the mechanical hand, vowing it will be a groundbreaking device. His colleague scoffs, brushing it off as mere decoration or a basic assistive device. Kondo snaps that it's a working model, wired to pull signals straight from the brain. She leans in, voice sharp. What makes it revolutionary? He snaps back, the electrical current. The diagram exposes how normal prosthetics must tap an external power source to amplify the brain's feeble signals. A brutal current surges through the mole's brain, poised to unleash unimaginable power. His colleague fears the surge fried his old gear and wonders if the motor can survive the strain. Kondo declares he's already bolted a powerful motor into the prosthetic joints. He rips the veil off the tech. NASA-developed coils and monstrous neodymium magnets run the whole thing. His colleague panics, snapped a warning. Using that tech is a contract violation. Kondo coolly brushes aside her fears and declares, "Relax, it's fine, we're in another world." She gaped, jaw dropped, silenced by his eerily perfect explanation. A relentless, ear-splitting beep shreds the silence and a colleague snaps, "What is that?" The gadget on his belt screamed to life, flashing an alert. The injection molding machine was registering a temperature anomaly. Cully's voice snapped with alarm as he demanded, "Has there been an accident at the Demon Tribe's worksite?" A bead of sweat carved down Kondo's face as icy dread crashed over him. In the other world, a dragon soars through choking smoke, watching the land below be devoured by a ravenous sea of fire. The monstrous beast rips open its gaping maw and spews a concentrated, searing beam of fire. A roaring wall of flame tears through the jagged crystalline ground, incinerating it and swallowing the tiny figures caught in its path. Maul, pinned in the inferno, clutches a tiny creature to her chest and screams for help as the flames close in. He cradles the creature protectively, pain snarling across his face while ironclad determination blazes in his eyes. From a safe distance, a female knight and an elf mage witness ruin swallow the landscape. That night Juna stared into the void, swallowed hard, and whispered that the dragon's power was terrifying, so incredible it stole her breath. The elf mage forced out a tiny, trembling assent, her face ghost-pale with fear. June staggers back, mouth agape, as the dragon's flames lash out farther than she'd ever imagined, searing everything in their path. She growls the grim news. Their vanguard's been utterly obliterated in the destruction. Mora, elf-like and dripping smugness, sneered at the tiny creatures and mocked them as pathetic while he toyed with them in battle. His companion, a burly knight with a bull cut, growls in agreement. This is no laughing matter. A bicycle wheel bursts into the frame, skittering across the cracked, desolate ground. Kondo skids to a stop on his bicycle, hard hat perched on his head, concern etched across his face. He froze, horror ripping through him, as his injection molding machine erupted into a blazing, twisted wreck. His features snapped from stunned disbelief to molten fury the moment he laid eyes on his shattered equipment. The bowl-cut knight hoists the impaled head of a goblin-like creature, high for all to see. He smirks, waves them aside, and declares every one of these creatures a weakling, no real challenge. His eyes snap to the figure. Contempt blooms the moment recognition hits. Mora, his former comrade, locks onto the scene and declares it a shocking, unexpected encounter. He jabbed a finger, screaming at the human male huddled in the flames, cradling a tiny creature. Two adventurers loomed before the down Mull, menace and cruelty crackling off them like a live wire. Mull snaps his head up at them, sweat drumming down his face, tension carved across his features. Darkness leans in on Mull, a spark of recognition igniting in his eyes. He jabbed a finger and demanded, "Isn't that the captain of the Dragon Strikers?" Mora's sharp nod made it official. Mora cackles, a cruel grin spreading, and boasts that Maul is the one whose limbs he cut off. Maul still reels. He barely escaped with his life when their last brutal clash ripped away his bounty. The knight mocked Maul for surviving, only to find him collapsed and utterly pathetic. Mora snarls, "Should we just kill him?" And the knight sneers, dismissing him as useless. They sneer, snapping that without a bounty, Mole is worth less than a goblin. The two adventurers nod in grim agreement, turn, and stride off, leaving him to the roaring flames. Gupkichi lunged forward, throwing himself between Maul and danger and snapping at the adventurers to stop being foolish. Mole screamed, pleading with Gubkichi to stop as the tiny creature charged into the waiting Knight. Knight savagely boots the small creature aside with a scornful, bone-shaking kick. He snarled, disgust searing his voice as he snapped at the filthy goblin to keep its hands off him. Maul lunges to intervene, then gets shoved back to the ground like a rag doll. Mora throws back her head and cackles, cruel and maniacal, delighting in Maul's helplessness and humiliation. Shock slammed into Maul, his face freezing in raw disbelief at their sudden, unprovoked cruelty. Mora glanced back at him, a smug, utterly satisfied smirk curling across her face. Kondo explodes onto the scene, bulldozing through on his bicycle and scattering the adventurer's men in an instant. Gubkichi and Maul explode, howling out Kondo's name, their voices torn between stunned disbelief and soul-deep relief. Kondo slammed the pedals, rocketing forward and kicking up a thunderous cloud of dust behind him. Righteous fury carves his face into a mask as he snarls, "I will never forgive them." The bull-cut Knight whirls and bellows, demanding to know who this newcomer is. Kondo roared for Mal to snatch the package as he wound up to hurl it at him. A bag slammed to the ground right in front of Mom, the new prosthetic arm and leg inside. Kondo roars, "These new limbs are the perfect replacement for what I lost." He roars at Maul to strap them on, the future of their work site depends on it. Mora boots the Kondo's bicycle with icy contempt, catapulting the technician skyward. The ball-cut Knight's boot slams down onto Kondo's hand, pinning him flat to the ground. Kondo howled, agony ripping through him as the Knight tore his beloved jet-powered mangacap to shreds. Knight sneers, reducing the bicycle to nothing more than a worthless, insignificant toy. He towers over Kondo, cold-eyed and poised to do the exact same thing to him this instant. Lying on the ground, Kondo rasped at his attackers, "You have no idea what you've done." The Knight sneered unimpressed and spat a cold, mocking laugh. "Huh." Kondo explodes into a fiery lecture, roaring about the endless human sweat and skill that forged every bicycle. A flashback explodes onto the screen, revealing the meticulous choreography of design, procurement, and assembly. Another memory snaps into focus. The bike is hammered by merciless endurance tests inside a Stark lab. The final product stands unveiled, cradled in careful packaging and primed to rocket into distribution and logistics. Kondo declares the workers' souls are fused into the bike. He only bolted an engine onto it. Rage seethes through him as he vows, for stealing that soul they will pay today. The Knight watches as recognition flares in his eyes and unease coils beneath it. A voice snaps at Mura, "Is this the man from the Stampede incident you were involved in?" He leans in, eyes narrowing, and with a single, subtle nod he seals his suspicion. The fully restored Maul sprang to his feet, the new prosthetic snapping seamlessly into place. He exploded forward, ripping past his two astonished adversaries. He materializes behind them, sword already sheathed, movement impossibly fast. More on the Knight stood petrified, their faces contorted into masks of utter confusion. Crimson geysers spurt from their wounds as they crumple to the ground, vanquished in a heartbeat. Maul glanced back with icy calm, intensity carved across his face as he finally claimed his vengeance. His former comrades choke on their own blood, shock sealing their expressions into frozen masks. Standing over his fallen foe, Malkuli roared that the gods had unleashed divine punishment. When the dust settled, he planted himself like iron amid the cracked, desolate wasteland unshaken. Stunned, Commander Ryan snapped at Junev, "Did you see that impossibly fast attack?" Kondo locks onto a new threat, lets out a ragged, desperate yell and jerks his arm skyward, fingers stabbing the air. A dragon hurtles down from the sky, bursting into view and catching the warrior mole completely off guard. A close-up zooms in on Maul's prosthetic leg, exposing a sleek mechanical marvel of modern technology. Flames tore through the wreckage, but Kondo stood unshaken, a small goblin creature at his side. Seen from behind, a winged humanoid rider cuts through the sky, one heartbeat from being intercepted midair. Maul vaulted onto another dragon and, like a lightning strike, ripped the enemy rider from their saddle, sending them tumbling. With his opponent defeated, Maul lets a thin, victorious smile cut across his face. Kondo and the goblin drink in the victory, quiet pride smoldering in their chests. The title page explodes into a scorched wasteland, flames clawing toward a distant, shadowed castle. Kondo and his goblin allies gaped at the colossal dragon, its head ripped clean from its shoulders. His face hardened into a grim scowl as the goblin's victorious shout rang out, tearing open a brutal new chapter. Maul stares at his new, intricate prosthetic hand as its mechanical fingers flex and hum. Gobelkichi, the tiny goblin, bolts to Kondo, whooping that the dragon has been defeated. Kondo flicked his glasses up, and let relief surge through him as his prosthetics clicked into a perfect fit. Maul flexes his hand, heart pounding as his fingers snap into place at his command. He snapped at Kondo, demanding to know what kind of arcane power he had used to create it. Kondo pins him with a knowing smirk and snaps, "It's just technology." Perched on a towering cliff, Commander Ryan and her troops beheld the battle unfolding far below. Ryan staggers back as the dragon crumples from a single strike, his heart hammering. Did he just do that? As if Ryan, her elf companion, goes deathly still as recognition strikes. He knows that mysterious warrior. She snaps, "I do," eyes burning as she remembers when dragons ravaged their kingdom. King Blackmova V unleashed his elite dragon striker subjugation squads, razor-sharp hunters sworn to crush any dragon that dared resist. Unstoppable, the strikers pulverized the entire dragon threat into smoldering ash. Ryan spits out a rumor that the unit went rogue right after their mission ended. Fear strangled King Black Moa. He pinned a monstrous bounty on their leader's head. Ryan's eyes go wide. Horror slams into her as she finally realizes exactly who they're facing. She locks eyes and spits his name, Maul, the former captain of the Dragon Strikers. Her entire army froze. Terror pinned them to the spot as the legendary figure loomed. Ryan's calm snaps. She roars, demanding an immediate, panicked retreat. Her soldiers' faces snapped into masks of terror and confusion the instant the order came down. Junia, the elf mage, snapped at the command and jabbed a finger at the flawless sky overhead, openly questioning the order. Ryan swears an enemy is coming, trusting her freakish sixth sense that prickles at the first hint of danger. She knows they'd stand no chance facing this foe head-on. Her gaze snaps to the approaching threat, the Maul, the Kondo, and the Goblins' pulsing core of anger. Panic detonated through her ranks as her troops bolted, desperate to outrun the storm. Far away, Kondo's gaze burned as he watched the enemy forces retreat from the battlefield. He tracked their retreat with a cold, unblinking stare, determination like steel set in his jaw. Maul stood frozen as the horizon ignited, the enemy torching the entire site into smoking ruins. Kondo's hand snaps into a fist as he vows he'll never forgive them for this. Maul shouted, "Give chase." Then his prosthetic leg suddenly buckled, sending him sprawling. He spits a curse, frustration burning as his leg stubbornly refuses to move. Kondo's calm command cuts through the chaos. "Rest," he orders, vowing he'll adjust the prosthetic later. Maul snaps, "How are we supposed to arm a pursuit force when we don't have a single weapon?" Kondo's calm voice steadied him as he revealed he held the very first weapons they'd ever created. He rips off the cover and unleashes a towering mountain of 1,000 reinforced spike clubs. Maul and the goblin Gabukichi froze, mouths agape and eyes locked on the arsenal. Formidable clubs slam into waiting hands, arming the new goblin army. Kondo charges at the head of a roaring horde of goblins, each hefting a heavy club. Human commander Ryan roared warnings as the enemy closed in. Her soldiers whirled around, horror ripping through them as the impossibly fast goblin army bore down. Kondo's roar explodes from behind, commanding them to carry out their shadowed duties. Ryan roared back, voice like a challenge, "You won't kill me." Suddenly, elf maid Juno swoops down from the sky, her staff blazing with searing light. Juno roars, "I'll take the rear guard and finish this fight." Ryan rips her name into the air, imploring her to stop and warning that danger is bearing down. Juno swore she wouldn't lose. Her pride as a mage blazed on the line. Kondo clamps his club, plants his feet, and braces as the magical assault hurtles straight at him. He watches, heart pounding, as Juno levitates above the ground, amassing a tidal surge of raw magic. June's face hardened into fierce determination as she readied her spell. Kondo pinned her with a steady, unblinking gaze, meeting her challenge head-on. June roared, "This is payback," and vowed to atone for his sins. She rips the sky open and hurls a colossal bolt of lightning that swallows Kondo whole. The blast ripped outward, flinging the surrounding goblins backward. Juno watches, grinning with iron confidence. Her blow struck true and the fight is hers. The smoke clears, the club looms, smoldering yet perfectly intact. Kondo stands unscathed, clutching the club by a grounding wire. June's eyes flared with disbelief as she barked, "Why didn't it work?" Kondo flashed a ripe-hitting smile and taunted her, "Too bad for you." He reveals he rammed the club into the ground, just as she launched her attack. A wire snakes out of the club, anchoring to a stake hammered deep into the earth. Yuna freezes, jaw dropping, as her ultimate attack collapses into useless embers. Kondo slams the truth. Electricity surges along the path of least resistance. He bellows that her attack will fail. The current refuses to flow through him. Spotting her friend in danger, Ryan's shout ripped through the air. "Fall back now." Far away in his throne room, King Blackmo V recoiled as the news struck like a thunderbolt. He, aghast, choked and sputtered that his dragon and garrison had been routed. A thunderclap of truth hit him, and he barked the command that turned the tide. "Full military retreat, fall back now." The demon tribe tore after his forces, hunting them all the way to the gates of Leftdorf. The king's face hardens into a grim mask as the truth hits. His only hope is a barrier. Standing on his balcony, he roared for his mages to raise the barrier, and it surged up like a living wall. We slam into the human territory at the town's left wharf. Townsfolk stand with jaws clenched and eyes narrowed, watching the mages coil their power and ready their spells. A line of road mages seized their staves, which erupted into crackling, blinding power. They ignite a massive magical sigil on the ground, their voices erupting together in a thunderous chant. A shimmering, hexagonal web of light surges up from the earth. The barrier surged outward, swallowing the entire town in the nick of time. Inside the city, Commander Ryan exhaled as relief slammed through him, convinced they were saved. Outside, Kondo and his relentless goblin army thundered toward the town. The goblin horde pummels the invisible, impenetrable wall with thunderous club strikes. They slam into the glowing hexagonal shield. Every furious blow sparks and skids off, utterly wasted. Kondo gapes at the barrier, electrified by its rock-solid hardness and unnerving glass-like clarity. His mind snapped, comparing it to the gargantuan tank at Shirami Aquarium. Pinned behind the barrier, Ryan reels, baffled by his talk of acrylic. She sneered at the demon tribe and roared, "You'll never breach this barrier." Her troops roared with triumph, untouchable behind the impenetrable wall. Kondo plants himself at the barrier, poised to box the human army into a corner. All pinned him to the spot as he burst out. It's exactly like that giant aquarium tank. An elderly man stands spellbound before a towering aquarium, rattling off its jaw-dropping technical specs. A diagram rips the curtain off the special lamination technique that forged the massive acrylic S into one seamless structure. A grim mask snaps across his face the moment it hits him. This technology is now the enemy's weapon. He bellows to his goblin allies that the acrylic wall is unbreakable and commands them to fall back. Rage boiling, the goblins pounded the invisible barrier until their clubs rang hollow, beaten by the clear wall. They halted their assault. From a wide vantage, the massive curved barrier surged up and stopped the entire goblin army dead in their tracks. The enemy commander froze, shock slamming into her as the truth of what she faced finally snapped into place. Cut to a desolate, dragon-scorched battlefield, smoldering as the ruined aftermath of a different, brutal conflict. Maul, shaggy-haired, drops to his knees and fiercely tends the injured, horned woman named Silas. Concern blazing in his eyes, Maul cries out her name. The injured Silly forces her eyes upward, one eye clamped shut in searing pain as she lies on the ground. A tiny, winged creature hovered before Sally, voice sharp as steel as it demanded, "How did you lose to a dragon?" She warns that her ice magic is no match for the dragon's searing inferno. Maul reaches out, voice soft but steady, imploring her not to push herself. Sells drops a truth bomb. She's been watching him for years. She swears she waited for him as the defeated dragon beat its battered wings and faded into the distance. A memory bursts to life, revealing a platoon of armored dragon strikers on horseback. Villagers glared as they strode past, resentment smoldering in their eyes while neighbors hissed warnings about their brutality. The platoon leader, a younger man, whips his head back as his face hardens into a grim mask. Cold steel filled his eyes as he surveyed the village with unshakable resolve. A tiny horned demon girl, a young series character, tilts her chin skyward, eyes blazing with pure, awestruck admiration. She bolts after the departing soldiers, shouting a name with breathless, electrified excitement. Her mother snatches her into a desperate grip, voice raw. "The soldiers will kill you, just like they killed the dragon." The little girl looks up with fierce hope and pleads to her mother, "Can I grow strong like them?" Hearing her words, Maul's decision snaps into place. He slams the reins and wheels his horse around. He rips his massive sword from its sheath, eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. A second dragon rips into the scene, hurling the villagers into a screaming, panicked frenzy. The mother ripped a raw, desperate scream, Sally, into the roaring chaos. A soldier bellows for their platoon leader, Maul, as the beast hurtles down toward them. The dragon roars, spewing a searing torrent of flame straight at the terrified mother and child. Maul snapped his hand up, muscles primed to throw himself into the heart of the deadly attack. A titanic, crystal-clear barrier bursts into being and swallows the dragon's flames whole. The devastating attack slammed into an invisible barrier, splitting and sliding harmlessly around the protected family. Maul whips his head back, locking onto the mother and child he just pulled to safety. He growled, "Don't thank me. You don't owe me anything for what I did." The little girl gapes, pure awe blazing in her eyes as she locks her gaze on the heroic savior. He barrels at the beast as she thrusts a hand towards him. Her face blazed like a portrait of heroism she'd just witnessed, every feature shining with pure, innocent joy. Now grown-up Sally strides forward and formally thanks her mom, her voice steady and brimming with gratitude. They huddle side by side, silence wrapping them as gratitude hums between them like a shared heartbeat. Maul's cheeks flame at her thanks. She scrambles and shoves it away with an awkward, embarrassed wave. Kondo and his colleagues pick their way through the shattered worksite, eyes sharp as they scan the wreckage for answers. His colleagues stared across the scorched wreckage, voices low and hard as they christened it the burnout field. She grips his sleeve, stares at the scarred earth and whispers, "How can we possibly restore this land?" Kondo's team huddled, voices sharp as they hammered out plans to rebuild using every local resource they could scavenge. He throws down a deal. They'll rebuild the place, and in return he secures provisions to keep his employees fed. Now clad in her demon general regalia, Celis locks eyes with Kondo and snaps, "Leave it to me." In the demon throne room, Cell storms forward, fury clawing at her voice as she demands to know why she wasn't warned. A long-haired demon snarled that their leaders, Sturm and Shenkar, were away. Sellers seethed their trip came up empty, exposing a blatant neglect of duty. The formal demon Shenkar snarls, accusing her of abandoning the front lines. Shenkar folded his arms and sneered as the argument spiraled into a furious shouting match. He zeroes in on Kondo, scorn blazing, and snaps, "What did you contribute?" Kondo's voice stayed ice cold as he said, "I only provided backup." Sellers dropped the bombshell. Kondo's prosthetic leg for Maul vanquished the dragon. Shenkar's jaw dropped, words dying in his throat as the revelation hit him like a thunderclap. Sturm, the Demon King, erupts into a thunderous laugh, all crackling as he watches Kondo's skills. Sturm roars that he wants to appoint Kondo as the new Reformation Captain General. Shenkar erupts, shouting that Kondo's just a newcomer and the promotion came out of nowhere. Sturm bulldozes him, overruling his call and demanding nothing less than perfection from Kondo's restoration. Kondo's female colleague shot her hand into the air and laid out their conditions. She lays it out with fire. Their employees need essentials, proper food and clothing. Sturm Roar is a pact that swears to deliver anything they need the moment they begin to rebuild. Kondo and Shinkar lock eyes as a fierce new rivalry sparks to life. Shinkar witnesses a stubborn refusal to acknowledge the presumptuous upstart. Towering amid the shattered ruins, the Kondo and the Maul hammer out their new responsibilities. Kondo zeroed in on Mal and pressed, "Are you really okay being the site's supervisor?" His eyes sweep a sprawling sea of orange stone, and he instantly knows basic facilities are desperately needed. Maul confesses fighting is the only thing he's ever known, and that truth torments him with a hollow, useless ache. Kondo snaps at him, "No warrior can stay a warrior forever." He pushes Maul to become an engineer, vowing he'll never worry about food again. Maul's eyes shot wide and warmth swelled in her chest. Stunned and deeply moved, she nodded and accepted Kondo's request. He stares at his prosthetic arm, heart hammering as the truth hits. Kondo made it for him. Kondo's colleagues break into bright smiles, riveted as the two men spark an undeniable connection. Maul locks eyes with Kondo, gratitude blazing in his gaze, and he rumbles a raw, sincere thank you. Kondo's throat tightens at the words, a bright smile breaking as he says they make him happy. He thundered that, for a technician, nothing was a greater reward. The tiny winged creature snapped at Kondo's team, demanding, "Where did you come from?" The tiny creature's eyes explode with curiosity as it demands to know their mysterious origins. Kondo's voice slices the air. They're from a world Maul doesn't even know exists. He jabbed at the dome-shaped device and snapped that they'd been transported mid-repair. His stocky colleague roared their desperate, burning plea to return home. Kondo declared their analysis exposed that the device had no fuel source. He hoisted a small, glowing, capsule-like object they'd salvaged from it. Ma's eyes locked on the object, hope igniting as she suspected it could be their way home. He leans in, eyes devouring the tiny, shimmering crystals encased in the capsule. Recognition explodes across his face. He knows at once it's a dragon's tear. A new chapter bursts open, to purchase supplies. The team pressed in around the transport device, eyes locked and voices sharp as they map their next move. Kondo declares the fuel source, dragon's tears. Subway erupts with an eager yes. trusting Maul's identification instantly because Maul is a dragon striker. Memories slammed into Mal. He'd seen this before, back when a dragon sobbed. He roars unshakable. It's a dragon's tear. Boys fired up, egg them on to snare a dragon and seize even more. He roars they must hunt down a dragon out there and seize it for its tears. His colleague shouts about the imminent danger, and panic rips through him. A flash of the dragon they'd slain snaps into his mind, and he urges them to siphon its tears. Kondo snaps his hand up, choking off his frantic outburst. He bellows the truth. A ravenous horde of goblins ripped the dragon's corpse apart and devoured it. Hope cracked like glass the moment the team realized their easy route home had vanished. The camera snaps to a close-up on the stern, bespectacled face of the older man, Kondo. Kondo drops the bomb that they're free to go home, leaving his colleagues dumbstruck. Sati bursts out, panic raw in her voice, saying every remaining employee is desperate to bolt. Her stout companion Subway burst out, frantic about the unpaid wages and the worry gnawing at their families. Kondo casually tells them their families should be more grateful, sparking outrage among his coworkers with his cold, detached stance. Frustration erupting, they slam their foot into the ground with a thunderous stomp. 3 new employees, Masui, Akawa, and Akinos, stormed into Kondo's office and called him out on his leadership, demanding answers. I implored, voice blazing, begging everyone to unite so we could all survive. She rattled off their brutal living conditions, voice raw as she mourned the lack of electricity, beds, and showers. Kondo, calm as ice, unfurls his strategy to befriend the local demon tribe. He drops the bomb. They've been getting steady supplies in return for every contribution they've made. His colleagues lean in, eyes bright with hope, daring to imagine shampoo and a glorious retort pouch curry tucked inside the supplies. A massive crate rips open, spewing a grotesque menagerie of alien creatures and vegetables. Ikawa and Masui jerked back, bile rising as they stared at the nightmarish food supply. Kondo declares, cool and unbothered, that he's grown quite accustomed to the strange diet. Ichinot, pale and trembling, snaps that Kondo has been acting alarmingly strange lately. He snaps, asking how anyone could possibly extract solid nutritional evidence from food that can't even be identified. Kondo whirls to each nose and snaps, has he been eating anything at all? Ichinot scoffed, swearing he'd never sink his teeth into something like that. He rips open the case and hoists his personal stash of multivitamin supplements like a trophy. Tears of manic joy stream down his face as he shouts his nutrition plan is flawless, while his colleagues watch, unease etched on their faces. Masui, the manufacturing chief, cuts in, snapping that he understands every anosis point, but there are other issues. Sadie fires back, do you mean a technical problem? Masui rips the veil off the source of their power, and the Ella rabbit poses no threat while it's drunk and asleep. The rabbit-like creatures convulsed, blasting wild, jagged shocks, a dangerous, totally unreliable system. Kondo pinches the bridge of his nose, tension snapping. He realizes they need a far more structured, rock-solid solution. His jaw locked as he seized on a daring new course to end their power crisis. He proclaims he'll harness the nearby waterfall's raw power to build a hydroelectric generator. Sadie practically vibrated at the idea, and Subway's panic exploded as he blurted, "Where are we going to get the materials?" They swarmed the table as Kondo leaned in, ready to unveil the brand new funding they just landed. Kondo morphs into a hulking chest and roars that the treasure inside will be their key to success. He rips the lid open, and a massive horde of otherworldly, glittering currency pours out, spilling over the edges. They gaped, heads spinning, at a towering mountain of demon money, a fortune so vast it blew their minds. The boy gaped. This other world, just like his own, was ruled by money. Under the workshop's towering rafters, the group huddled, resolve crackling as they locked in their new mission. Kondo's eyes light up as he pitches they grab their new funds and storm the demon tribe's town for a wild shopping spree. Subi's jaw drops as he blurts, do the demons actually have a town of their own? Kondo confirms that a Mutani manufacturing plant stands just a short distance from their factory. A vast, jagged wasteland sprawls out as the demon king's imposing castle looms on the distant horizon like a dark crown. They burst into a roaring, prosperous demon city, distinctive domes jutting skyward, while the streets throbbed with life. Subi's jaw dropped as a kaleidoscope of races flooded the city's teeming streets. Sadie locks onto a bustling marketplace stall, where a bird-headed vendor peddles bizarre pineapples that stare back with a single, unblinking eye. Kondo's gaze snaps to 2 goblin-like creatures reveling over a drink at an outdoor table. Shock rips through the group as humans laugh, mingle, and trade smiles freely with the various demon races. The grizzled old vendor cracks a knowing smile, leans in and rasps, "You're not like other humans." He props his chin on his hand, a world-weary amusement dancing in his eyes. The vendor locks eyes and declares them human, just like him, and they go silent, stunned. Kondo snaps. Why's a human living in a demon town instead of with his own kind? The vendor snorted at the question, sneering that the human lands were stifling and miserable. He grins and insists he'd much rather hawk his junk here. It's way more fun. Two boys, electrified by the philosophy, erupted. The demons are so free. The street thundered with life as beast-like humanoids of every shape poured through, prowling, trading, and minding their business. The subway thrummed with electric excitement, practically hollering at the old vendor. He sprang into action, cart primed to peddle his wares. The vendor thrusts a vial at him, a love potion brewed by a witch from the cursed forest, offering to sell it. Suspicion exploded across Ikawa and Akino's faces as they yelled to the boy, "Don't fall for this crooked con." Blushing furiously, the boy fantasizes about pressing the potion into the hands of a woman named Chris. While two boys melted away in Kondo's romantic daydream, Kondo coolly asked the vendor for the price. The vendor grins like a shark and spits out the price, 100 million broad for that tiny vial. Sadie bursts into fury, snarling that the price is daylight robbery, and they don't have that kind of money. The vendor's friendly grin snaps shut. His warmth curdles into menace as he snarls threats at them for doubting him. He launches a knife that slams into the wall and pins itself there, jolting the group into terrified silence. Panic rockets through the team. They scatter and bolt, fleeing the enraged old man. A towering domed spire, its crown a ring of jagged spikes, pierces the sky. They tumble into a hushed alley, slamming backs to the wall and gasping for air after their razor-thin escape. H&O still reel from the shock, so they throw out a plan, split into two teams to cover ground faster. Kondo's grin sharpens. He agrees and declares he brought something made for this exact moment. He whips out a pair of old-fashioned, short-range wireless communicators. Each INOS says they can trigger the devices to snap them back together the instant they find what they need within a 30-meter radius. Sadie nods sharply, sealing the plan, and she and Kondo rush off to scavenge construction supplies. A boy is tasked with sprinting through the market to snatch every daily necessity for the rest of the group. His team winds through a back alley that gleams like a compact disc, every shadow crawling with strange characters. One boy scoffs that the alley's gone sketchy, and with a wicked grin, decides they'll stir up some fun instead. He howls, "We're here, let's cut loose and have the time of our lives." Alluring demoness, tiny horns crowning her head and draped in a black gothic dress, glides up and coos, "Where are you going?" Tsubuya kinos and Ikawa froze, utterly mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. Subway jabbed a finger at the neon sign, whooping with excitement. He's convinced it's the entrance to a demon girl's bar. The demoness sachets forward, purring an invitation to drinks and promising a cheap place around the corner. Tubi's totally won over, practically shouting his assent as Akano's lunges to hold him back. Ikawa and Akino clamp onto him, shaking him with a fierce reminder of their mission to buy necessities. Subway roared that, for him, the beautiful demoness is a daily necessity. He grins like a man possessed and yanks his protesting colleagues along, their protests squawking as he heads straight for the establishment. The demoness rockets them through an archway, two massive, round golem bouncers looming at its sides. She shoots a sly, knowing glance back at the hulking golems. The golems' eyes exploded to life, twin coals locking onto the newcomers as they stepped into the bar. Inside, the group crowded the table as Su-boy beamed, hoisting his glass in a triumphant toast to his sudden good fortune. Ikawa regards the glass with icy disinterest, utterly unimpressed as if it were a fine wine. Each of you knows the questions to hurl at the boy about why he came here instead of buying necessities. Two-boy shrugs off his doubts and declares this a valuable learning experience. Ikawa growls, fed up with his own raucous tales of youth. A breathtaking demon hostess, their charming smile hooks you as if they're reveling in every second. Cradling a tray, she steps forward, declares, "I'm MSA," and offers to join them for a drink. The boys were utterly smitten, belting her name with ecstatic glee. He jabbed the seat beside him with wide-eyed excitement, beckoning her to sit next to him. She accepts, and Subboy belts out a shamelessly cheesy love song, serenading her like a lovesick troubadour. Each of you ever practical barges in and demands, "How much does this place cost?" Imasa slams down a 1,500 price for 1 wild hour of all-you-can-drink. She smirks and proclaims it a steal. Out there, a single fruit juice costs 500 broad. The boy proclaims the pricing shockingly scrupulous, My suspicion stays coiled and razor-sharp. The moment Emma dropped that she owned liquor worth 50,000, they whooped, hoisted their glasses, and drained them. Outside, the golem bouncer looms like a statue of war, stone muscles unmoving, poised to spring the moment it gets its cue. The demon city roared as horned and winged denizens swarmed the streets, hustling through alleys and soaring above plazas while daily life crackled all around them. Salihé, an older man in a work uniform, leaned in, eyes blazing with curiosity, and peered at a strange plant that spoke. His lieutenant's eyes blaze as she vows to scour every corner for any gear that can turn the tide of their mission. She snaps, worry crackling in her voice. Is Tezawa even handling his task properly? Salihé declares with iron certainty that Tezawa is an excellent, undeniably capable man. The subordinate seethed, secretly branding Zawa utterly useless at his job. Sally insisted they had to hunt down production materials. Their company's inventory was nearly bare. His gaze snaps to a massive, barrel-shaped figure bulldozing through the market. He snaps at his subordinate, who's that strange rock person working nearby. The articulated stone golem grinds on with clockwork precision, its simple, stripped-down design crafted for ruthless efficiency. Sully stashed his notes, mesmerized as the golem executed that exact loading motion again and again. Pride lights his eyes as the ponytailed youth points and proclaims the creature a golem. He smirks and declares that as a golem user, he can bend the rock doll to obey his every command. A lightning bolt realization rips through Sally. The golem is an industrial robot. He lunges at the golem user, yanking them close and grilling them with breathless questions about the programming language, lacing every sentence with modern tech jargon. The young man freezes, his mind short-circuiting as Sally Hayes unleashes a torrent of unfamiliar tech jargon. He snaps that the golem obeys only the incantations. Elsewhere in a stone tavern, a drunken Kondo roars a slurred, merry greeting at someone. Booze had painted his face red as he roared "Hinos," over and over with wild, drunken enthusiasm. Tezawa fires a warning at Kondo about his excessive drinking, and Kondo snaps back, voice flat, insisting he already understands. Sloshed, he bellows that their whole college class must be secretly in love with him. Busy scoffs at the absurd idea, chugs her drink in one savage gulp as disgust blazes across her face. Kondo snaps to the crying hostess, MSA, and vows he'll listen to every word. Amasa leans in, a mischievous grin lighting her face, and snaps, "Are you really going to listen to anything I say?" He snaps yes, and throws down $50,000 to bankroll the after-party. Amasa drops the bomb. The real bill is a jaw-dropping 171,500 broad. A brutal jolt slammed Kondo awake, sobering him instantly as his money pouch gaped painfully empty. Tezawa gaped, eyes wide with horror at the staggering sum. Bus, no less aghast than the rest, let a lone tear of despair carve a trail down her cheek. Kondo forces a laugh and waves the bill off as a prank, but Emma, who saw it, stands firm and insists it's real. She slams the itemized list onto the table, and a massive charge billed to her company glares up from the page. Emusa's honeyed smile snaps into steel as she demands he pay the bill in full. Kondo lurched back from the table, shock ripping across his face. He collapses into his seat, snapping that it's a ripoff and flat-out refusing to pay. Baose's patience snapped. He'd suspected something was amiss. Emma's gaze turned to ice as she jabbed him with the reminder of his promise. A sharp crack rips the air as she snaps her fingers, and the spell erupts to life. Her eyes erupt into a ghostly glow as she rips the air with a strange, arcane incantation. Two titanic stone golems thundered into the tavern, answering the recall. They lurch back, bloodless, eyes locked on the hulking abominations as panic screams in their heads. What are these things? Amasa springs forward, unveils a squad of irresistibly cute golems, and drops the bomb. She's a golem user. One of the golems locked its blank, menacing gaze straight ahead. She sneers, declaring her creations will bend to her every command. The golem shattered the table with one brutal fist, splinters erupting as everyone scrambled for cover. Terror pins the group to a corner as they huddle among the tavern's shattered wreckage. Sweat poured from Kondo as he pleaded for them to be pardoned. Amasa grins and threatens to grind them into meatballs if they don't pay. Kondo chokes on the word meatballs, repeating it like a curse as disbelief roars through him. She drops the bomb. They'll be sold as prey to the beast tribes. Terror rips through the group as they realize their only fate is to be devoured. He must have slammed him with one last choice: pay the bill or become a meatball. Despair claws at the group, convinced it's over. Then a frantic beep rips through the silence. Amaset snaps his head around. confusion flashing in his eyes as a sudden burst of electronic static rips through the air. A new voice slices through the noise, calm and unshakable, declaring, "You don't have to pay that bill." Sally barrels in with his assistant, clutching a frantic, beeping device as Kondo explodes into a relieved cry. Imasa watches, a faint, unimpressed smile curling on her lips as composure snaps back into place. She pins the label "Parent" on sale and snaps, "Are you going to pay the bill?" Sully's voice is ice cold as he asks what she'll do if he refuses her demand. Emma snarled, and her golems sprang to life, reshaping every last one of them into meatballs. A golem hurtled forward, its colossal stone fist arcing down to crush Saliam. Sully roared a command in a strange, arcane tongue, the syllables crackling through the air. The golem's fist slams to a halt mere inches from his face, frozen mid-swing. Imasa gapes, disbelief slamming into her as the last of her confidence explodes into jagged shards. The rest of the group froze, equally bewildered, every face a mirror of stunned disbelief at the sudden twist. The golem's hand hung motionless in midair, frozen as if time itself had slammed on the brakes. Salah plunged his hand into the narrow rectangular slot in the golem's head. Emma snapped, demanding to know why he could control her creation. He coolly plucks a slim, rectangular card straight from the golem's skull. Sully's eyes snap open as he realizes the command he just uttered is the universal emergency stop incantation. His bewildered colleagues swarmed him, demanding he lay out exactly what was happening. He rips off his mask and snarls that Sally puppeteers the golems the same way she runs robots. He reveals the card is a memory card that stores her entire program. Sailhai slams the card into Tasawa's hands, the programmer, demanding his expert analysis. Tazo leans over the card as a bright, dawning understanding ignites across his face. He deciphers it, a crude visual program primed to pounce on any customer who doesn't pay. They reel as the truth crashes down. The creatures are nothing but robots. Reeling from defeat, Emesa screamed, "How did Sally learn the stop code?" Selahi slammed the truth on the table. He'd bought the code from the other golem user for 200,000 broad. The room erupts as his colleagues recoil, shouting that the price soars above the scam bill. Salihe locks eyes with Amasa and declares the steep price is proof of her worth. He locks eyes with her and asks, "Are you struggling with money?" Sullier slams an offer down, asking if she'd be interested in joining them. The chapter title explodes into view from the tavern's wreckage. Sally Hayes pins the golem user with a direct smile and asks what she thinks of his offer. He bellows that her golems spring to life at her incantations, and her golem itself confirms it. He proclaims that in his world this is the equivalent of an industrial robot. Sally's team huddled, crackling with excitement, mapping how her programming would uproot bottlenecks and rewrite their entire manufacturing playbook. Sally snaps his glasses into place, jaw clenched and resolve burning in his eyes. He locks eyes with Amasa and vows her incredible skills will be paid their true worth. Emma leans in with her golem, hanging on every syllable as he pitches a daring business proposal. She lays her past bare, admitting she unleashed golems into human-run mines to handle the labor. She tells of the day the humans cut off payments for her services. She hisses the truth. The current king outlawed her slave magic and chained her into servitude. The goblin tore her from its mind, leaving her stranded and unable to earn a living. She remembers being dragged into scamming marks like the Mankindo, every con a desperate gamble to stay alive. Ravenous and desperate, she hawked her simple incantations for obscene prices just to scrape together a single meal. She snaps that she can wield far more advanced incantations. Imasa leans in, a sly smile curling her lips, and snaps, "So you're saying I'm worth a fortune?" His subordinate erupted with excitement, insisting he consider it. It's within their budget. Salik, burning with passion, throws down his offer, a monthly salary of 1 million broad. A woman with a bob haircut bellowed in disbelief at the sheer size of the proposed salary. The burly man narrows his eyes, wondering if this is meant for the section chief, while his colleague throws up his hands and confesses he has no frame of reference. Emma, the tiny-horned woman they'd been whispering about, flashed a cool, razor-sharp smile. Later, a truck thunders to a halt outside the unassuming Izumatani manufacturing plant. Grinning factory workers burst into motion, swinging open crates and hauling out glistening, exotic-looking fruit. The bountiful harvest beckons, promising sweet, overdue relief, a real, hearty meal at last. Inside the manager's condo, he and his colleague Sari sank their teeth into the fruit, Sari whooping at its wildly delicious taste. Kondo cradles a tiny, white, round fruit and studies it intently, eyes tracing every contour like it's hiding a secret. He gasped at its jaw-dropping freshness. Suri smirked and labeled it a luxury delicacy called Sweden. She drops the bomb. This very fruit is sacrificed to the Demon King every year. Perched atop her golem throne, Ima confirms it, ripping the veil off the brutal, heart-trenching process they used to pick the offering. Kondo and Sari hang on every word, their expressions hardening as the offer's weight crashes into them. Ima bellows that if the offering fails, catastrophe will swallow them whole. Then, in a jarring twist, she confesses she wants to become a golem. Sari gapes in shock as the Demon King's existence is confirmed, jaw-dropping while Kondo only nods, his gaze cool with understanding. I peered into the fruit Kondo, eyes racing across wildly different shapes, and knew sorting them would be a brutal puzzle. A cocky, devilish grin splits his face as he teases, "This could be interesting." Suri's eyes snap wide with alarm as she pins him with a stare and demands, "What are you planning to do?" Kondo crushes the fruit in his palm, eyes blazing as he snaps, "Watch and see." In a modern office, Kondo thundered to his programmer, "It's your time to shine." Echino's rips into the Kondo's crazy ideas, while Emma perches on a golem chair nearby. Ima nonchalantly bites into a piece of fruit, eyes on the programmer with a cool, detached smirk. Every hungry groan exploded as they wrestled with an unfamiliar programming language. He jabbed a finger at Emma, snagging her attention so he could fire a question at her. He leaned in, eyes blazing, and demanded, "How do you make your golems?" Ima flicked her hand at the golem chair and nodded sharply. Yes, that's exactly what he's asking about. Her eyes tell her he's nailed the basics, but she senses a deeper secret driving their flawless movements. Ima's smile sharpens as she says, "That's right," turning his suspicion into cold certainty. She grins and reveals she threads intricate incantations into the clay as her hands mold it. Echino's recasts her magic into cold schematics, mapping sense sours and plotting precise joint adjustments. She flashes her talisman code and it hits him. Her basic structure is nothing but a simple program. She snaps that the talisman doesn't command it to walk. It injects a precise, step-by-step sequence of commands. His gaze clamps onto the pulsing runes etched across the talisman she clutches. He declares he's grasped the concept she's explaining. He swallowed his pride, confessed his insecurity, and begged her to teach him this new language. Ima bursts out laughing, praising his lightning-fast grasp of the concepts, and ribbing that his salary must be off the charts. The shot crashes to the demon tribe's worksite, a jagged, ominous silhouette clawing at the sky. Under their watch, a magnificent new stone fortress claws its way skyward, stone by stone. Kondo roars his approval for the structure, and Maul, the one-eyed demon, grudgingly admits she's impressed. Rugged foreman Maul declares, baffled, that the goblins inexplicably hang on every single word he speaks. A feral crowd of goblins and orcs leans in, eyes blazing as they hang on Maul's next orders. Maul tells Kondo flat out, the goblins obey him because he defeated a dragon. Kondo and Sari gaped as the gleeful goblins bustled about. They'd even hooked up proper plumbing. A wooden cart barreled forward, its wheels churning up a choking cloud of dust. Shankar, an aristocratic demon seething with fury, storms in and heaves a hulking cart piled high with fruit. Kondo and Maul guards barreled in the moment. They spotted the cart overflowing with sweetie fruit. Shankar erupts, fury ripping through him as he snarls for an answer. What are they doing at this critical moment? Maul's pulse spikes as the truth hits. It's the offering to the Demon King, and Kondo seals it with a cold, steady nod. Shankar screams that if they fail, they'll draw the Demon King's wrath and plunge everyone into ruin. He roars, "Stop building and start sorting the fruit, this instant." Kondo fingers his chin, voice ice-cold and steady, and declares, "There's no need to panic." Shankar reels at the eerie calm washing over him, staring his own mind down and wondering if he's gone mad. Kondo announces he's put the goblins on sorting duty as part-time workers. Shankar scoffs at the idea. Maul and another worker step forward, vowing to take the reins and personally oversee the process. Kondo fires back, insisting this turns the goblins into the perfect candidates for the job. A sudden bone-jarring thud ripped through the worksite. Shankar whirls, bewilderment burning in his eyes, and snaps, "What do you mean by perfect?" He stares, heart pounding, as a new procession bursts into view. Emma is borne forward on her golem throne, flanked by two colossal golems in Ichanos. Shankar and Malsteer in shock exploded into a thunderous cry, "Golems!" Shankar roared, "What can these useless constructs possibly do?" He scoffs, insisting they can only obey the simplest commands. Ichinos slammed a set of labeled plates down in front of Kondo and barked for him to begin. Ima leapt down from her throne as a golem thundered toward the box. Ichinot's place hangs as a plate stamped, DAMAGD on the flank of a hulking bin. He slams down plates for SM and L sizes. Up next, plates blazing straight for LL and the top grade. The final special grade plate snaps into place, crowning the sorting station. Each and O's and Emma burst forward, unveiling a battle-ready fruit sorting station. Shankar and Maul gape, jaws dropping, shouting, "What are they trying to do?" He feels his eyes flare to life, glowing as he spits an arcane, magical chant. At his command, the two towering golems sprang to life, their massive arms lunging for the fruit. Shinker gaped in disbelief as Kondo's grin widened, eyes locked on the technologies brewing magic seconds from erupting. The golems drove their splayed, multi-fingered hands into the massive pile of fruit with brutal, thunderous force. Shanker's jaw drops in stunned silence as Kondo stands back, calm and quietly triumphant. The scene erupts into a dazzling fusion of spellfare and machinery, a perilous factory roaring to life in another world. The golems erupt into a lightning-fast sorting frenzy, flinging fruit into the special grade and LL bins. Shanker's jaw dropped. He practically screamed when he saw the golems sorting at breakneck speed. The blemished fruit rockets into its designated bin, slamming dead center, with the exact same pinpoint precision. One of the golems labored without rest, its simple, expressionless face a cold mask as it executed the impossible task. Kondo, Ikanos, and Ima stand breathless as their creation roars to life, a blazing portrait of collaborative triumph. Shankar crouches over the assorted fruit, eyes blazing as he inspects the neat piles, stunned that the golems have sorted every piece with surgical precision. Kondo snaps that golems obey only the orders they're given. They won't move without a command. He snaps that a golem is basically a robot, and the incantations etched on its talisman are its program. He hails the breakthrough as the product of Emma and Hinus's fierce, relentless collaboration. Emma coolly snapped that she'd taught them nothing but the bare incantation the talisman needed. Mouths dropped as she mastered and deployed the entire system in a heartbeat. Kondo pinches his tired eyes and grins, declaring each nose absolutely smashed it. Ichano scoffs at the praise, insisting his work is still amateurish. Ma's breath snags as a gallum shudders, and she admits she has no idea what could be causing the malfunction. A stout man named Crest panics, bellowed that a single mistake would trigger catastrophe, and they had to chase flawless perfection. Ma scowls, baffled as he beams, relishing the chaos that's about to erupt. Ichino suspects Crest's sole aim is to forge an even more perfect system. Ma glares, convinced that if the system ever becomes flawless, it will steamroll her right out of a job. She clenched her jaw and swore she'd never teach them how to fashion golems from clay. Oblivious Crest gushes over Emma, hyping her genius like he's just discovered a legend. Emma snarls at him, "Don't you dare touch me, I'll bury you inside a golem." Crest's head jutted from the golem's hulking body, his hands cupping his face as he poured out frantic apologies. Shankar seizes command, bellowing that they're out of time. He barked at the goblins to ready the sorted fruit for shipment immediately. Maul, the one-eyed demon warrior, watches with a predatory grin and gloats that it worked out after all. Goblins and orcs toil like a grinding war engine while eyes lock on Kondo and Shank, who stand brazenly in plain sight. Shankar rips off the mask and admits they had help. The Kondo's power wasn't the whole story. Kondo nods, bows out of the spotlight, and hands every ounce of credit to his brilliant subordinates. Weapons manufacturing finished, Shankar roared they'd move on to the next task. Kondo cuts in, roaring that walking away now would squander every ounce of potential. Confusion boils over in Shankar as he snaps, "What could you possibly mean by that?" Kondo proclaims these profits are just the opening act, a launchpad for a much bigger business. Pressed for details, Kondo smirked and snapped at the bewildered noble, "Just watch." Shankar scoffs that the Demon King always snatches the choicest fruits, and Kondo slams the table, roaring that's not nearly enough. The engineer slams his blueprint down, unveiling a system to grade every fruit and set prices that match each quality. Shankar's eyes snap open as he realizes this strategy will finally tailor offerings to fit each customer's unique needs. A crate heaving with scarred, cast-off fruit, bruised, spotted, and seeming worthless, slams into view. Kondo smirks. Even these battered goods can still be squeezed into top-tier jammer wine. No waste, all profit. The Shakshin car jolts to the truth. It's been hawking every fruit except the finest, flinging them out to anyone who'd buy. Kondo flashed a confident grin and snapped, "This is where things get truly interesting." He hurls a dire, life-or-death question into the room. What would happen if the harvest failed? Fear lacing his voice, Shankar confirmed that this disaster would enrage the Demon King. Kondo thrust a metalkin forward with a cocky grin, and declared it the solution. Schenker's gaze locks onto the strange iron container as he snaps. What is it? The engineer thrusts the object forward and shouts, "This is a kanzyum, a canned good." Baffled, Shankar chokes out the strange word as Kondo's hand hovers, ready to pry it open. He yanks the tab. The lid peels back, laying bare perfectly preserved fruit segments gleaming inside. The demon noble scoffs, branding the contents as nothing more than fruit. Kondo narrows his focus and, with surgical calm, plucks a single piece and slides it forward as an offering. He bites into a piece, eyes lighting up, then presses it into Shankar's hand and urges him to try it. Shankar's hand hovers, then he tentatively takes the offered fruit segment. He hoists the glistening fruit to his lips and tears into it with a fierce bite. His eyes shot open in astonishment as he burst out, "This is unbelievably delicious." Kondo drops the bomb that the fruit is 4 years old. Shankar gags and spits it out. Rage boiled in Shankar as he slammed his fist down and demanded, "Why would Kondo feed me rotten food?" Kondo shrugs with a bored grin, coolly insisting the food isn't rotten at all. He rips open the modern canning process. Vacuum seals suck the air out, then searing heat obliterates the microbes. He hoisted the can like a trophy, and crowed that it wouldn't spoil as long as the seal held. He proclaims this will secure a steady supply and keep the Demon King's wrath at bay. Stunned, Shankar reeled as the thought hit him. The food could, in theory, last forever. Kondo swept his arm wide and bellowed he'd build a canning factory right on that spot. The demon nobles' minds reel as a tidal wave of profit crashes toward their coffers. Kondo watched, a satisfied, determined grin blazing on his face and his gaze razor-sharp. Shankar knows in his bones this isn't just a new product, it's a revolution. A colossal figure swathed in shadow erupts behind them, its presence radiating raw, undeniable command. Storm, a massive wolfman, crashes through the tree line and rumbles praise for the peaceful scenery. He appeared out of nowhere, sending Shankar and Condor leaping back in shock. Their colleagues freeze, jaws dropping, even the one-eyed warrior Klessa gapes in disbelief. Klessa's stomach dropped. The sight of him here made no sense, and a colleague paced nervously at his side. Storm Grin's grin split his face as he unveiled a special proposal for them all. He thundered a grand proclamation. The entire company was headed for a steaming hot spring to forge deeper bonds. Kondo and Shankar froze, jaws dropping, when someone blurted out hot spring. A portly employee blurts, "Does that facility even exist?" And a blunt nod confirms it. Storm proclaims it's a tourist haven where battle-battered warriors flock to heal after the fight. The portly man instantly plunged into a feverish fantasy of closing the distance to Klessa. His lecherous daydream explodes, instantly fixating on another female colleague, Imasa. Klessa, unmoved by his brazen advances, pins him with an icy stare and demands, "Who do you think you are?" She whips her gaze to the quiet, dark-haired man and urges him to go. A startled Maul snaps, "Is she talking to him?" Klessa's cheeks ignite into a blush as he admits his wounds probably haven't fully healed yet. The jealous, portly man, eyes blazing, thundered that the hot springs were rumored to work wonders. The female factory worker explodes into cheers, buzzing with glee at the thought of a proper, steaming bath. Kondo grins, green-lights the idea, and tells her to spread the word to the rest of the employees. A man in a suit slumps, oozing boredom as a gothic woman leans in and asks, "Are you going?" Hidden in the tree line, a hooded figure watched every move with cold eyes, then melted into the darkness. A hooded scout tore across the field, clutching urgent news. His message rockets toward the formidable fortress of the human kingdom, the liver. A spyglass cuts into frame, its lens locking onto the distant scout signals. Through the lens, a scout bursts into view, flag whipping as he fires off a breathless report on the hot spring trip. King Black Moa and his 5 seeds erupted in blood-hot fury when his dragon was slain, and their vacation lay in ruins. He grits his teeth, his face warping into a raw, venomous fury. Juno the elf mage leans in, eyes flashing, and snaps, "Are you considering exactly what I suspect?" In his throne room, she pins him with a hard question, "Are you planning another reckless attack?" The king slams the plan aside. He knows dragon strikers already on high alert. Juno leans in, razor-focused and coiled, her face a stone mask, serious and unreadable. A cruel grin ripped across the king's face as he revealed his new strategy. The factory crew clustered, arguing over their situation, and one shrugged, snapping, "This isn't hard." A buzz-cut man glares, rage coiling inside him as he vows to hunt down the betrayer. The towering fortress of the human kingdom of Liver thunders back into view. King Black Moa 5 flashes a confident grin and declares to Juno, "Rest easy. My brilliant strategy will see us through." The shock hit Juno like a punch to the gut, shredding her certainty. Could she really shoulder a task this colossal? The king strode up the steps to his throne, his presence consuming the entire hall. He locks his gaze on her, confidence like armor, and tells her flat out, "You can do this." He loomed over the kneeling elf and bellowed her name, Juno. He leans in and says he knows she's been fighting tooth and nail just to pass the B-rank magic user exam. June slammed into silence, eyes blazing as she demanded, "How could you possibly know that?" The king bellows that, blessed by a god, his gaze pierces every hidden corner of the country. He roars, "I am the king after all." Juno looks on, a lone bead of sweat carving a trail down her temple. The king leans in, eyes cold with promise, and slides her a dangerous bargain. He can arrange for her to pass the exam. He smirks, she could walk through it with her eyes shut, but she'd pay dearly. Pulse racing, Juno's voice cracks as she begs to know what role she'll have to play to repay the favor. The king slams his decree at her. Unleash your razor-sharp skills and unmask the traitor hiding in their midst. He leans in, voice a cold blade, and snaps, "You'll do it yourself with your own hands." The team barrels into a sprawling, grimy settlement, clinging to the jagged mountainside. The workers scoff at the shabby digs, and one snaps, "We're really staying here." Kondo plants himself, voice like iron, calming everyone while his colleague frets about ghosts and bugs. They're greeted by Storm, who's getting roasted by the other demons for already cracking open a bottle. Storm thundered a welcome to the newly arrived members of Izumatani Manufacturing. A demon noble booms that this is where Storm always stays. He grins and drops that it even served as the demon tribe's baseball team's training camp. Kondo surges forward, plunges into a deep bow, and pours out heartfelt thanks for the invitation. He declares it's an honor. They've gone without a proper bath since they arrived. The demon noble sneered, snapping at Storm to swallow his complaints after accepting such a gracious invitation. A pleased Storm roared praise for Kondo's words and thundered that it's time for the hot springs. The empty hallway of a traditional Japanese inn hums with silence, pulling every breath into a hush of quiet reflection. 3 men in work clothes lounge in a tatami room, and one chuckles, admitting the place hits him with a wave of nostalgia. Murata drags on a cigarette, smoke curling as memories of the company trip to Atami crash over him. Kondo's grin widens and he nods. "Yeah, so much went down back then." The stoutman looks on, a knowing smirk tugging at his lips and mischief glinting in his eyes. Murato's eyes flare as he conjures that jaw-dropping incident, but Kondo snaps, ordering him not to bring it up. Kondo's mind rockets back to the karaoke bar, plunged into its wild, roaring chaos. The memory snaps open. A young, drunk salesman is stumbling through the company party, shouting and turning the room into a scandalous scene. He staggers onto the factory floor, slurring and barking that the workers must thank him for selling their products. A younger Kondo sitting at the table seethed, its glare sharpening into a knife of rising irritation. Grinning and drunk, a cheerful colleague slurs a dare that compels the annoyed Kondo to sing. The salesman barrels up to Murata, blanking on his own name, and hurls blatant disrespect her way. Murata's patience snaps, rage explodes, and he bashes a tambourine down onto the salesman's head. The salesman crumpled to the floor as his colleagues froze, eyes wide and breaths caught in stunned silence. Murata slammed his stance down, declaring disrespecting fellow workers utterly unforgivable. He yanks the man's hair and roars that someone who's never worked the factory floor is getting cocky. Back in the present, Murata shrugs the tale off like it's nothing, but the stout man's jaw drops at the brutal violence. Murata grimly insists punishment slammed down on him after he laid a hand on the man during the meeting. Kondo plunges back in, revealing exactly what became of the salesman next. Every day the salesman flooded the factory, scribbling like mad and hungrily learning their work. A fierce, genuine hunger to understand their craft burned in him. Rage still boiling, Murata grabbed him by the shoulder, claimed him as his protege, and vowed to teach him. A younger, resentful sub-boy slumps among them, seething as he wonders why he ever stuck with these old men. Kondo roared with pride, crowning the salesman their top performer and an unshakable asset. Subway's eyes blazed with ravenous hunger for power, craving to become something greater. The shot snaps to the women's hot spring entrance, its gate branded with a snarling demon emblem. A natural pool cradled by rugged stone sends plumes of steam curling skyward. A human woman and a horned demon girl, Ima, sink into the steaming bath and exhale long, contented sighs as the warm water peels the day off their shoulders. The woman flashes a mischievous grin and teases that Emma and their colleague Tsubi would be a perfect match. Ima stammers a frantic denial of any connection, but the heat racing up her cheeks gives away the truth. Imad dodges the question, scrambling to hide that she's on a business trip with someone named America. A spark of recognition jolted her. The name, America, echoed from a half-remembered corner of her past. The human woman freezes, it hits her. They're in full-on girl talk. Steam tore open as a colossal, powerfully built demoness with an eye patch stormed out, bellowing, "I'm huge." The other two women froze, their breath stolen by her towering stature and menacing aura. The giant woman bellows she's getting in as the other freezes, jaw dropping open. She slides into the water, serenity smoothing her features even as her imposing frame looms. She whirled to the giant Class and fired, "Are Molly and I getting along well?" Class's face goes distant, worry clawing at her as she thinks of him. Worry claws at her. He's been drinking alone in his room all day, and she has no idea what to do. She believes that if she's not there to steady him, he'll shatter into pieces. The camera slams into a close-up of Maul, worry carved into every line of their face, utterly alone. The human woman flashes a knowing smile as Kless frets over her companion. The banquet hall exploded with life as humans and demons clinked tankards, roared with laughter, and danced shoulder to shoulder. The massive wolf man and the human woman hoisted their mugs and slammed them together, roaring a toast to the prosperity they'd earned together. The older men dove into the party, laughter booming as the air crackled with joyous revelry. Two boy ghosts down a silent, empty hallway, leaving the celebration behind. He scans the party, freezes when he realizes Kless has vanished, and his mind races. Where did she go? Peeking around a corner, he catches Kless propping up a staggering, drunk figure. She anchors the drunken Maul, asking where his room is as he staggers, every step a fight to stay upright. Crouched in his hiding spot, the boy devoured the unfolding scene, his expression a locked, unreadable mask. Maul's slurred words tumble into gibberish as a booze-soaked stupor swallows him whole. Kless snaps, "Is this how a former striker captain should act?" Then drops to a hush and whispers, "Dragon." Delirium clawed at him as Maul rasped, "Will the dragon still come for me?" Kless fixes her gaze on him, her eyes melting into a tender softness. He blurts out that he's terrified, his hands clasped in a desperate, trembling grip. He whimpers, voice cracking. He's terrified to face the strikers again. He finally blacks out, booze and emotional exhaustion dragging him under. Kless lets his irritation evaporate, his features softening into a warm, affectionate smile. She enfolds the vulnerable warrior in her arms, a silent shield between him and the world. Subway continues to watch the intimate secret exchange from the corner. The shot snaps to the men's outdoor hot spring entrance. Two boys soaked alone, steam snaking off the rock-lined pool around them. He rewound the night's events in his head, a pensive shadow settling over his face. He fixed his gaze on the starry sky, and on a playful whim, wished for an angel to appear. High above, a tiny rider astride a staff streaked toward us. Subway's face erupted into a goofy, hopeful grin. The figure hurtles down from the night sky. A breathtaking elven beauty catapults into the water, shattering the surface into a thunderous splash. Subway froze, then exploded into motion, eyes wide as he barked, "Who is she?" His eyes lock on her, and realization hits. She's an enemy from the opposing army. He cracks a joke, and suddenly the truth hits. She's an elf from the enemy forces. She shoots back, an icy smirk curling her lips. "Elves want to use the bath too." His face ignites. He jabs a finger, snapping that this is the men's bath and demanding to know what she's doing here. She shoots him a sly, unreadable smirk, brushing his protests aside like they mean nothing. Stammering on the subway, he blurts out that he's been crushing on her for a while. Juno the elf locks eyes with him, her gaze searing, and asks, "Will you be my friend?" Subway staggered as a sudden proposal slammed into them, heart jackhammering and breath snatched away. A lone horn screamed across the peaks, its note ricocheting off the mountain walls. Stunned, he jabs a finger at his chest and gasps, "You really want to be friends with me?" His face erupts in a flush of hope and stunned disbelief. She launched a playful spray straight at him and shot, "Why's that a problem?" He stammers, voice trembling, "We're enemies, it's impossible." She suggests they meet up now and then and calls him by her own name, Juno. She slides in close, breath skimming his ear, and murmurs, "This is our little secret." Panic rips through the boy as he realizes just how dangerous being discovered would be. A massive splash roars up as she barrels toward him. She presses the staff's tip to his head in a tender pat and asks, "What's wrong?" A shy pink blooms across her cheeks the moment her eyes meet his. Subway hurtles into bliss-drenched delirium the moment her touch lands. Juno whispers that love is the force that shatters the wall between enemies. Swept utterly off his feet, he throws his lot in with her and pledges his wholehearted agreement. Kondo and Murata burst into view at the bath's edge. Kondo's voice thundered with scorn as he bellowed, "Sabi." Tsuboi snaps back to reality and scrambles into frantic denial, his voice cracking as he insists nothing's happening. He stammered, panic lacing his voice, "My body, it's moving on its own." He swept his gaze across the now empty hot spring, heart racing as he wondered where she'd gone. He blurted, bewildered, "She's already gone." Kondo zeroes in on Subway's betrayed face and snarls that he's flushed from drinking too much. From afar, Juno soars away, her trap sprung and the gullible man completely ensnared. An Elforman Junior steps into view, a serene, knowing smile curling at the corner of their mouth. Steam shrouds the hot spring as Kondo and Murata glare and bicker, rattled by the fact that Juna, a mage, can lift off and soar. Murata unspools the intricate three-step mechanical process that forges cans. He snaps, no motor, a goblin or a golem must be powering the roller. Murata clutches his head, panic ripping through him as the immense engineering challenge ahead towers like an impossible mountain. Kondo flashed an unshakable grin that screamed, "I can build it," and it instantly steadied him. The boy slumps alone, regret clawing at his chest. This isn't how he wanted to spend his time. Despair clawed at him, while his colleagues fixated only on cold, technical details. Dust explodes at the quarry as an army of goblins hammers, hauls, and shouts, raising a grim stone fortress. Ima, the golem user, snaps her fingers with a sharp crack and sends a command racing to her golem. A massive stone golem's hand clamped down on a heavy beam, its granite grip crushing it with terrifying force. The golem hoists the beam as if it weighs nothing. Kondo, Shankar, and Emma watch. Kondo beams, practically giddy, declaring the golem's colossal power a lifesaver. Two towering constructs hoisted heavy cargo up the ramp with surgical precision. Kondo beams at Emma, thanking her and declaring the work moved forward flawlessly because of her. At the work site, Kondo locks onto a glaring miss, and the fierce drive that pushed him earlier sputters out. He bolts to Maul's slumped figure, drops to a knee and fires, "Are you all right?" Maul clutches his head, groaning that the hangover still ravages him. Kondo leans in, voice gentle but firm, "Be careful, you're the site supervisor." Maul's face snapped into a grim mask as a familiar, unsettling presence prickled his spine. He admits the lingering aura gnaws at his nerves until he can't help but reach for a drink. Eyes wide with alarm, Kondo demanded of Maul, "What kind of presence are you sensing?" Maul snapped his head skyward and froze as the ominous shape overhead resolved into a dragon. Shankar sneers at his concern, brushing it off as nothing more than a towering monster. Kondo clamps a hand on Maul's shoulder and vows the creature won't dare come near while Gob Kitche prowls at their side. Shankar watches their exchange with a sardonic sneer, annoyance simmering behind his eyes. She snapped, "Cut the idle chatter and get back to work." Gob Kitche plants his chisel and with a single masterful strike, carves a razor-precise groove into the sandstone block. Kondo watches with a proud glint, nodding as he marvels at how practiced Gob Kitche has become. He rips into a full technical breakdown of how Quarrymen hammer wedges into seams, pry rock apart, and split massive blocks free from the bedrock. Kondo clenched a pickaxe and barked that, for now, it's all manual labor. He slams the stone with a thunderous blow, showcasing the coring technique. His expression steels as he vows to mechanize the process and squeeze every ounce of efficiency from it. Gupkichi boomed that the quarried stone will be shaped into the backbone of the surface buildings. Stone blocks slam into place, rising up into the rough bones of a goblin dormitory. He slams his fist down and proclaims their audacious plan. They're going to build their very own stone canning factory. Gupkichi belts a cheerful tune about canned goods as he works with tireless precision. That chilly underground hideout is a built-in freezer, keeping their food supplies perfectly preserved. Shankar sets snares, and in the shadows, secretly hatches a takeover plan ready to pounce if their ambitious scheme collapses. Dust and tiny pebbles rain down from the cavern's ceiling, clouding the air. The quarry convulses as alarms blast through the Kondo, and Maul shrieking warnings of an earthquake. As the tremor dies down, Kondo snaps, "What's that strange, low sound?" Maul stares, eyes cold and certain, his face a grim, knowing mask. His nod proves the sound is real. Cress hammers her ladle into a massive cauldron of curry over the fire, stirring it into a steaming roar to cook the workers' meal. Goblins surged forward, jewels glinting like stolen stars. Anticipation crackled in the air as the curry simmered. President Cereal thundered that the food was ready and barked for everyone to fall into line. Kondo erupts in praise, declaring this the first step toward a company cafeteria. Crest grins and reveals she used the curry roux the company provided. The curry roiled and bubbled, a wild medley of bizarre, unrecognizable ingredients. Serial shot Kondo a cold look and declared she de-ordered the crests to pick the ingredients. She explodes at Kondo, fury slicing her voice as she spits that crest was a terrible choice for the task. Kondo grilled her, what happened during the ingredient selection process. Crest pitched a grotesque unicorn-headed bug, and Serial recoiled as horror slammed into him. She suggested poisoned tonguegrass. Serial recoiled, gagging at the same revolting thought. Serial snaps that her palate lives in a totally different universe from Cress's. Crest rattles off the final, grotesque ingredients, one of them a potato with a human face. A steaming, bizarre-looking bowl of finished curry thumps onto the table. Gobkichi demolishes a piece of curry-soaked bread with a joyful whoop, declaring it mouth-wateringly delicious. Kondo bites cautiously, his face folding into a thoughtful, unreadable mask. Two boys huddled alone, quietly nibbling their portions as gleeful goblins whooped and feasted around them. His face melted into a starry-eyed, love-struck grin. He feels Juno's words slam into him. Love will shatter the wall between enemies. He cradles the bowl of curry, a goofy, love-struck grin lighting up his face. He's convinced her magic robbed him of the strength to even eat his meal. He lifts his face to the sky and proclaims, "Juna, my sinfully deep angel." He paces the night, desperate for her to descend to him again, ready to charge into battle for her. His heart hammers in his chest. He knows their bond has outgrown love. A cavernous rumble ripped through the quarry as the earth shuddered. A flurry of debris rips aside, exposing a monstrous, toothed maw bursting from the earth. In a peaceful room, the small-winged creature Gubkichi slumbers, chest rising in deep, steady breaths as if the whole world had paused for its sleep. Kondo, Maul, and Serial exhale like survivors, swapping grateful grins as they savor finally sinking into proper beds. Kondo's grin erupts, relief surging. They finally built a dormitory for the workers. Gobkichi snores, hoarding sleep like armor before tomorrow's grueling labor. Serial glared at Kondo and demanded, "Can you really stomach working shoulder to shoulder with our former enemies?" Kondo snaps, what would happen if the project's creator weren't on site? Sario stares down at the sleeping workers and snaps that she's incapable of such things. Shankar, the sinister demon noble, slips up behind Subway like a shadow. He bellows Tsubui's name, sneering that misfortune always finds him. He watches Kondo, overflowing with skill, get frozen out by everyone. The boy pleads, voice cracking, "I'm not being taken lightly, I'm loved." Shankar smirks and suggests turning Subway into his power. Confusion cracked in Subway's voice as he snapped, "Shankar, what do you mean by power?" The powerful, eye-patch-wearing warrior Serial plants his feet and radiates unshakable confidence. Shankar leans in as the boy's wicked grin widens and she snaps, "Do you desire me?" Chubui's eyes snap to life, blazing with a sudden, ravenous curiosity. Shankar slams his idea on the table. "We join forces and win Serial's favor." Two boys soft, knowing chuckle cut through the silence and sent Shankar reeling. Their blows slammed together as he gasped an apology and snarled he already has someone. Shankar's eyes shot wide as he snapped, "Who could it possibly be?" One of the two boys whipped around and stormed off, yelling he has to go. He bursts out, all lyric and fire, promising they'll feast on the stars for dessert. Horror slams into Shankar as he spots Suboy hoisting a death flag. Two boys and Junas perch atop a massive tree stump, staring up as the stars blaze overhead. They sank into a cozy hush, a tiny creature curled at their side and drifting in peaceful sleep. Juno pins the two-boy with a gaze, her face melting into a soft, gentle expression. Subway's cheeks flamed as words tumbled out and he stammered, "I'm so glad I got to meet you." Junus Miles laughed, saying they dove headfirst into conversations that covered a ton of different things. She remembers him pouring out memories about his father and their family home. A memory snaps into her. He'd revealed Kondo's plan to build a canning factory. Subway confesses he guards his private life like a sealed vault, almost never opening it to anyone. Beneath a riot of stars, Subway freezes, pulse screaming. He wonders if they heard his words. Juno snaps her head up, realizing he knows about her hidden struggles. He can't deny her mage exam is going to be a brutal gauntlet. They sit together as he lays bare King Black Moa's savage cruelty. He pours his whole heart into a fierce plea, imploring her not to give up. Struck by the sheer force of his kindness, Juna's suddenly crumpled and burst into wrenching sobs. Startled, the 2-year-old blurts, "What's wrong?" The instant her distress hits him. She chokes out jagged sobs, cursing the tyrant king as she mourns the beloved dragon he slaughtered. Junit spits out that Kondo's crew shattered the one thing she held most dear. She wails that her mage license is being ripped away. A cold truth slams the boy. Words alone won't solve this. Fired by fresh resolve, Juno watches as Subway hauls himself to his feet, unshakable. He pivots to her, a gentle grin lighting his face as he murmurs, "Don't cry." He vows, eyes blazing, that he and the stars will carve a path to help her. Juno lifts her gaze, fragile hope quivering along her tear-streaked face. At a sprawling stone quarry, hulking golems and scrappy goblins tore into the work, heaving and chiseling rock until the air itself vibrated. Kondo drops to one knee, carefully pinning a new name tag onto the tiny goblin. Gopsuki the goblin gapes at his ID, eyes blown wide as bewilderment slams into him. Sori erupts with joy, thrilled that every goblin is finally getting names and tags. Kondo flashes a grin and declares time cards will turbocharge their efficiency. A deep, relentless rumble reverberates through the quarry. Sori and Kondo snapped their heads around, eyes darting as they hunted the source of the unsettling noise. Kondo greenlights it on one hard rule: it must never derail their work. Outside, the team swarms around their van beside towering stacks of quarried stone. The sporty woman bellowed, "Lunchtime," and the horned woman howled, "I'm starving." The boy peeks out from behind the van, his features snapping into steely resolve. Determination burned across his face as he breathed Juno's name like a vow. His hands snapped shut into a tight fist. He resolved to postpone the work. He yanks the band's gear selector into drive. A manic grin splits his face as he vows he'll seize his goal. She shot a sheepish, sorry smile and stepped back, her work for the day seemingly complete. She hollers to Kondo, "I'm heading to lunch." Kondo plants himself and meticulously arranges his precious tools, staying behind to guard them. Sori shoots a quick look over his shoulder, annoyance flickering. He's stuck behind alone again. The vans suddenly barrel toward the quarry entrance, sending goblins skittering in every direction. Maul and Crest froze, disbelief searing through them as the vehicle hurtled directly toward them. Panic seizes Subway at the wheel. The van careens out of control. The alarm blares, "Sorry," its tone cracking with disbelief at a car parked in the entrance. The van screeches, tumbles onto its side and slams across the only exit, blocking the way out. Imag growled, "Only a golem can budge the wreckage now." Sori shouts to Kondo, jabbing a finger as the rumble surges. Kondo's head snaps up, alarm flaring across his face as the shaking surges. Cracks race across the quarry's stone walls as jagged slabs splinter and crash down. Kondo's eye snaps wide in shock as he senses the collapse closing in. A massive block of stone rips free from the quarry wall. A thunderous explosion rips the entire wall inward, blasting chunks of concrete and glass into the air. A monstrous circular maul, its rim a crown of jagged teeth, exploded out of the rubble. Sori's scream tore through the air, blood-curdling, as the creature burst from the shadows. The sporty woman and the horned woman shrieked, terror ripping from their throats as the sound tore through the air. Warrior Crest plants his feet, every muscle coiled, his face a mask of grim, unblinking focus. He realizes the beast is a worm, a ravenous terror that devours everything. The worm's grotesque, tooth-studded maw explodes across the frame. In a heartbeat, Kondo's eyes lock onto the piece. He snaps, "That's a shock absorber." His glasses flashed as his engineering mind tore the monster's weaknesses into sharp focus. Crest's scream rips through the air, demanding the others rush to save the Kondo from the creature. Ima freezes, shock and concern battling across her face. The worm barrels past the people and snatches at the Kondo's tools. Multiple jaws snapped open, ravenous, and ready to rip the equipment apart. Kondo plants himself before the towering beast, tools clenched in hand and the path ahead laid out. He explodes, thundering that swallowing his tools is an unforgivable offense. He slams his pickaxe into the earth and plants it like a dare right in front of the monster. He snarls, if it wants his tools, it has to take him with it. A spiraling storm of gnashing teeth drags him in as he stakes his pride. Sori screams his name, terror ripping from his throat as a single work show is left behind. The memory snaps to life with the old president looming over Kondo, demanding answers about the workshop injuries. The younger Kondo freezes, jaw dropping as the president's sudden question slams into him. The president slams the question down again. When are workers getting hurt the most? Kondo snaps his glasses into place, eyes sharpening as he hunts for the right answer. He snapped at the president, insisting the answer should be obvious. Kondo snarls that the deadliest moment strikes the instant pride swells into overconfidence. He says it's like sliding into a car and your skill snaps into instinct. Your body takes over like you're on autopilot. The president explains, this is the moment accidents are most likely to strike. The old president's grin sharpens as he snaps his cap into place, a knowing glint igniting in his eyes. He snaps at Kondo that he's almost there, close but not quite right. He reveals that overconfidence erupts from the subconscious. Kondo's breath hitches. When will this subconscious state seize control? The president thrusts his hand forward, 5 fingers splayed like a countdown, driving his point home. He blows the lid off an ugly truth. The deadliest moments are the 5 minutes just before you clock in and the 5 minutes right after you clock out. The old president leans in and demands, "Kondo, do you understand this crucial lesson?" Inside the worm, Kondo's heart plummets. He realizes he's blanked on his mentor's words. Pride exploded through him the moment his shift ended. The president's voice thundered as his mind kept chanting Kondo's name. He thundered that this mistake would exact a steep price. Kondo's eyes snapped wide as the brutal truth of his mistake slammed into him. He snaps awake on his hands and knees inside a pulsating, fleshy tunnel. He rakes his gaze across the grotesque, pulsing organic chamber, heart hammering as he wonders where he is. He drags himself to his feet as the pulsating, sticky ground clings to his boots. He plunges his gaze into the long, ribbed gullet, and the shape of his fate snaps into focus. Panic exploded in him. He'd been swallowed whole by the monstrous creature. A sick, cold truth slams into him. He's inside the worm's stomach. The heat slams into him, and a sickening wave of nausea surges through his gut. The ground gives beneath his foot, squelching with a sick, wet sound as it sucks his weight down. His thoughts snap to his colleague, begging that the word sorry is safe. He squints, pinning his gaze on the thin ribbon of light at the tunnel's end. Fear claws at him, but concern for her drowns it. He needs to know she's all right. Outside, the colossal worm thrashes like a living earthquake in the quarry. Sorry's scream rips through the air as the monster tears through the worksite. A worker bolts, screaming that a monster has appeared. Sorry screamed, panic ripping through the air. The crashed van is blocking their only escape. She shrieks that the beast has swallowed Kondo whole. A young woman with a bob haircut snaps her head out from cover, screaming that they must rescue their friend before he's digested. Her stout, buck-toothed colleague panics froze as realization slammed into him. By jamming the exit, he'd unleashed the entire disaster. Terror rockets through him as he locks eyes on a serene, elf-like woman calmly seated on a staff high above the chaos. Perched high and aloof, the enigmatic elf woman spreads a serene smile as she watches the unfolding chaos below. Emma, small horns jutting, jabbed a finger forward and roared a command in a strange tongue. Her 2 golems sprang into motion. She snapped, and the 2 round golems heaved against the white van wedged in the narrow passage. The bob-haired woman, terror stamped across her face, begs them to hurry. Now pinned to the ground, she screams for help as maw-like monsters bore in, their drill-like maws lunging straight at her. Cleese, horns jutting from her armor, bellowed, "Maul," and cried, "I'm charging into the fray." Maul, rugged, strain carved into his face, glared at her and demanded, "How could you possibly defeat a beast like that?" Klez declares she'll freeze the worm solid with her ice magic, then pivots to Maul and barks a sharp command. She slams a greatsword into his hands and snarls for him to hack the worm's belly wide open and wrench the trapped Kondo out to safety. Maul froze, hesitation twisting his face and doubt pooling in his eyes as he considered the dangerous task. After a moment he lowers his eyes, clenches his jaw, and with a grim nod agrees to her plan, declaring he understands. Klez locks onto him, her single eye blown wide with electric anticipation as his gauntleted hand clamps onto the sword's heel. Maul crumples into Klez's arms, voice cracking as he confesses he's terrified. Grab him, roaring that he's their only hope and that he wants to feed it a dragon. Maul freezes, heart racing, unable to tell if the raw thrill of battle or a fierce gratitude to Kondo is what's pushing him forward. Resolve snaps into steel. He decides now is the time to save Kondo and seizes his sword. Klez Rower is his battle name, Dragon Striker, his swing catapulting him headfirst into the heart of the fight. The worm's cavernous, tooth-lined maw rocketed forward, a nightmarish promise of instant annihilation. A blur tore across the scene as someone lunged with split-second, life-saving speed. She hit the ground, despair ripping through her. She believed it was all over and that she was utterly doomed. Maul rips her from death's jaws, sweeping her into a fierce, protective embrace as his sword rises overhead. He squares off against the monster, glaring with ferocious resolve and shielding the terrified woman at his back. Klez's face splits into a triumphant, fang-flashing grin as she howls. He did it. Her party braces as she channels a blizzard of power into herself, poised to unleash her ultimate ice spell. She roars and rips the air apart with ice trance, avalanche, Xerania, her eye blazing with crackling energy. A deafening, frigid shockwave detonated, ripping outward and turning everything into jagged crystalline ice. Maul looms over the icebound worm and hurls the question at the class. Did I freeze it solid? Ice entombed the worm's head in a crystal coffin, proof her spell hit its mark. Freshly rescued and gasping with relief, she shoved Maul toward the beast's maw and roared, "Hurry, dive in and save Kondo." Panting and drained, Klez confesses her magic is tapped out and snaps at Maulet. "Your turn." Before Maul can even blink, armored soldiers slam around him. His former comrades stand before him with blades bared. A stunned soldier demanded, "Why would Maul turn on us after we fought shoulder to shoulder?" Another soldier spits out their bitter motive. Maul has become too powerful for them to face. The scarred knight hurled his sword skyward, roaring that Maul had become a famed dragon striker now carrying a bounty. Still kneeling, Cleese howled Maul's name, imploring him to hurry and cut the worm open. Maul reels, utterly lost and betrayed, anguish and confusion etched across his face. Klez locks onto him, her lone eye blown wide as terror and desperation scream from her gaze. Mal spins to her, his voice cracking as he chokes out, "Are you going to betray me too?" Alone before her, he stands stripped of defenses, vulnerability raw as the crisis closes in. Klez's face twists into a furious snarl as she thunders her loyalty, insisting she's no fool who would betray someone she admires. A thin, sorrowful smile flickers across Maul's lips as her unwavering words crack his armor and soften his face. He pivots and strides straight toward the worm's massive, frozen head, hoisting his sword high. He shrugs off the charging mercenaries, rockets skyward, and drives his blade down with bone-crushing force. The great sword slammed into the frozen head, sending shards of ice flying with a deafening, explosive crack. Cleese and Maul gaped skyward, horror ripping through them as ice detonated outward. Freed at last, the worm rips through the glittering shards of its prison and lunges out, its maw gaping wide. The creature's savage thrash catapulted the swordsman backward, hurling him through the air. The horned woman felt terror claw at her, as she grasped the monstrous force needed to smash her ice prison to pieces. The worm's puckered, fleshy tail snapped through the air, spraying a fine mist. Mist erupts outward as the creature coils and rockets into the hungry earth. Maul collapses to his knees, shock slamming across his face and disbelief roaring in his eyes. He clenches the hilt of his greatsword, knuckles bone-white as frustration and the bitter sting of failure sear through him. A tight close-up on his eye lays bare the crushing weight of his defeat in that pivotal, heart-stopping instant. The camera whips to his blade, snapped clean in two. He spits a curse at the useless hunk of metal. The earth convulses beneath you, roaring as the creature rams into the soil and tunnels straight downward. The colossal worm coils its titanic body, whipping a savage vortex that grinds the stone floor into dust. One last, earth-shattering tremor, and the monster plunges headfirst into the black maw it has ripped open. Maul and the horned woman teeter on the brink of the newborn abyss, eyes burning as it tears free and slips away. A massive, perfectly circular tunnel carved into the earth plunges into utter blackness. Kliz's shot chased them. Maul's face darkened and he snapped, they'd better not. He warns that fighting the warmen inside its own burrow would hand the creature an overwhelming, unstoppable advantage. His gaze dropped to the shattered blade and he cursed. This sword couldn't cut a single thing. He seethed, thinking if only he'd had a better sword, he might have defeated it. Panic claws at the bub-haired woman as she screams, "Are we seriously just going to abandon the Kondo to be digested?" Guilt rips through the stout man as he fixates on Kondo's fate, slamming the blame squarely on himself. Close declares an immediate rescue impossible, and warns any attempt now would be a death sentence. She calls for an elite squad, and the stout man practically leaps up, grinning as he eagerly volunteers to lead. He bellowed with comic ferocity, swearing he'd pull it off and reclaim the Kondo. Tears of joy explode down her cheeks as she clutches Subba, thanking him, while a horned woman tilts her head, wondering why sweat beads across his skin. Static explodes across the frame, crackling and screaming that you're in a fierce transition forged by raw, grinding effort. Two abstract, leaf-like symbols tear through the static, pulsing like strained heartbeats to scream physical exertion. A hulking, muscle-bound man explodes into view, hammering the pedals of a wooden stationary exercise bike. The close-up slams onto his bearded face, sweat purling on the stubble and strain carved into every line of his expression. He channels raw power into a tiny stove, fueling a pot to a steady simmer in his humble workshop. Light spills across his simple wooden bed, spotlighting the sketches tacked to the wall above. He cranks a giant window fan to life. Its blades rip through the air, pouring cool ventilation into the room. One sweeping glance across his workshop reveals a humming ecosystem. every contraption alive and fed by his relentless pedaling. The machine screams and shudders, buckling beneath the brutal, non-stop force of his relentless effort. The drive belt brakes snapped with a thunderous crack. He spat a string of curses as the entire system failed. Hands planted on his hips, he burns with indecision. Could a single gentle touch actually fix this? A sudden noise at the door of his ramshackle shack jolts him upright. He freezes, pulse hammering. Who would show up at an hour like this? Is he even expecting anyone? The hulking, bearded man flings open the door to his eerie, solitary lair. The view yanks back, exposing his shack lodged inside the worm's cavernous, pulsing fleshy gullet. Crumpled unconscious on the condo's rippling floor, a man in a work uniform lay motionless. From inside, a voice sneers in disappointment. Just a drenched, middle-aged man. A lone oil lamp fights to life on a scarred wooden table, its trembling flame spilling a warm, shaky glow across the humble, rustic room. Kondo lies on a simple wooden bed, eyelids fluttering as consciousness claws its way back. His eyes snapped open, daze clouding his stare as he jolted awake in a place that wasn't his at all. He catches sight of his host's broad, bearded back, a muscular man hunched over the stove, fiercely searing and stirring. Zack spins toward him and snaps, "You awake," then orders him to wait while he finishes the meal. A steaming plate slammed down before the bewildered Kondo, its strange aroma unfurling to fill the air. Zack's eyes flash as he declares, "That's a stir-fry cooked from the worm's third stomach wall." Still dazed and unsure where he was, Kondo snapped his gaze to the strange, hulking host. Zack shoves a massive bite into his mouth, and chewing, dives into an explanation of how they ended up in this bizarre place. He shrugged and grinned at Kondo. "We're inside the worm's stomach, this is my castle." Kondo reels, stunned, and fires. "Who are you, and why hasn't the stomach acid dissolved you?" A hulking dwarf with a magnificent beard stomped forward and bellowed, "I'm Zack, a long-time resident of the worm." He swears a roaring ventilation fan saved him, blasting the creature's acidic fumes aside before they could touch him. The bespectacled man shoved his spectacles into place and shot the dwarf a sharp, knowing look that hailed his cleverness. Zack jabbed at the ceiling, eyes blazing, and declared the filter membrane up there purifies every breath sucked into his makeshift home. Admiration blazed across Kondo's face as he breathed a low, approving murmur. Inside the workshop, Zack slammed a steaming plate into Kondo's hands and demanded to know why his new companion had shown up. Kondo's breath catches as he relives the monster swallowing him whole. Then he blurts that he's a technician from the nearby mining site. He bit into the strange food, lifted his chin bowed stiffly, and declared in a crisp, formal voice, "I am Kondo." Zack pressed Kondo about running, urged him not to flee, and insisted he's happier staying here. A grim vision erupts. The shadowy silhouettes of past escapees sizzle and dissolve into bubbling pools of acid. Zack snarls that he'd warned them, they brushed him off, and one by one they met a gruesome, horrifying fate. Kondo's instincts snap to attention. He snatches a hidden meaning from the man's words and suddenly sees a way out. The dwarf snorts, deriding the idea as likely as a god and a demon lord going on a date. Kondo steels his expression into fierce resolve and snatches a sliver of hope from the dwarf's dismissal. The ventilation fan ripped into an erratic rattle, snapping both men's heads toward the failing machinery. Close-up slams in. The fan's blades shudder and lurch, spinning with a strained, desperate wobble like they're about to tear themselves apart. Zack plants his hands on his hips and snarls that the machine's drive belt now keeps popping off, time after time. Kondo locked eyes with the dwarf, worry flaring across his face as he asked, "Do you have a home to return to?" Zack tore his gaze away, voice a hollow whisper, "My home is gone now." He reveals that King Black Moa's human legions razed his dwarf kingdom to cinders. His face carved with sorrow, he cries out that his people lie scattered and lost. The camera prowls the weapons hanging on his workshop wall, every blade a cold echo of the life he left behind. Zack touches his chin, panic flaring as the worm's acid grows stronger, and his house teeters on the brink of collapse. Kondo steps forward to fix the fan, and Zack roars back like a caged beast. It's not that simple. He thumps his chest and booms that he forged the house's entire machinery with his own hands from scavenged scrap. Smirking like he owned the room, he dared Kondo, "Can you fix what Zack himself couldn't?" Unfazed, Kondo strides with razor focus, straight toward the sputtering, malfunctioning device. Zack can't tear his eyes away as Kondo prowls the machinery, every touch precise and his gaze honed to razor-sharp confidence. Kondo declares with razor-steel certainty that he understands the device's mechanism inside and out. A technical diagram lays bare the pedal-driven belt and pulley system that sets the fan spinning. Grudging respect sparks in Zack's eyes the moment he locks onto Kondo's unshakable confidence. Kondo rips open the machine's housing, ready to expose the fault pulsing at its core. Inside, he thrusts a finger at the frayed belt riding the grooved roller and pins it as the source of the problem. He calls it out like a truth bomb, the belt slipping off this exact pulley. Zack lets out a raw, frustrated grunt, wordlessly conceding as the correct diagnosis hits home. Kondo plunges his hand into the machine and rips the faulty component free in one razor-sharp motion. Kondo rips the component free and Zack explodes, bellowing stop. Kondo hoists the grooved roller aloft, the very source of the dwarf's torment. Zack jabs a finger at the gear wheel, rage boiling in his voice as he demands to know what he's doing with that crucial gear wheel. The dwarf snaps, demanding to know what Kondo plans to do with the piece he painstakingly forged. Kondo dismisses him with a cold glance and lays into the roller, filing its surface with razor-sharp, master's precision. Zack hurled himself forward, shouting for him to stop the act that looked ready to unleash destruction. The dwarf snaps, "Who are you and what are you doing?" Laser-focused, Kondo snaps, "I'm a technician." The chapter title page blazes over the ramshackle house, crammed inside the worm's belly. The file screamed across steel as Kondo leaned in, carving the metal roller into shape with surgical precision. Zack explodes at Kondo, roaring, "What do you think you're doing?" A title page thunders, declaring this a new chapter as Zack explodes, screaming about the shaving of his pulley. The dwarf barks, "Will this actually fix my equipment?" Kondo slammed his toolbox shut and announced his work was complete, sure the fan would finally roar to life exactly as intended. He thrust the newly modified part forward and declared it a drum-shaped pulley. As Kondo snaps it back into place, Zack explodes, yelling that he's ruined a perfectly straight part. Kondo snaps the new pulley into its housing with a cocky grin and proclaims it will work now. He jabbed at the pedals, daring a skeptical Zack to start pedaling. Doubt gnaws at Zack as he watches, yet he steels himself and prepares to test the modification. The dwarf's powerful legs exploded into motion, hammering the machine's pedals as he poured every ounce of strength into each stroke. He pants, breath ripping from his chest. Has the belt come off yet? Kondo, at his observation post, calmly reports that it is rotating normally, every turn precise. The fan whirls flawlessly, a smooth blur, and the Kondo lights up to confirm its successful operation. Zack explodes, demanding to know how a single, tiny tweak could have erased that relentless problem. The diagram slams it home. A crowned pulley corrals the belt dead center, while Zack's flat pulley just lets it wander. Zack throws up his hands and admits, voice sharp, that as a weaponsmith, this kind of applied mechanics lies beyond his expertise. He stares at Kondo, all crackling, wondering if he's some kind of genius. Kondo slides his glasses up, steels himself, and prepares to unveil the true source of his skill. He obliterates the myth of genius, insisting his skill was forged by relentless experience and countless trials. Kondo stares at the house, chest tightening. Zack forged his hardships into this crystalline creation. He leans in and snaps that the dwarf carries the exact smell of a fellow craftsman. Zack smirks and declares they're in the belly of a worm. He scoffs at the absurdity of holding this conversation in the first circle of hell. The dwarf slammed his fist shut, a fierce, shared purpose burning between him and his comrades. Far away, portly bellows, rallying his troops and proclaiming the formation of the Kondo Rescue Squad. A motley crew of warriors glares, their eyes drilling into EY as they challenge his competence, while Maul steps forward and presses him about the team. Y plants himself in front of them and booms, "Of course I have a plan." The team's first member is revealed. Maul, the stoic warrior, strides from the shadows, silent, cold, and ready for anything. Next strides the horned woman with an eye patch, Klez. At last, the goth-clad Amasa storms onto the scene, flanked by her two hulking golems. Y unveils his miraculous plan: freeze the worm solid, then send Maul to slice it open. Amasa erupted, voice tearing the air as she screamed that endangering her golems was no miracle, just reckless madness. A woman snaps, slamming home Y happily, branded them disposable robots for customer trouble. She remembers EY spinning slick charm at clients, while MSA stood stone-faced and utterly unimpressed. She roars, their opponent isn't a customer, it's a worm. Klez confronts Maul, fury snapping, as he accuses him of treating the golems with brutal indifference. Maul, wide-eyed and bewildered, blurts, "I don't have a sword." Klez slams a magnificent greatsword into his hands and barks, "Wield it." She pulls out the worn locket, reveals it's her father's memento and sets it in his palm, entrusting him with it. Maul takes the weapon, responsibility burning behind his eyes. Klez flashed a radiant smile, her trust in him ironclad. Back inside the worm's belly, a ramshackle house clings to the slick, pulsing flesh of its walls. Kondo rips into Sack, shouting that his proposed method won't cut it. He demands they add a second belt tensioner to hold the hand drill aloft. Zack snaps, scoffing that it's a hassle, and demanding the board be perfectly balanced. Kondo erupts, yelling that drilling straight in will spew metal shavings into the pulley's bearings and destroy them. Zack bellowed back, slamming Kondo with a warning. Don't you dare criticize the master's way of running the house. Kondo, at his wit's end, snaps and shoves the decision at him. Do it your way, I don't care what happens. He pivots away, plants himself at the workbench, and clamps his arms across his chest in stubborn defiance. Silence smothers the workshop as Zack storms back to his forge. Zack's hands quake as he fumbles through his work, his whole body trembling under a silent storm raging inside him. The fan kept spinning, its blades fighting on with a strained, rattling clatter. Zack's hands trembled and his breath hitched. He froze, unable to push on with his work. Kondo pivots to face him, eyes locking as he feels the dwarf's turmoil boiling just beneath the surface. The burly, bearded dwarf heaved his head back and unleashed a booming, amused laugh. When asked why he apologizes, he confesses the moment slammed into him with a sudden rush of nostalgia. A memory slams into him, he and his son snapping at each other, words clashing as they hammered a blade into being. And off Kondo spat, "Does the dwarf have a son?" And the warrior flinched. Zack the dwarf, grief carved into his face, chokes out that he has no idea what became of his son. Zack jabbed at the magnificent great sword and declared at the blade they'd forged together. He instantly recognizes it as a dragon striker, the dwarven sword that flies off the shelves. Kondo's expression turns deadly serious as he demands to know why the dwarf kingdom crumbled. Zack's face falls into shadow as he launches into his tale, declaring his people carved their kingdom deep beneath the earth. He booms that, as masters of the forge, they drove their dungeon's borders outward for one exact purpose. They raced toward the legendary dragon's hoard, a boundless sea of glittering treasure. They stumbled on a nest of dragon eggs and vowed to raise them into a fearsome army. His son jabbed a finger at a strange, shimmering liquid, and Zack snapped, "Don't touch it." He reveals it's a dragon's tear. It bestows overwhelming power, but dooms anyone who uses it to an untreatable disease. Zack's eyes narrow as he suspects a dragon, guarding a glittering hoard, could be lurking nearby. A caption explodes onto the scene. The echo of marching boots announces a sudden twist in events. A menacing army of human soldiers surges into the cavern, helmets swallowing their faces. Humans surge forward. Fury ignited the moment word spread that the dwarves had found the precious dragon eggs. Cruel and insatiably greedy, King Blackmore coldly commanded the assault. The dwarves were overrun and crushed. The human kingdom dragged the survivors into slavery. Zack rips into the tale. He sprinted after the human army, a colossal worm swallowed him whole, and against all odds he clawed his way back out alive. Kondo hangs on the tragic tale, sorrow carving his features and empathy flooding his eyes. Zack surrenders to fate and declares rebuilding his kingdom, an impossible dream. The rickety shack they're trapped in erupts into violent shaking, beams groaning as the floor buckles beneath them. The tremor hits like a freight train and flings Kondo clean off his feet. Kondo fired off, "What's happening?" Zack's jaw clenched, he growled, "We're at our limit." He warns the worm is about to pupate. The process will dissolve them in corrosive acid. Zack forces a sad smile, declares it's all over, yet he quietly relishes the crackling energy of their last, electric argument. Kondo roars against defeat, eyes blazing, vowing with fierce resolve that they'll escape together. Skeptical Zack asks, "How?" And Kondo's eyes spark with sudden inspiration as he jabs a finger upwards. He locks onto a filtration membrane on the ceiling and proclaims it won't let acid pass. Kondo barked that if they wrapped themselves in it, incoming damage would be cut in half. Zack snarled, slamming the gauntlet down and daring him. "Do you even grasp how corrosive that creature's acid really is?" Kondo scoffs at the warning and heaves the membrane down, ripping it apart as his muscles scream. Zack fixes Kondo with a hard stare, his voice snapping from steady to fierce as he growls, "You must not give up." Eyes blazing with passion, Kondo thundered that relentless trial and error defines a technician. Zack sneers, "Idiot," but admiration threads through his tone. A slow, genuine grin unfurled across the dwarf's face as he accepted the one-shot plan. Kondo tore the huge protective sheet down from the ceiling, the fabric slamming into place. They jabbed a fierce thumbs-up and plunged headlong into a desperate, all-or-nothing escape. He hefts the greatsword dragon striker, his grip of ice and every muscle primed to strike. Gratitude blazing in his eyes, Kondo grabs Zack, declares him his savior, and swears they will escape together. Now wrapped in the membrane like a battle cloak, Kondo pleats split open for Zack to rebuild his kingdom. A flash of steel rips the air and heralds the start of their new, solemn pact. Gripping his sword, Zack accepts the quest and snaps, "Why are you wearing that cloak, Kondo?" The hooded Kondo hissed they had to escape, and Zack snapped that only one of them could wear the filter. The technician snaps that by taking turns, they'll absorb the acid's damage one person at a time. Zack watches face a locked vault as his mind dissects the plan's every angle. The dwarf fired questions like Kondo, not the master of the house, demanding whether the cloak came first. Kondo's calm cracked, a mask of panicked exertion plastered across his face as their scrutiny bore down. He spills frantic apologies, admits he got carried away, then thrusts it at Zack and insists he put it on. Zack snapped, "Fine, I'll take it," grumbling under his breath about those stubborn dwarves. Kondo snaps that Zack isn't listening, while Zack clenches the cloak, poised to seize it. Kondo pins a strained grin, clamps down the panic, and insists he's fine. Zack doesn't need to be considered. Zack grits his teeth and barks, "You don't need that protective garment," repeating it like a dare. Their disagreement explodes into a desperate, humiliating scrap as they wrestle, claw, and snatch at the precious cloak. Kondo heaved, exhaustion clawing at his ribs, sweat beading across his face after that ridiculous fight. Zack grimaces, muscles screaming as he summons every ounce of strength and rips the cloak free from Kondo's grip. He finally pins Kondo beneath him, roaring that he's been wasting time at the worst possible moment. The Kondo crumpled to the floor, utterly beaten and bone-weary after that absurd struggle. Crashing to the earth, he panted, the X-words ripping out of him like a confession too honest to deny. Zack jabs a finger at the axe lodged in the wall and snaps that their shelter has hit its breaking point. He roared that if they didn't bolt this instant, they and the shack would be dissolved into Joe. Grim resolve hardened in Kondo's eyes as he snapped, "It's time for us to go." The two men plunged headfirst into the worm's long, ribbed, fleshy tunnel. Each step sent a wet squelch as their feet plunged into the slick slime coating the organic floor. Now cloaked, Zack leaned in and spat out the only grim escape, slipped through the creature's foul rear portals. Kondo clings to the hope this will be a quick journey, certain they can burst free from the creature in a heartbeat. Zack rips away his naive hope, snarling that the acid only grows fiercer the closer you get to the exit. Kondo snaps, "How could you possibly know that when no one has ever managed to escape?" Zek's voice dropped to ice as he revealed he'd heard the final, agonizing death screams of everyone who'd tried. He recounts the bone-chilling, drawn-out sounds as they dissolved, bit by agonizing bit over several days. He paints their fate as a morbid rondo, agony and ecstasy spinning into a savage duet of torment. Kondo concedes the metaphor is slippery and hard to pin down. Zack smirks that it sails right over some people's heads. Zack planted his heavy boots on the creature's uneven, squelching innards. They tumble into a bubbling, steaming cavern, and the sack proclaims it the second stomach. He jabs a finger at a razor-thin, treacherous ledge clinging to the slime-slick wall, their only path. Zack's voice snapped, "One slip into those pits below and you'll be the worm's next meal." Kondo's throat clenched, his face drained white as fear flooded him, one slip and it's over. They plunge into the treacherous crossing, shuffling inch by inch along the slick, unforgiving path. As Zack cautions Kondo, "Watch every step. The floors are slick enough to snatch you off your feet and fling you into danger." He panted in the Kondo, each ragged breath torn by exertion and raw terror as he swallowed and accepted the stark warning. His foot skids across the slick, pulsing, organic skin of the ledge. His balance shatters as his foot skids off the razor-thin path. Kondo's scream rips out as blind panic floods him, and he plummets toward the acidic pit below. Zack's hand rockets out, clamping onto his shirt and yanking him back from the brink. He wrenched Kondo to safety, voice raw as he admitted how razor-close that had been to the end. Kondo's foot claws back onto the slick, slime-coated ledge as his heart hammers in his chest. Zack snapped, demanding to know if his companion had been shirking his physical training. Kondo, shaken but safe, snaps that it's technique, not raw muscle, that wins. As they press on, Kondo grasps that only raw physical strength will keep one's skills razor-sharp. It hits him like a thunderbolt. Zack's strength isn't just muscle. It's a raw, living force honed to a razor edge by this merciless world. Kondo swore he'd make Zack unleash that life force in front of everyone the moment they finally broke free. Zack shoots a backward glance at the Kondo, his thoughts snapping into sharp focus. He crumples to his knees, roaring that they've smashed through the second stomach. Kondo snapped, "How much further?" and Zack grimly grimaced, "We're only halfway." Kondo's concern explodes as acid fumes snake over the Zack's lungs, eating them away. Zack swallowed the pain, snatched his cloak, and stood with renewed iron resolve. He roars that his life is expendable, only Kondo's survival matters. Zack slammed an unwavering finger forward and vowed, voice blazing, that Kondo would make it out alive, no matter what. Kondo smiles gently, steel threading his words as he swears he'll never leave his companion behind. Zack, a compact juggernaut of a dwarf warrior, shoots a tight, grim grin, understanding crackling in his eyes. Kondo blasts into the beast's grotesque third stomach, lungs burning as a raw, choking horror rips through them. Inside, the flesh-lined walls seethe as assimilated bodies writhe, stitched together into a nightmarish tableau. Horrified, Kondo reels, voice cracking, "What is this place?" Zack spits, "We're the worm's victims." Zack snarled through his narration, declaring them nothing more than lumps of human-shaped flesh. Sweat-drenched in their Kondo, they stare this nightmare down, desperate to know how they'll ever survive it. Zack clamps the hilt of his sword as the torment of their nightly death cries sears through him. He rips his massive greatsword free and barks at his companion to wait for him. Zack barrels into the wall of bodies as Kondo watches, shock etched across his face. Kondo's voice tore through the air, screaming that it's far too dangerous for Zack in his weakened state. X brushes off the pleas, his face snapping into a mask of pure determination as he coils to strike. Their hands claw at the air, mouths frozen in silent screams as he closes in. Zack plants both hands on his massive blade and drives it down in a crushing two-handed swing. A brilliant flash seared across Kondo's glasses the instant a bone-crushing blow slammed home. The swords ripped the grotesque wall apart, carving a clean corridor in an instant. Zack now stands amid the motionless, severed forms, the way forward gaping wide. Kondo gaped, awestruck by the blade's merciless razor edge, and blurted, "Is that sharpness natural?" Pride blazing, Zack roared, "It's the dragon striker, the sword I forged for a king." His companion's jaw dropped, off-flooding him as the weapon's legendary name struck like a thunderclap. They barreled onward, Zack surging ahead through the pulsing, organic terrain. They crash into a pulsing, sphincter-like opening, the exit. Kondo leans in and grills his companion. "Do you even understand how we could open it?" Zack snaps that a cold draft of outside air is already being sucked in. Nerves fraying, his companions shoved the question at him. "How do we force this door open?" Zack snaps that the worms pulling the strings, they don't have to open the door themselves. He throws out a theory, one spark could ignite the whole reaction. Zack staggered for a beat when Kondo dropped the modern buzzword, sensing, and left him baffled. Kondo slams the concept home with a blunt, gut-churning analogy, literally comparing it to inducing vomiting. A grin snaps across the dwarf's face. He knows how to jab the sensor and make a stomach convulse. Kondo jabbed a finger at the fleshy protrusions bulging from the ground, calling them their potential trigger. Zack's face went stone cold. Grim resolve burning in his eyes, he squared his shoulders and readied himself to unleash the bizarre plan. He slams his balled fist into the fleshy mound, a sickening squelch exploding from the impact. In an instant, the distant exit ripped open, flooding everything with a blinding flare of light. Both men erupt into stunned, triumphant shouts as their desperate gambit finally pays off. In an instant, the sphincter slammed shut again, hurling them back into suffocating darkness. Zack spits a curse, realizing the opening blinked out in a single impossible second. The defeated Kondo topples into rubble, snuffing the last, fleeting spark of hope. Mind racing, he counts off toe-to-heel strides, using his own foot as a ruler to measure the distance to the door. He realizes that at 10 meters, even a flat-out sprint still wouldn't get him there fast enough. Despair ripped across his face as he spat. They'll never make it in time. Zack's face fell into a grim shadow as he offered a brutal choice to one of them. Kneeling together, he snarls a cold verdict. Only one of them will escape. Far away, a modern van crouches like a lone beast beside a stone fortress in a barren land. Portly EY bellowed like a war horn, whipping his troops into motion and vowing they'd rescue their comrade Kondo. The newly formed rescue squad, a ragtag band of sword-wielding warriors and arcane mages, stands primed to plunge into the fray. Maul, the stoic swordsman, clenched the hilt of his massive greatsword, every muscle coiling like a spring about to snap. He rips the gleaming blade free, a calm mask on his face and fierce determination coiled beneath. Horned warrior Crest glares and hurls a question at Maul, grudgingly admitting their treacherous leader is the only hope left. She grits her jaw, eyes hard, and accepts the brutal truth. Their fates are now chained to this uncertain mission. EY grins, voice electric, declaring that if his plan unfolds perfectly, they're guaranteed to win. Sweat beads on his brow, greed burning in his eyes as he hungrily awaits the reward. Crest glared, disgust flaring as she caught the lecherous hunger in his eyes. He drowned in a fevered daydream of reigning as the school's top student leader, adored by girls. A twisted, hungry grin splits his face as he revels in visions of his own great talents. Ima, the cat-eared golem user, shoots him a disgusted glare, eyes narrowing as she wonders what he's smirking about. She snaps about the maddening mission and spits out, "Do we even stand a chance?" She leans in toward the small goblin Gubkichi and fires. "Do you feel the same?" Gubkichi's face snapped into a mask of pure terror, beads of sweat hammering his brow. Ima scoffs at his fear and snaps that he'd never understand what worries her. A flashback erupts. The van smashed at the quarry entrance as she stares, desperate to know why it happened. She sighs and brands the whole situation a maddening, unsolvable mystery. Her face snaps into horror as a chilling realization claws its way into her mind. Gubkichi leans in, whispering that AY is terrifying, disbelief slicing through him that he could actually pull something like that. Emmeline closes in, eyes burning, grilling the terrified goblin until he coughs up everything he knows. She leans in, every nerve taut, as he drags a dark, terrible secret about their leader into the light. The camera plunges into a deep, dark pit ripped into the earth, menace humming from its black throat. A hulking, grub-like larva barrels into the darkness, writhing as it burrows deeper. That grotesque, fleshy head swallows the frame, every glistening fold and sickening ridge shoved into your face. Trapped inside the worm, Kondo and Zack lock onto the long, pulsing tunnel of living flesh. Zack's jaw clenches as the icy truth hits him. Only one of them can burst through that 1-second opening and get out. The exit gapes impossibly far. There's no way they'll reach it before time runs out. The dwarf warrior thunders that only one path remains. He snaps at Kondo to wait by the exit. He'll be the bait, ready to lay down his life. Kondo, aghast, flat-out rejects the plan and vows they'll escape together. Zack roared that they had to chase down every single possibility, even the faintest sliver of a chance. Kondo brandishes a small dragon striker blade like a beacon and proclaims it their shared hope. Zack admits they could cut their way out, but it would take far too long. He warns that pulling that off will be far tougher than it looks. He flashes a grim grin and asks if Kondo will let them wrench him out of the beast. Sweat beads on Kondo's brow, but he nods. Their will to survive burns the same fierce fire as his. They brace, hearts pounding, gathering every shred of courage for a desperate attempt, eyes pinned on the distant exit. As Kondo shouts the signal, Zack launches his fist down to pulverize the ground once more. Corrosive acid lashes down from the fleshy ceiling, sizzling anything it hits. Zack howls a warning the moment he spots the lethal downpour barreling toward them. Panic seizes him when he realizes the exit was bait, hair-triggered, and the deadly trap has just snapped shut. He bellows that they can't withstand the acid and must retreat immediately. Kondo screams as corrosive liquid hisses, pouring down around them and eating into their skin. The two men pressed shoulder to shoulder beneath the Kondo's shaky overhang, clutching a scrap of shelter like a last lifeline. Horror surges through Kondo as the acid rages on, devouring everything. It's unstoppable, and they can't get any closer. Coughing and weakening, Zack forces out the admission. It's over, they can't both escape. He crumples to the ground, strength draining fast as he chokes out Kondo's name. He jams his sword into his friend's grip, voice cracking as he begs him to sprint out of this hell alone. He chokes out that he's running out of time and will only become dead weight for their mission. He grabs Kondo, voice raw, imploring him to survive and turn their shared dream of rebuilding the dwarf kingdom into reality. He bows his head beneath the acid rain and surrenders to his fate. He bellows that Kondo can't abandon their shared goal. Kondo fixes his friend with a steely stare and declares that life itself is a product to be completed. Zack agrees, voice like iron. Giving up now would disqualify any technician. Weariness carved his face into a grim mask of iron resolve, every breath promising he'd pay the ultimate price. Kondo barrels through a bizarre, rambling preamble, then rips the curtain aside and begins to unveil his audacious escape plan. His companions fire skeptical glances and snap. "Got any good ideas to get us out of this mess?" Kondo slams the truth. Their survival depends on Zack's legendary greatsword, the Dragon Striker. He stations them both at the exit, waits for the perfect beat, then hurls the weapon. The instant the blade slices through the sphincter, it pries the passage wide open. This razor-thin, split-second window lets them bolt free together. Kondo locks eyes with Zack, confidence blazing across his face as their shared victory settles between them. Zack scoffs, slapping the good idea aside and branding it an impossible story. He roars that the sword he forged with his son is far too precious to abandon. Stunned, Kondo snaps at Zack as those words slam into him, resurrecting the survival philosophy he's always lived by. Zack slams his hand down and roars that the life he meant by survive was Kondo himself. Kondo explodes, desperation tearing through his voice as he insists Zack must live. Zack's fist snapped shut, resolve hardening into iron as he braced to offer the ultimate sacrifice. Refusing to accept this, the Kondo tries to yank the kneeling dwarf to his feet. He howls Zack, anguish ripping from his throat, disbelief carved tight across his face. Zack pulls every scrap of strength from his bones and readies one final, earth-shattering strike. His face snaps into a mask of grim determination as he makes his decision. He sweeps his friend Kondo and the precious sword into a protective cloak, sealing them from harm. Kondo slammed his eyes shut, shouldering the crushing weight of his friend's sacrifice. Zack utters one final, heartrending goodbye and hoists his fellow technician high into the air. A last, aching goodbye carves across the dwarf's face as he forces out his final words. A memory explodes in his mind. He and his son, sparks flying at the forge, laughing as they hammered steel together. A final roar rips from his chest as he hurls the Kondo toward the distant, glowing exit. Kondo rockets through the air, a living missile swathed in a protective cloak. A cloaked figure hurtles through the long, fleshy tunnel, barreling straight for the waiting light. Zack watches him leave, arms flung wide in one last, desperate offer of support. He curls his hand into a white-knuckled fist, his sacrifice complete, haunted by the life they could have built. He erupts in a defiant roar, raw effort and burning emotion ripping from his chest as his act finally succeeds. Through the worm's eyes, the cloaked figure rockets upward toward the blinding mouth of the exit. The creature mouthed a silent farewell, swearing they'd meet again someday. Kondo lies out cold, his face swaddled in a cloak amid a world shaped by masterful craftsmanship. The camera snaps back, revealing a yawning, empty tunnel gouged out by the worm. In a cavern, the Kondo's companions swarm around a massive, ornate chrysalis. A dark-haired man roared, disbelief, ripping from his throat that someone could have escaped the worm. Cramped inside a tiny creature, the stout man gaped. He'd burst free on his own. The chrysalis peels away and Kondo's face snaps into view, dazed and completely disoriented. A horned woman with an eye patch pins him with a glare and demands, "You all right?" While someone else checks his pulse and spits, he's alive. Kondo, clinging to the last threads of consciousness, croaked, "Where am I?" with his winged companion hovering at his side. The dark-haired warrior snarled, "Don't move." Acid eats at his body, sapping every ounce of strength. Kondo's first instinct slams into worry for his friend. He snaps, "Where's the dwarf?" The two horned women locked eyes, confusion sparking between them at his question. He screams at the top of his lungs that Zack's trapped inside, and they have to rescue him right now. The warrior barks for Kondo to give up, but Kondo refuses and insists Zack must be nearby. He rips the curtain off the grim biology. At pupation, the worm liquefies its victims. The dwarf fused into a cocoon, and Kondo burst out of it. Kondo steels himself. His only shot at revenge is to lie in ambush until the worm finally surfaces. The small creature trembled and cried, "Why did someone so kind and noble have to suffer this fate?" A magnificent greatsword lies on the cavern floor, seizing her gaze. The eye-patch-clad woman snaps, "That's Zack's sword, his very own blade." The warrior breathes Zack as stunned recognition seizes him. The realization slams into him. This is the very dragon striker sword Zack was crafting. The warrior snatched the blade, his eyes burning with recognition. It was the exact sword Zack had been carrying. He hails it as an undeniable masterpiece, forged by master craftsman Zack Milligan. The group pressed against their workshop's doors, hearts hammering, hungry to hear Kondo finally unleash his full story. The camera locks onto the plain, unassuming exterior of the Izumatani manufacturing plant. Inside, the entire team converges around the massive table, leaning in as the debrief ignites. An elegant demon sneered, cold amusement flashing, as he outright dismissed the idea of rebuilding the dwarven kingdom now. Kondo, jaw set like iron and eyes blazing with resolve, declares he's heard it's still possible. He explains that a vast treasure guarded by a dragon holds the key. Kondo unleashes a gut-wrenching saga of dwarves, consumed by a burning thirst for revenge against the humans. Greedy King Black Moat's eyes blaze with ravenous desire as he fixates on the dwarves' dragon egg. A young woman's blood runs cold when she discovers her kingdom was deliberately raised to forge a biological weapon. The eye-patched woman grimly growls, "That's the king's ruthless method." A barrel-chested man clenches his jaw, a cold knot of dread forming as he imagines what new schemes the king might be plotting. She throws herself at Zack, voice cracking with gratitude. Kondo's alive because of him. Kondo slams his fists onto the table, his resolve snapping shut like forged steel. He slammed his fist on the table and roared that this was exactly why they couldn't move forward without a rock-solid plan. His face hardened into a grim mask as he barked, "Advance now." He storms into their new factory with a plan to remake it, wipe out hazards, boost safety, and lock in fair, humane working conditions for everyone. The moment construction finishes, he's ready to unleash a full-scale mass production line. He launches a distribution blitz, storming new territories to lock in steady profits. The demon girl snarls, "Only after that can we start digging the dungeon out." The young woman snaps, "Which equipment do you mean?" With a sly smile, Kondo unleashes his secret weapon, a shield machine. The stoutman staggered back, jaw slack and eyes wide as he recognized it, a colossal tunneling machine. The young woman nods emphatically, pointing out it's a colossal infrastructure project. Kondo forces out President Sari, his face hollowed by weariness but his jaw locked with fierce determination. Stare him down and ask point-blank, does he no longer want to return to Japan? Kondo reveals the dragon's hoards the tears that will drag them back. He slams the lid open, roaring that the treasure contains the fuel that powers their vehicles. Suchai the stoutman is seized by a wild, lightning-fast bolt of manic understanding. He roars that there's no turning back, they have to carry out the plan. From the doorway, young elf Juno peers in, sorrow carved into her face. Another woman yells, "Juna," her gaze snapping to the distress etched across Juna's face. Tears brimming, Juno seizes their sleeve and pleads, "Don't go home." Tucci's resolve shatters. He thrashes wildly as despair drags him under. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to abandon his girlfriend. He won't go home without her. Juno from the doorway declares it's because he likes her. Tucci crumples to his knees, sobs tearing from his chest as he chokes out that he can't bear such a sin. Suri smiles, cracked a grin, and declared Kondo's the one who desperately needs to crash after enduring that brutal ordeal. Kless, her cat ears pricking, shot her hand into the air to cut in with a question. She snaps, demanding answers about the nightmare when the van jammed the exit. She snaps that crash felt all wrong, flat-out unnatural. The goblin-like creature grins and nods, convinced it was done on purpose. Kless locked eyes on Suche, suspicion blazing in her stare. Gubkichi, a tiny winged creature, perches above and watches the scene with a knowing, almost smiling stare. Tuche fights to be constructive, urging everyone to turn their eyes toward the future. He flung his wings wide and snapped that they should live more elegantly. Perched on Suche's shoulder, Gubkichi roared that Suche was the one behind the wheel. Sari explodes, the eye-patch-clad woman roaring, both demanding to know what Susai did. A woman with tiny horns clutches a box of cereal and unleashes a harsh, alien tongue. Her colleague, the stout man named Subui, was seized by raw, frantic panic, eyes wide, breath stuttering. A blood-curdling scream rips from him as a massive, spherical golem hoists a boulder-like fist, poised to crush him. Two-boy drops into a bone-deep bow, rips out a raw confession of guilt, and leaves his comrades frozen in stunned disbelief. Cereal, accompanied by a tiny winged creature, smirks and declares she'd foreseen this outcome. Sweat pours into puddles at his feet, as the boy insists the whole thing isn't what it seems. With a sharp bob framing her face, she roars that Siabi, their longtime comrade, would never betray them. A darker suspicion laced Cereal's voice as he spat the question, had the human army bought him off? Still bowing, Subway blurts that the car careened out of control as he fought to carve an escape route. A woman with an eye-patch crest locks eyes with him, snarls that his story sounds impossible, and warns he'll face merciless consequences. Shankar swept in, an elegant demon, cruel smile curling at the lips, and coldly declared the punishment, death. Horror ripped through the two boys when the sentence landed. They begged, swearing he had only tried to move the vehicle. Shankar Niels snarled that betrayal is forbidden, and vowed he'd personally mete out the punishment. Sorry, I can't rewrite graphic violent content, but here's a tense, non-graphic alternative. He sneered and vowed to make the boy his ultimate trophy and weapon, every word a cold promise of cruelty. Petrified, the subway clutches Crest for help while Crest spits that Shankar is a demon for his monstrous cruelty. Kondo, an older man, steps between them, voice steady as he insists to Shankar that Subway never meant harm. Shankar smirks, dismissing the man's feelings like an alien code he can't crack. Kondo thundered, "We are the technicians of Izumatani Manufacturing." A flashback erupts, revealing the team's shared fire as they relentlessly hone their craft together, pushing each other to new heights through fierce collaboration. In another memory, Kondo slams his point home. Helping your comrades with their work is non-negotiable. The subway shuddered as a hand sprang up and clamped onto Kondo's jacket from behind, the grip proving he was a true technician. Tears of righteous fury streaking his cheeks, Kondo roared that no technician could ever commit such a betrayal. He swept the sobbing sub into a fierce, reassuring embrace, cradling him until his sobs slowed. The two boys' relief snaps, twisting into a cold, creeping dread. A hulking, ominous black castle looms on the horizon, smoke spiraling up from its many jagged spires. A colossal curved stone behemoth groans and shifts into place, screaming that a massive construction project is underway. The curtain lifts on the newly built Otherworld factory, a simple stone building dominated by a massive water wheel. Inside, a woman in an athletic jersey, Masui shot a demand for a status update at her colleague Aikawa. Aikwa watches the motor spin perfectly and snaps, "Take a reading now." Masui primed her multimeter, breath-catching as Kondo's brilliant idea for their power source struck her like a bolt of inspiration. Her jaw dropped as the water wheel's relentless spin powered their entire canning factory. She was absolutely stunned. IQI rips the mystery wide open and shows how flipping a motor's function instantly transforms it into a power-producing generator. He bellows that they're harnessing one of the company's motors to power the entire task. Masui's device chirped to life, and she whooped, declaring the voltage was successfully rising. Aikwa zeroes in, fingers poised to crank the voltage and flip the power into AC. He spots the worry etched across his face and snaps, "What's wrong?" Equal locks his gaze on the whirling motor, doubt lacing his voice as he asks if this will be enough. Masui confesses she's also rattled by the project's colossal scale. Sometime later, the finished factory rises like a steel colossus, standing ready in the barren wasteland. Inside, the team and their demon allies massed before the newly installed machinery, tension crackling as every gaze locked on the humming monolith. Kondo triumphantly unveils a colossal, gleaming factory built to churn out cans by the millions. He declares the biggest hurdle is cracking how to mass-produce the cans themselves. He unveils the inverted body maker, a device crafted by their colleague Moramora. Ikawa, gasping and ragged, snarls that building all four machines nearly killed him. Serial, the demon noble, scoffed, her icy contempt shredding the device's supposed effectiveness into meaningless scraps. A female colleague presses Kondo, demanding to know how they'll handle the process of filling the finished cans. Gufkichi, the tiny goblin, bursts with excitement and shouts to unleash a goblin human wave assault. Kondo, razor-calm, unveils that a semi-automated conveyor system will be far more efficient. The woman with the bob cut snaps that the machinery will rip through massive amounts of electrical power. Serial strides up to Kondo, a smug grin cutting across his face, and mocks him about the power issue. He sneered, demanding to know where they could possibly get the electricity to power it. Serial snaps. Their electricity-generating creatures are already powering another factory. Doubt gnaws at him. Can they actually run a canning factory with so few resources? Rage flares in Ikwa's as Serial's relentless taunts rain down, and the president steps forward, trying to reassure him. Serial shoved the question at them. Reckon the true cost of building a factory inside the goblin dormitories. He unveils a bold scheme to shut down their weapons production by siphoning off their workforce and rerouting them elsewhere. Serial erupted, raining fury on the Kondo and blaming it for the colossal financial disaster this failure will unleash. He slams his fist down and roars, "How exactly does Kondo plan to pull itself back from this looming catastrophe?" Serial locks eyes with Kondo and snaps, "Can you possibly salvage this situation?" The factory's giant roll-up door bucked and ripped open with a thunderous clatter. Masui beams, flings the door open, and declares her workday over. Saudi and the president gaped, shock crumbling into relief as they cried, "Is the water wheel ready?" Masui hoists a pair of thick electrical cables, terminal connectors clamped to the ends. She beams and bellows that she's brought the electricity they need. Serial gaped, sweat beading on his brow as bewilderment slammed into him at this sudden, shocking twist. Kondo shouted his thanks to Masui, who pleaded to be wired into the main breaker so he could power up. Serial sneers, certain the feeble churn of a lone water wheel could never power the entire factory. Masui stood at the breaker box, dread sparking as he feared the power wouldn't be enough to handle all the work. Banking everything on Kondo's plan, she locks her jaw, steadies her breath, and hovers a trembling hand over the main switch. The overhead lights stuttered to life, flooding the entire factory floor with a harsh, buzzing glare. Kondo tilts his head up, a satisfied grin spreading as he declares the light is finally bright enough to get to work. Sadie jabbed a finger and snapped. Only the lights are on, the machines are cold and dead. Masui's fingers fly over her gear, then a cold jolt pins her. The machines aren't moving. Serial watches, puzzled, but his eyes flash with eager expectation. Confusion snaps into a mocking cackle as he sneers that their prize machines are broken and useless. He flings his arms skyward, triumphant, and bellows that the canning factory is a total failure. Saudi snaps, "Why is this happening?" while the president stares at the Kondo, face set in a grim mask. The president hissed that it was a covert trap, engineered to unmask a human spy. Sati's eyes snap wide, and the stout man's color drains the moment someone names a spy in their midst. Serial thunders he'll seize control, ordering weapons production back online this instant. He goads Kondo, daring him to shoulder the blame for the failure and face the death penalty. Serial bellowed Kondo's name, every second taut as he waited for a response to that crushing defeat. Kondo, cool as ice, declares it was all expected. The device will now roar to life. Serial gaped, disbelief crackling in his voice as he demanded how the machines could possibly run without a single spark of electricity. Kondo's voice sliced the room as he barked at Muramura to launch the next phase. It keeps yanking a massive, thick belt off the hook on the factory wall, each pull harder than the last. Serial gaped, disbelief snapping from his mouth. "What are you doing with that broken-down machine?" She roared at them to give up, convinced their failure was total and irreversible. Calls surged upward toward the tiny goblin Golf Kichi, perched above and waiting. Gufkichi pops his head out of a high opening in the stone wall, grinning cheerfully. Each throw sharper than the last, he slings the long, heavy belt high at the waiting goblin. Gafkechi snatches it out of the air, eyes blazing as he accepts the heavy trust they've just placed on him. Down below, the other end of the belt snaked further and further around the machine's massive pulley. Serial froze, mouth clamped shut, gaping at the bizarre preparations while words died on his tongue. She sweeps her gaze across the factory and snaps, "What's happening right now?" She jabbed a finger at the belt system and demanded, "Why are you hanging a belt from the ceiling?" Kondo leans in and reveals the machine is nothing but a bare-bones web of pulleys hooked together. He snaps, turning the police cuts, informs the cans, all mechanisms are linked. Kondo reveals that in the motorless era, every machine drew power from one relentless spinning heart. He rips the veil away and shouts the name. A line shaft system, the backbone of the Industrial Revolution. A woman and a stout man reeled, eyes blown wide, as the new revelation slammed into them. The horned demon lord Shankar thunders, demanding to know how they'll generate rotational energy. A finger slams toward the rafters. No steam engine, no water wheel up there. Stoutman's sub exploded into protest, roaring that they have no electricity to power the Kondo's motor. Kondo Kamlai thundered that electricity was unnecessary. The 4 can-making machines would spring to life without a single watt. The boy and his cereal gaped in utter disbelief, unable to fathom his seemingly impossible statement. Determination blazing in his eyes, Kondo spins to face each anasanma and issues a formal request. Programmer Akanos and golem user Emma, their golems looming like armored sentinels at their sides, stride forward and seize the task with ironclad confidence. A cool, knowing smirk curls on the emo's lips as she snaps her fingers and her power roars to life. She barks an order, and 2 pint-sized, bare-bones golems stomp up to a huge crank hooked into the roaring line shaft system. One of the golems locks his grip on the wooden bar bolted to the crank, muscles coiling as he braces to heave. The crank snaps to life, hurling the line shaft's belts and pulleys into furious motion. Shankar gapes as the overhead machinery shudders, clanks, and whirs to life above him. The boy and cereal erupted into cheers, shouting that all 4 machines had roared to life perfectly. 4 colossal can-making machines roared to life, gears, belts, and pistons churning in perfect sync. Kondo hoists a flat sheet of metal, jaw clenched and concentration burning in his eyes. He slides the metal sheet into the production line's first machine with surgical precision, hands steady like a conductor cueing the opening note. Bewildered, Shankar watches the machine explode into motion, its gears ripping into work with a thunderous clatter. With one final thunderous stamp, the machine spits out a flawless, gleaming metal ring. The whole factory floor exploded into motion. Conveyor belts screamed, gears slammed, and every machine synced up, ushering in a bold new strategy. The polished metal spins across the floor, a gleaming trophy of their jaw-dropping success. Kondo watches the aftermath with a satisfied grin, his audacious plan clicking into place with flawless precision. Shankar's face went rigid, eyes blown wide, pure, uncomprehending shock at the sight. A spiky-haired worker guides a stack of metal sheets with surgical precision into the next machine. A relentless cascade of empty cans hurtles from the chute and slams into the collection tray. Shankar mutters, disbelief crackling in his throat, as cans march off the line one after another. Kondo booms that this is the can manufacturing device, driven by a single, unrelenting rotational force. He pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose, eyes narrowing as he pronounces the mechanism, a line shaft system. He slams his hand toward the towering golems above, explaining they need no power, every motion driven by raw, crushing strength. Two pint-sized golems strain at the crank, their simple labor powering the entire factory. Ma roars, proudly claiming every feat of the golem is hers. She commanded it as its user. Each one coolly cuts in, declaring he alone wrote the program for them. The golems wheel on in a relentless circle, and he admits the system is still far from perfect. He snaps that they must keep their walking speed perfectly steady to prevent production errors and inconsistencies. You all know critiques work. You admit the program still suffers from bare-bones simplicity and has zero follow-up. He snaps what actually fuels a golem's relentless energy, and is their exhaustion real or something else? Ima throws their head back and roars, "My power is the very breath of life." Echinosis gaped at her mystical explanation, disbelief cracking his voice as he blurted, "You mean nuclear fusion?" A memory snaps into focus. Ima kneels in a windswept field, her hands pulsing with soft light as she gently mends a towering, slumbering golem. She reveals that her devotion, the Creator's love, is the spark that breathes life into them. A sickening truth slams into her. She is the living power that fuels the golems. Echinosis reels, his mind exploding as he realizes this power is utterly beyond the reach of any modern technology. His blood runs cold when the truth hits. Emma alone is the linchpin keeping the golems under control. Memories erupt. He was a freelance golem programmer, and every automaton he builds now feels painfully unfinished without her. Sweat slicked his brow as he swallowed the brutal truth. He was out of his depth at this. Emma's eyes zeroed in on his odd behavior. She leaned in and snapped, "What's wrong?" She closes in, her restored boots striking the floor in sharp, impatient beats. His calm collapses into flustered stammers, as he pleads that he pours his very life into every program he creates. She sweeps his struggles aside, and declares he's far more sublime than he realizes. The second she steps into the room, everyone who knows her freezes, stammering as their words are ripped from their mouths. Her patience snaps and Ama explodes, roaring, "If you've got something to say it clearly." He flings his hands up like a white flag, crushed under the weight of it all. Cheeks burning, he mutters he can't possibly season his work with a spice called love. Ama's cheeks burned scarlet, rage and mortification surging at his bizarre interpretation. She snaps, hurling, "You idiot," and demanding to know if he's lost his mind. She cuts him off, cold as steel, and declares her system runs without a programmer like him. He's an unnecessary component. The machinery stands proven. She declares the final task is to fire up the production line. In a meeting, Serial and Subite hatch a scheme to turn goblins into a labor force. First question, which canned goods should they crank out by the thousands? Kondo snaps at Shankar. Focus everything on Sortie, it's the demon tribe's specialty. Shankar cracks a grin and vows he can rustle up as much fruit as they need. The president fixed him with a hard stare and asked him to also take charge of distribution across the whole stomach country. Shankar pounces on the opportunity, grinning wildly and boasting that this is his specialty. Serial snaps him back to attention. They still have to tackle conveyors, vacuum sealing, and labels. Shankar jerks himself back, seeing he almost let his own blazing enthusiasm and ironclad sense of purpose sweep him away. Resentment claws at him every time those model students boss him around. He swears he'll unleash ruthless business moves that shatter their doubts and make them rethink everything he can do. The scene snaps to the towering fortress that crowns the human kingdom of Chemo, its battlements slicing across the sky. Inside King Slackmore, the fifth thundered at his mage, Juno. He snarls, what else are those demons forging besides weapons? Every furtive move lights suspicion like a fuse in him. Juno reveals they're crafting a product that locks food fresh for the long haul. The ancient advisor strides forward and proclaims the technology is nothing but canned goods. The king echoes the term, voice razor-sharp as he demands to know its meaning. He locked eyes with the former head of the Royal Academy and demanded to know if he was familiar with the concept. The advisor snaps that you vacuum seal food into iron coffers, starving the air so spoilage can't take hold. Cold dread slammed into the king as he pictured that product in every hand, the kingdom teetering toward catastrophe. The advisor warns it could topple the entire human food industry. The king thundered he would never allow such a thing to happen, then turned to Juno with eyes blazing. He explodes at her, words like knives as he condemns her for failing to stall the demon's construction. Horror rips through Juno as the memory of failing to take out Kondo, and his team slams into her. The king's voice cracks. Her failure has exacted a heavy toll, and excuses won't change a thing. He snaps that she still hasn't passed the C-rank exam, and she floods him with frantic apologies. The advisor throws the useless mage one last lifeline. The king thundered the order for Juno to infiltrate the demon lord's army once more, his voice a cold blade. This is your last chance. Back at the factory, the production line roars to life, metal jaws clashing and belts whipping as it hurtles into full operation. The machine clamps lids onto each filled can with relentless clockwork precision. Cans glide in perfect formation along the conveyor belt, driven like clockwork by precise automation. Another machine slams lids down like a gavel, locking each can airtight and preserving every drop inside. The finished products thunder off the line, primed for the next stage. A massive crate cradles a pale, round sword fruit like a sleeping blade. Masked goblins methodically stuff ripe fruit into empty cans, their hands a blur of precise, tireless motion. Shinker tracked the process, a smirk breaking across his face as each step snapped into place exactly as he'd planned. A flawlessly sealed can rockets down the chute, primed for labeling and distribution. The president insists on a finished can. He admits tweaks remain but grins, this is a promising start. He and Sariel clung to the hope their wares would fly off the shelves, banking everything on Shankar to make it happen. Cut to the looming stone archway of the Demon Lord Army Reform Office. Inside, Shankar locks eyes with Juno in disguise, and flat out calls her the new merchant. Juno humbly confesses she's still a rookie and fires back. What do you want to discuss? She calls him out. She's caught him making canned goods and snarls. Why is a mage posing as a wholesaler? Shankar leans back, impressed, a slow grin spreading as he confirms he knows she flooded the stomach country with free samples. June, disguised under a turban, leans in and grills Shankar. What do humans really think of our canned goods? Leaping to his feet, Shankar roars that the long-lasting product is a massive success. Juna's Miles owns up. She's heard people call it a food revolution. Shankar basks in the spotlight, crowing that he was the one who handed out the free samples and promotional flyers. Juna showers him with praise, raving about his razor-sharp business instincts and how his name now blazes across the demon world. She winced and hissed, snarling about the brutal ache of tucking her long elf ears into the turbine. Shankar booms that the product is ahead of its time, a battle-ready stockpile forged for the wars and disasters still to come. Junaskov's jaw tightened as he realized the brilliant marketing idea was nothing but condos. At the mention of his rival, Shankar's features twist into blistering fury and he spits. What's your point? He snapped back into calm, leaned back like he owned the room and asked, how many cans are you buying? Junina draws a breath and delivers her offer, a sly, knowing smile curving her lips. She drops a bomb. Buy 10,000 cans at 1,000 floored each, an absolutely massive order. Shankar's eyes snapped wide in stunned disbelief at the jaw-dropping number she just proposed. He crunches numbers like a man possessed, seeing a windfall that will dwarf their entire yearly earnings. He eyes the opening like a predator, ready to pounce and finally prove he's superior to Kondo. The camera pins his hand in the frame, turning it into a blazing symbol of the daring choice he's about to make. Shankar grins maniacally and swears he'll haul in 10 times that. 100,000 cans. Juno locked eyes on him, mission accomplished, a sly, triumphant smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. A fork lunges in and snatches a piece of fruit from one of the finished Tudanomi cans. In his grand hall, King Black Moa sinks his teeth into the fruit, jaw dropping as its incredible freshness explodes across his senses. His gaunt advisor leans in and nods grimly. Rumors about the canned goods are already tearing through the crowds. The king lifted his goblet, took a measured sip, then snapped. This new development is a problem. Alone can perches on the plate before him, a brazen emblem declaring the coming economic war. He bellows a decree. No goods from uncertified factories will be allowed to circulate in his kingdom. The chapter's title card slams into view over a roaring, automated factory assembly line. The camera slams to an exterior shot, a plain stone factory clinging to a wind-scoured, desolate mountain ridge. Inside, a horde of goblins hustles in a tight line, jamming cans full of small, round fruit with machine-like precision. The hulking machine roars into motion, slamming down in thunderous, steady beats as it seals each can. Kondo stood tall and announced to the team that production was humming along, and they'd wrap it up in 3 weeks. A barrel-chested colleague slams the ledger down and tells Cresto the massive order will catapult the demon tribe into riches. Cresta burned with icy suspicion. She couldn't believe Shankar had accepted the deal. She waves away her concerns, gushing that Shankar has been grinding day and night studying business. Kondo pins his gaze to the clipboard, carving through every production detail with a stone-cold focus. Cresta's stomach knots as she watches Shankar get drunk on his recent victories, barreling headlong into reckless territory. Kondo snaps his head up from his work as a shadow rips across the sky, every nerve screaming that someone has just arrived. Shankar swoops down from the sky astride a magnificent white griffin, booming a theatrical greeting to the laborers. 2 factory workers gaped skyward, jaws dropping as they cried out at the bird's monstrous wingspan. Cresta's eyes flared as she snapped the ID. A high-class blackbird worth a staggering 10 million floor. Shankar Wink smirked, boasting that he'd bought the expensive creature on loan. The griffin erupts in a triumphant roar, hauling its master across the sky on thunderous wings. Cresta, a vaporous being, hissed and demanded why he'd blow a fortune on such an extravagant purchase. She roared that the demon tribe owed him a mountain of thanks for sealing the massive order of 100,000 cans. Shankar flashes a thumbs up and booms he's handing the workers a special bonus. Disgust flared in Cresta, sick of his own simple-minded arrogance. He couldn't believe he'd swallowed the deal. Kondo lunges forward, jabbing a finger at Shankar as he spits out the facts. They haven't been paid and the farmers are still owed money. Shankar snapped at Kondo, barking for silence and ordering him to focus on mass production. He bellows that this cements his dominance over Kondo as his 2 colleagues look on. Shankar roars a final command demanding the workers' respect, then steels himself and strides away. The team watches the blackbird rocket away, slicing the sky until it shrinks to a lonely speck. Cresta flashes a reassuring grin and tells Kondo not to worry, but he hesitates and admits a gnawing unease beneath the surface. Gafu, the pint-sized goblin worker, grins ear to ear as he crowns his head with a gleaming finished can and parades it like a trophy. Kondo locks his gaze on the tiny creature, his usual scowl melting into a sudden, tender softness. Gofu hoists the can like a trophy, grinning as he flaunts the perfectly applied label. Kondo slams a can down and tells Gofu canned food is their winter lifeline, keeping everyone alive and lighting up their spirits. Ecstasy rockets through Gofu as it hits him. For the first time, he's made something that truly makes people happy. She snapped awake as the truth slammed into her. They'd been churning out weapons as their main product all along. Kondo gently strokes Gofu's head, triumph sparking as they think they've finally grasped true manufacturing. 3 weeks later, the scene snaps to the human kingdom's towering fortress. A fire crackled and hissed, its tongues of flame clawing at the ink-black night sky. King Black Moa watches a colossal pyre of wooden crates erupt into a towering inferno, roaring his congratulations to his mage Juno. He declares the entire shipment of canned goods is being obliterated. Flames tore through the crates, exposing thousands of cans as the inferno hungrily swallowed them. A lone blackened can smolders on the ground, its lid ripped open, a raw, scorched emblem of betrayal. The king towers and thunders that the demon tribe still doesn't grasp one thing: humans rule this country. His advisor snaps agreement and thunders that goods from uncertified factories won't be allowed to circulate. The king sneered, refusing to lift a single coin for them. His advisor kowtows, parroting the king's decision and dropping his head into a low, obedient bow. The advisor's grin sharpens. The foolish demons don't even sense the king's masterstroke closing in. Back at the factory, Kondo pinches the bridge of his nose, stress and weariness carved across his face. He locks eyes with the disguised Juno and her masked companion, tension sparking between them. Shankar slams his fan onto the table, roaring for an answer. Why can't you pay for the 100,000 cans? Juno calmly explains that a new law just blasted through, instantly invalidating every product from uncertified factories. Kondo residents exploded into protest, insisting the goods have already been delivered. Juno's companion snaps. No contract was signed, so there's no obligation to pay. Sweat slick on his brow and rage boiling in his veins, Shankar barked that they hand over every single can this instant. Juno snapped that, since they'd broken the law, the goods had to be dealt with. A single scorched can slammed onto the table, a cold, unmistakable message. The shipment was disposed of. A punch of realization slams into Shankar. They've been set up. and Kondo pins him with a razor-sharp glare, suspicion burning in his eyes. Fury exploded in Kondo as he demanded how they could do such a thing after his team worked so hard. With a savage, synchronized yank, the two merchants tear off their disguises, their true faces snapping into view. They tear off their cloaks, revealing Ryan, the hero, and Juno, the magic user, who slam into a bold, confident pose. Ryan sneered, taunting the demons, "You should have just stayed in your place." Rage seizes Shankar the instant he recognizes them as soldiers of the human army. He conjured a searing fireball, bent into a mocking bow, and snarled that none of them would walk away alive. Juno became a blur, whipping her sword up to deflect the magical blast into a thunderous crash. Ryan roared for her to turn Shankar into ash, demanding she handle the rest. Juno clashes with Shankar as Ryan vaults past, charging straight for his target Kondo. Kondo reels back, eyes wide with shock, as the hero advances and closes the distance with relentless purpose. Ryan roars, "Close-quarters combat is my specialty." Shankar's reflexes snap at the last heartbeat. He slams his arm guard up and stops the hero's blade cold. The blow rips a shockwave through Shankar, but he plants himself like bedrock and refuses to budge. Juno's shout rips across the air as she orders Ryan to go. Ryan ripped free, shouted, "I'll be right back," and bolted for the exit. Rage snapped through Shankar as he exploded, demanding, "Are they running away?" Ryan vaults onto Shankar's prized blackbird mount and bellows, "I'm taking it." He and another demon woman bolt away, tearing through the chaos as Shankar's voice explodes behind them. "Wait." Ryan rockets skyward, sneering as he spits the words, "Cow-eared humans," at the foolish demons. Kondo and Shankar stagger, breath snatched away as their cutting-edge tech fails utterly against the world's raw, overwhelming power. Ryan threw his chest out and crowed that the hero and the mage were the unbeatable team, while Juno shrank back, cheeks flaming with embarrassment. He shoots a cocky thumbs-up while piloting the stolen mount, sealing his triumph. Sneering, the horned demon shoves a paltry pouch of coins at them, a mocking pity payment for their troubles. A lone human one-broad coin clatters into the dirt, a deliberate insult tossed at their feet. Shankar sneers, spitting contempt at the mockery, while Kondo stares back with a cold, silent fury like a blade. Soaring over jagged mountain peaks, the hero's party tore away from danger astride the stolen bird. Shankar clamps both hands to his skull and howls, raw grief ripping through him over the loss of his prized blackbird. His composure splinters as he explodes into panic over a crushing mountain of unpaid debts. Kondo stands with his back turned, shoulders locked like iron, fury coiled beneath his statue-still stance. They charged over, demanding answers, and instantly pointed to the Alpha's tuna. Kondo's face hardens and he rasps, "Something unforgivable just happened." His expression snaps into stone as he thunders that this is an insult to the very spirit of manufacturing. Saria freezes, bewildered by his words, while Clee snaps that Juno would never stoop to that. Kondo clutched his arm as a cold realization slammed into him. Their company had been deliberately targeted. He plants his feet, resolve hardening into iron as the attack barrels straight at him. Little Goblin Gafu edges forward, tears spilling down his cheeks as he hoists the can he proudly made like a trophy. He demanded to know if the can had spoiled, convinced his own label was to blame. The innocent creature's heartbreak slammed into Kondo, ripping his composure to shreds. Tears carve rivulets down his cheeks as he drops into a bow, vowing he'll never forgive them. He choked back grief as they stomped all over his workers' sincere, hard-won toil. Kles leans in, voice razor-clear. "What are you going to do?" He can see the hunger for revenge coiled inside him. Kondo snaps his glasses up, his eyes flare with a fresh, ice-cold resolve. A single tear carved a path down his face as he swore to obliterate them. He brandished the taunting coin and roared he'd forge counterfeit currency. Shankar slumps in a crumbling chamber, despair clawing at his chest while the title itself promises a story of trust. He quakes with terror, convinced his master's sturm will kill him. He remembers 100,000 cans, obliterated and dumped like refuse, burning into his memory. The memory of his stolen bird and the taunts of his enemies claw at his thoughts, turning every moment into a raw, burning ache. He ground his teeth. Sturm, his master, already knew he'd failed. He conjures Sturm's blazing fury and vows to rip him to shreds in a heartbeat. Hunched in the rubble, Shankar's breath stutters as panic surges and he claws at the debris, scrambling desperately for any way out. His eyes, wild with terror, snapped alive as a desperate idea ignited. He vows to pin the entire catastrophe on Kondo. Kondo and his team stand ready, faces hardened into grim masks, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Sturm, the wolf-like demon king, snarled, They can actually pull this off. Kondo studies the hero's sample, then with unnerving calm declares it possible. He declares a simple flat metal plate is all they need. Their stamping tech will get the job done. At the mention of that stamping technique, Sturm snapped to attention, eyes blazing with fierce curiosity. The diagram lays out a two-step ritual. Punch out the blanks, then strike the design into them. Sturm locks onto the hard truth. The faster they can produce, the better. Sari cuts in, demanding a full explanation of this world's currency system. Sturm roars and summons Cleese, the eye-patch-clad demon, ordering him to explain. CLEZ slams the human and demon-worn Broadkins side by side for comparison. A chart bursts into view, mapping denominations so alike only their tiny crests give them away. Tell me down to the last coin, how much their canned goods are worth in the local currency. Two boys' heart races, as he imagines dropping 100 million broad to buy Juno a house. Kondo fires a crucial question. Where are these coins actually manufactured? Cleese reveals they were forged in a distant land that props the whole world up. Sari demands, who commands the currency supply like the Bank of Japan? Klez drops a bomb. This nation is packed with brilliant minds who bend the economy to their will. Kondo reels as he realizes entire nations lie beyond his own. Ask them straight, are they plotting to unleash hyperinflation on the human kingdom? Kondo confirms it, then drops a bombshell. His true target is King Black Moa. He's bent on gutting the royal coffers and crashing the kingdom's economy to make the king pay for his unforgivable actions. Sturm drops a bombshell, a single broad coin worth a staggering 100 million. Kondo and Subway stagger back, jaws dropping. They can't believe a denomination like that actually exists. Sturm roared that this treasure belongs to the human race alone. It's a peerless masterpiece, forged in fire by the greatest craftsman humanity has ever known. Cleese leans in and drops this. The craftsman died long ago, so those coins are now near-mythic rarities. Storm rips the veil away. The ageless King Blackmo is hoarding the last few that remain. Kondo leans in, eyes glinting. Got a model I can use for the forgery. Sturm grins, claims he doesn't, then pulls the image from memory and draws it without missing a beat. Sari and Subway lean in, eyes alight with hope. They think they can make it work from his drawing. Sturm erupts in a thunderous laugh, poised to unleash a jaw-dropping display of artistic talent. He thrusts a laughably crude, childish scribble onto the paper, beaming like he's just unveiled a masterpiece. The team gapes, jaws dropping, as Sturman confesses he's hopeless at drawing. Claus throws up his hands in disgust and spits, "Do whatever you want." Panic explodes in Sari. Without a proper drawing, their plan is doomed. Kondo grits their teeth, there's no choice left. They'll have to sneak into the castle. Horror slammed into Sari as they stared at the deadly plan, convinced it would kill them. Kondo snarled they didn't have to steal it, they just had to lay eyes on it. He slams his secret weapon onto the table, a sleek 3D scanner that hungrily devours every scrap of data. Their eyes widen, the boy and Siri realize they can extract the data cleanly, no theft needed. Kondo grins at Klez and promises his machines will carve a flawless replica without breaking a sweat. Sturm growled a warning, sneaking and won't be easy. He warns the fortress is a twisting labyrinth, built to trap and disorient anyone daring to break in. Silence shatters, Shankar, quiet until now, finally asks, can they really pull this off? Smirks pounced on the chance, spotting the perfect opening for them. The team charges the fortress while Kondo smirks, certain the victory is already theirs. He steels himself, this is their chance, they must go now. Sturm barks, don't waste a second worrying about the infiltration. Shankar storms forward, unfurling a map of the fortress. He'd already secured it. Kondo explodes with praise for his subordinates' outstanding, take charge work. Suddenly, Sturma snaps. Rage ignites and he charges at Shankar, ripping into him over that earlier failure. Rage burned in his voice as he blamed Shankar for sinking them with the Candile, a catastrophic loss that wrecked everything. He thunders Shankar is dismissed and condemns him to execution on the spot. Shankar, panic clawing at his voice, hurls blame for the deal at Kondo and the Goblins. Sari's scream ripped into Shankar, spitting that he was shameless for his deception. Cleese bursts in, shouting she'd opposed the plan but was overruled. Rage carved Sturm's face. He braced like iron, unyielding and impossible to sway. Kondo steps forward, jaw clenched, and owns Sturm's verdict. It's their fault. Sturm forces out the confession. He's guilty. He failed to stop the suspicious deal in time. Kondo storms forward, voice like thunder, swearing he'll be the one to atone for this sin. He blurts sorry, then protests fiercely, insisting it's not his fault and he shouldn't take the blame. Kondo closes in, looming over the shackled, trembling Shinkar. He snaps at Shankar, declaring he alone secured the budget for the cans. He plants himself before the seated man and bows, openly recognizing the man's pivotal role. Suri and Subway lean in as Kondo roars his praise for Shankar, who snagged the map too. He roared that Shankar's actions demanded every scrap of praise. Shankar's eyes snap upward, stunned, as he demands to know why Kondo is protecting him. Kondo snaps, it's because they're comrades who work shoulder to shoulder. Suri winced as the Kondo's lesson slammed back into them. Their team is the most important thing they build. A man plants a soft, steady pat on his young daughter's head. She beams and reassures him she understands. Old Murata thundered he wanted the best manufacturing comrades, not glory for himself. Sturm, the wolf-like demon lord, howls his approval and greenlights a brazen scheme to forge human currency. A horned demon woman, an eye patch concealing one eye, fixes her gaze with a faint, knowing smirk. Panic clawed at the stout man's throat as he barked. Who can sneak into the fortress when our faces are already known? The young woman snapped back. I agree, no disguise, no matter how clever, will fool our enemy. Murata slams down their doubts with a confident grin, proclaiming their company already has the perfect person for the job. The Izumatani manufacturing plant's exterior looms as a relentless, electric buzz throbs from deep inside. Yoda, a boisterous salesman, thundered that he'd dominate every otherworldly market. No rival could touch him. Gruff colleague Kondo slams his fist on the desk and snarls, You want another beating with a karaoke book, Yoda? Murata sliced through the furious Kondo's rage with a cool, steady voice, telling him to drop the matter for now. Yoda salutes storms in, introducing himself as a battle-tested sales manager, primed to catapult the sales mission into hyperdrive. A female colleague tells Kondo that Yoda is practically itching to leap back into work. They hammered the mission's gravity home. This wasn't a sales pitch, it was an infiltration. Yoda beams, declaring their mission. Capture a flawless 3D scan of the legendary 100 million broad coin. Kondo yanks Yoda by the collar and snarls that he's always slacking off. A flashback explodes. Yoda, dead to the world, sleeps in a rock-solid slumber inside the company van at a park. Kondo roared at Yoda. Yoda froze, then blurted, voice trembling, that he already keeps to his own strict routine. Murata explains that Yoda, forged on the factory floor, has transformed into a razor-sharp salesman. Yoda jabbed a finger, eyes flashing, slamming his agreement with Murata's verdict about his abilities. A flashback erupts as Yoda outmaneuvers a university professor and seals a deal for expensive equipment. He locked it in by forging a quick bond with the professor over drinks. Murata grins and says Yoda's a throwback, an old-school salesman who wins people over by forging real relationships. Yoda slams his cane, eyes blazing, and roars that in every age sales live and die by pure legwork. Kondo lets out a ragged groan and snaps at Yoda to stop spouting personal philosophies and hawking a sales pitch. The female colleague snapped. How do they plan to breach the Black Moa King with that ring of ironclad guards? Murata proclaims their strategy, a full-throttle head-on sales pitch. His colleagues gaped, bewilderment crackling in their voices as they blurted, What could we possibly sell to a king? Murata slams the table and roars that their product is exactly what the king desires, human resources. She snaps, What kind of human resources are they offering? Murata snaps, cutting through the chatter. We're not offering a magic user, it's a technician. Kondo gapes, disbelief like a fist in his throat. Murata's actually going to face the infamous king. Murata proclaims he wants to meet the king. They've never met face-to-face. Fear slammed into the team, they'd be killed if caught, and Yoda locked eyes with Murata and snapped, Do you have a plan? Murata snaps, I do, as they bear down on the looming human fortress. The team surged across the massive drawbridge, charging straight for the castle entrance. Yoda plants himself beside the stoic craftsman, now clad in a simple robe and a tied bandana. The castle guards zero in, snapping, You here to sell slaves. Yoda erupts with glee, thrusting the craftsman before the throne and pleading with the king to buy him. The guards watched with weary, unimpressed faces, shrugged and stepped aside to let them pass. Yadin the craftsman heard the guards bark that he must wait for judgment. The council of elders erupted, scoffing, Why summon us for a mere craftsman? Yoda beckoned them closer, eyes sparkling with mischief as he readied to unveil the astonishing marvel he'd brought. He yanks a sleek, modern, cordless drill into view and clicks a tiny propeller onto its tip like he's arming a pocket turbine. He explains, one firm tug on the trigger and the tool springs to life. The drill screamed awake, tearing the air into a gust that jolted the elders. Whispers of awe ripple through the guards, as the tool unleashes raw power and flips its speed on a dime. Pakoma, the head elder with a magnificent mustache, gapes, all blazing in his eyes. Yoda crows that this is only the opening act of the tool's true might. He boldly claims this tool can even send you soaring through the sky. Riveted, the elders pressed him, desperate to know if his unbelievable claim was true. The head elder whirls and bellows, "Bring them before the king." Elder Pakoma thundered that he would grant them an audience with the monarch. Kondo's jaw drops at the audacity of Yoda's bluff, as Yoda flashes a confident thumbs up. From his throne, the king glares down and booms, "Can this slave girl even wield the tool?" The elder's voice booms as he reveals the visitors have hauled in a bizarre, crackling device brimming with dangerous power. The king leans in, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Tell me what you intend to do with it while I'm watching." Yoda's gaze snapped to the massive, ornate shield looming on the throne room wall. The elder boomed that the shield is a national treasure, forged from priceless hiltite ore. His hand shot for the tool, resolve hard as steel. He was ready to start the demonstration. He vows to punch a flawless hole clean through the shield with a single hand. The king leans in, a grin forming as the craftsman's audacity electrifies the challenge and pulls him in. The craftsman stood ice calm and accepted the challenge, fully aware of the razor-edge risks. The king throws down a deadly condition. Fail and his skull will be pierced, a hole right through his head. The craftsman flips open his briefcase with icy calm, unveiling a gleaming array of modern tools. He rigs a hydraulic puncture, metallic clicks snapping like a countdown as the mechanism comes alive. He snatches the perfect drill bit from the case, primed to tear into the task ahead. He slots the clamps into the center punch with practiced, surgical precision. The tools lie in perfect formation across the table, each one set with surgical, meticulous care. Tools at the ready, the craftsman proclaims he's about to begin. The king gapes, realizing he's never laid eyes on tools this bizarre. The craftsman clamps a wooden guide onto the priceless shield with surgical precision, fingers steady and unflinching. The king scoffs, dead certain no force, blade, spell, or cunning trick could ever pierce that shield. The shot slams in, locking onto the razor-sharp, spiraled tip of the premium drill bit. The craftsman rammed the whirring drill against the shield, eyes and every nerve locked on the spot. The king's eye shot wide in shock as the drill sank its teeth into the metal. His eye locks like a vice, concentration razor-sharp as he works. The drill slams through the shield, carving a flawless surgical hole. With chilling calm, the craftsman snaps a different tool onto the shield's surface. He slams the magnetic chuck into place. It snaps shut with a solid, resonant clank. He thrusts the tool into Yoda's hand, eyes locked, and snaps, "I'm counting on you now." The craftsman allowed himself a grim smile. He'd bought them about 10 minutes. The magnetic chuck's internal timer ripped through the last precious seconds. The king gapes, disbelief ripping across his face as he takes in the impossible feat. Voices barked at Yoda, yanking him into a sprint to finish his part of the covert mission. He bolts through the sprawling, opulent quarter, his briefcase clenched in his hand. He snatches up the map and rips his gaze across it, hunting the king's bed chamber like a hound on a scent. He's banking on the craftsman's handiwork to ignite a flawless distraction for him. He snatches the briefcase and clamps it to his chest, the handheld 3D scanner locked tight inside. At last he stands before the ornate door, the exact one from the map, and a jolt of recognition sears through him. He cracks the door and peers into the room, scanning every shadow to make sure it's empty. He burst into the magnificent, empty bedchamber, opulent furnishings glittering in the hush. Back in the throne room, the magnetic chuck ripped loose, slamming free with a deafening packer. Unfazed, the craftsman plucked the device free from the shield with steady, sure hands. The king's face goes cold with dawning horror as he whispers, "No way." Inside the bedchamber, Yoda scrabbles on his hands and knees, desperation driving a frantic search across the floor. He racks his brain for the coin's location, scoffing as he rules out every cliché hiding spot. His eyes snapped wide as a bolt of inspiration struck him, a book. He pivots and locks his gaze on the towering bookshelf pressed against the wall. He locks onto a row of unnaturally fat tomes. Memories of his hiding spots snap back into focus. On the bookshelf, a lone, ornate volume blazes like a jewel, screaming for attention among the planar spines. They fling the book open and gasp. All its thick pages are completely blank. A man's face snaps into view, a grinning mask of manic, triumphant glee. Inside the hollowed-out book, he yanked out a massive, intricately carved dragon medallion. A distant voice rips across the air, barking that he must hurry and finish the task. He brandishes a sleek, modern, handheld 3D scanner as a glowing grid of light shoots from its tip. He hunches over the medallion and kicks off the high-stakes scan, every nerve taut and his eyes locked like lasers. Panic explodes in his eyes as he howls inside, desperate for more speed. A soft knock reverberates from beyond the grand chamber door. A woman with long blonde hair proclaimed her presence to King Black Moa. She plants herself before the ornate doors, pulse hammering, hand curled on the handle as she steels herself to step into the royal chamber. She blasts her voice into the throne room. "King, are you in there?" The man Yoda froze mid-step, panic stamped across his face the instant the interruption hit. The scan of the priceless 100 million broad coin races to the finish, a hair's breadth from completion. Cornered, discovery a heartbeat away, he claws for an escape as his mind races for any plan. In the hallway, the woman declares she's come to discuss her magic user's examination. She braced to handle it herself, then a brutal clatter from inside yanked her heart into her throat. Her eyes snap wide, alarm stabbing through her as a sudden noise rips the silence. An elven guard hurtles to her side, breathless and fierce, demanding, "What was that sound? Is the king safe?" She watched, concern etched on her face, as the guard marched toward the door. Inside the opulent bedchamber, Yoda plants himself squarely in the king's bed. In a desperate, wildly bizarre ruse, he plants himself shirtless in a tub brimming with roses, each exhale spilling ghostly vapor. The elven guard person froze, raw, undiluted shock painted across her face. Yoda wears a breezy, unconcerned mask, but a faint blush paints his cheeks. The guard jabbed a trembling finger and demanded, "Who is this intruder?" He snaps, ripping into her for crashing into what he insists is the king's private quarters. The guard froze, words tripping over each other as he stammered. Did she just intrude on a private matter? He roared that it was plain as day. He and the king were bound by a secret, special bond. The guard's cheeks flamed crimson at the scandalous implication. He swallowed, accepted the story, and barked, "Get out." She hurled herself at the heavy door and slammed it shut. Mortified, the guard bolts down the long, echoing corridor, panic flaring and embarrassment scorching his cheeks. Mortification contorts her features as she bolts away. Yoda slams back into the tub, a huge, relieved sigh bursting out. His bluff worked. Seething in silence, he stared daggers at Kondo, certain his boss had cooked up this ridiculous, humiliating fiasco. In the throne room, the craftsman Kondo plants himself before a long table, his demonstration complete. He hoists the shield aloft, a flawless hole punched through its center, and roars, "It's done." King Black Moa gaped, disbelief burning in his eyes as he tried to fathom how one hand could pierce the shield. A flashback snaps in as Kondo slams a magnetic chuck onto the ornate shield. The hydraulic puncher roared to life, shearing through the thick metal in a thunderous, decisive crunch. Kondo thrusts the damaged shield at the king, eyes blazing as he demands the monarch's assessment. The king froze, his face locked into a stunned, blank mask of bewilderment. Perched on his throne, he gives a slow, grudging nod, admitting Kondo wielded that strange implement with masterful precision. Kondo snapped that it was a hydraulic puncture, a device that rips through steel plates with terrifying ease. The king leaned in, fascinated by the craftsman's tool, then his grin froze and a cold shadow crept across his face. He snarled, tearing Kondo down as nothing more than a laborer. Kondo listens in stoic silence, his face unreadable, while the king rattles on with a smug, condescending speech. The king thundered that Kondo was no different from the dwarf slaves, bent and hauling ore in the mines. Kondo locks the king in a hard stare and challenges him. "Do you truly understand the nature of our work?" The king roared a rhetorical question. "Why must my subjects toil?" His face snaps into a grim mask. He snarls that they have sinned. He scoffs at Kondo's work, calling it pure punishment for being used. He thunders that this is ceaseless retribution for the sins of their ancestors. The king thunders that his royal bloodline borders on divinity, its fate sealed and impossible to defy. He flicks Kondo away with a contemptuous wave and snaps, "Get out of my sight." A low, settling chuckle rumbled from Kondo's lips. Relief surges through him, a sly, knowing smile curling at his lips. The camera rockets in, slamming a tight close-up on the king's crown as its sharp, imposing points gleam like blades. The king reeled as Kondo's sudden, insolent reaction slammed into him. Kondo shoved his glasses up and sneered that the king's caliber was no greater than that. The advisor erupts, roaring in outrage at the Kondo's flagrant insolence. The insult lands like a thrown knife and knocks King Blackmo rigid. His mouth snaps shut and he stands speechless. Kondo snarls he takes no pride in a king who sneers at honest labor. He snarls that the king is a neglectful CEO whose careless choices would drag his company into ruin. The king's face snapped into a feral snarl, pure rage exploding at the comparison. Kondo jabs one finger up and drops a bone-chilling prophecy. Something terrible is about to happen. He roared that the king's castle and the entire kingdom would be breached and razed with terrifying ease. The king burned with white-hot fury, teeth clenched in a silent scream. In a heartbeat, Yoda materializes at Kondo's side, his timing razor-sharp. Yoda rockets forward and drives his fist square into Kondo's jaw, catching him off guard. The older man hurtles backward, launched by the unexpected blow. Yoda fakes a terrified gasp and snaps at his boss. "What are you doing?" Tears carve lines down Yoda's cheeks as he launches into a perfectly rehearsed performance. He erupted at Kondo, voice a thunderclap. "How could you say those things to a client?" The two men erupted into a rehearsed shouting match, hurling barbs like weapons as the king watched, utterly bewildered. The king gapes at the bedlam, eyes wide as confusion claws across his face. Kondo jabbed a finger at Yoda and kept the charade rolling with the cool, practiced ease of a seasoned performer. He rips into Yoda, hammering him for his insolence right in the king's presence. An advisor bellowed at them to end their brawl in the throne room. The king's court froze, faces blazing with disbelief as they watched the shockingly unprofessional display. At last the king roared, and the guards surged forward, flinging them out on the spot. Back at their factory, the team regrouped and ripped into a fast, furious debrief of their successful mission. A ring of colleagues leans in, eyes glued, hanging on every word as the infiltration's tale pours out. Murata, the manager, owns up. Yoda lost it and struck Kondo. He smirks, revealing that getting thrown out was the exact, carefully orchestrated move in their plan. Yoda beams proudly, boasting that Kondo ripped into Black Moa with a harsh but necessary dressing down. Erica, a female colleague, goes pale and hisses that they've just provoked a deadly enemy. Murata drops a bomb. Kondo's tirade was a razor-sharp, calculated diversion designed to drag everyone's attention away from Yoda's mission. Yoda's tears were real. Raw, bone-deep fear tore through him and spilled down his cheeks. Murata hails Yoda, declaring a top-notch salesman lives on raw guts and the daring art of bluffing. Yoda soaks up the applause, chest puffed as he boasts his masterful acting stole the show. He shouts his fantasies, seeing himself burst into this new world and nail his acting debut on center stage. Kondo, gravel-voiced and scowling, snapped, "Don't let success go to your head." Erica explodes into a grin and declares, "Mission accomplished, we've secured the 3D scan data." Their tech expert, Akawa Bursin, slammed a fist on the console and roared, "Analysis complete." A young woman thrusts a laptop forward and declares she crafted the drawings straight from the data. The team surges around the laptop, crowding close as their eyes lock onto the screen. On the screen, a flawless 3D rendering of the dragon coin erupts into view, a god-tier creation. Master craftsman Murata gasps, mesmerized by the razor-fine cross-hatching weaving over the dragon's scales. Kondo, the manager, whips around to Murata and snaps, "Can you actually make it?" Murata's grin snaps across his face as he declares, "I'll never know until I try," then leans in, eyes flashing, and asks, "So the plan is to buy out the king?" A bespectacled man snaps his glasses into place, his mind burning with the promise he swore to his fallen friend Zack. Jaw set like steel, he swears he'll buy out every single one of the enslaved dwarfs. The story erupts in a vast, echoing quarry branded Salesman versus King with Assassin. Dwarves bake under a blistering sun, bodies straining and muscles screaming as they pry glittering ore from unyielding stone. Two hulking dwarves grunt and strain, hoisting massive boulders onto a swelling heap. A young, brawny dwarf heaves his pickaxe in a thunderous arc, his face steeled in exhausted, razor-sharp focus. Sweat streams from his brow as he throws every ounce of his massive strength into the back-breaking work. The elderly, goblin-like dwarf suddenly crumples from exhaustion, bellowing for his companion. The young dwarf bolts to his side, scolding him for driving himself ragged after his recent collapse. The older dwarf sprang to his feet, gasping, and barked at the young man to stay back. He fires a warning. Tower guards will assume he's plotting an escape. The young dwarf swears he will never abandon a comrade to die alone. Rose watches, pride flaring in her chest, and proclaims he's truly Zack's son. From a distance he watched, every brave move etching the dwarf's ironclad loyalty to his comrades into his memory. From the high watchtower, a guard bellows down, ordering the lazy dwarves to stop slacking. Another guard snarls, "No home, be grateful we enslave you." The young dwarf plants himself like a carved mountain, knuckles white, silent fury coiling as he stares down the guard's taunts. Rose locks eyes with the young man, her voice raw as she implores him to never let go of hope. The young dwarf swears his father, Master Craftsman Zack Milligan, will save them. The shot snaps to the deceptively ordinary exterior of the Ismatani manufacturing plant. Inside, the factory chief hoisted the human realm's 10,000 floored coin high into the air. He grabs a coin and rasps its edge with clinical precision, the young female colleague beside him gasping, frozen in stunned disbelief. Another man leans in and boasts the chief can identify any material by touch, color, and scent. A harsh filing scrape ripped from the coin, its face etched with an intricate flame-like crest. The chief flips the coin, studies it coldly, and declares it's cast from copper or nickel, just like Japanese currency. The portly colleague erupts in a triumphant whoop, grinning as they realize they'll easily score every material needed for counterfeiting. She demanded, "How are you going to crank out coins by the millions?" The chief slides his glasses up, and with a single sharp look, announces they're firing up the powerful press machine. His colleague nods sharply to show she understands the process, then slams the mold down, stamping flat metal plates with a thunderous clang. A sly smile curls on the chief's lips as he wonders whether his underground press machine will still hum to life. A bolt of excitement electrifies him as he recalls it was last used to make golf course medals. Kondo watches the chief cradle his machines like children, endlessly tending every bolt and wire as if they were alive. The chief slams the schematics onto the table. He's got them, and he can run the machining center to carve the molds. A tiny winged creature snaps the plan into place, spool raw materials onto a reel and feed them straight into the press. The chief hoisted a 100 million floor coin high and boomed that it was already complete. His colleagues went silent, mouths gaping at the coin's absurd thickness and intricate decoration, whispering wild guesses about how he'd made it. He rips the veil away and unveils his secret weapon, a wire electrical discharge machine, the EDM. A sophisticated machine channels a lightning-thin electric current that slices metal with surgical 2-micron precision. The portly colleague declares, 140th, it's the diameter of a single human hair. She clutches her head as her mind spins, stunned by a brutal, laser-sharp precision that shouldn't be possible. The chief clasps the perfectly crafted coin, its gleam a brazen testament to their jaw-dropping skill. His gaze snapped to the distant city he must conquer, and with a hard edge he declared, "It's up to Yoda now." The scene snaps to Yoda, suited and sharp, flourishing a magnificent coin for all to see. He halts at the threshold of the towering throne room, briefcase clutched at his side, primed to execute his mission. From his throne, the king stares down the long hall, intrigue sparking at the sight of the visitor. King Blackmore's voice cut through the hall. It's rare to find someone who holds a coin this valuable. He gaped, disbelief ripping through him, that anyone besides him would have a 100 million floor coin. Yoda declares his organization spans nations, then slams the coin down and exposes it as a counterfeit. The advisor's massive mustache bristles as he looks on, his face locked in a stern, unimpressed scowl. The king flashes back to their last encounter, and Curly demanded to know Yoda's business this time. Rage boiled in King Blackmoa as he thundered, "What profit could I reap from a counterfeit?" Unfazed, Yoda flashed a confident smile and confirmed the king's suspicion. He brandishes 4 counterfeit coins and slams down a brazen offer. A sly grin curled his lips as he asked to rent every dwarf slave in the country. The king's mind explodes with disbelief. This man has 4 of the coins. He roars, demanding to know what Yoda plans to do with the dwarves. Yoda feigns eyes snapped wide as he demanded, "The king truly doesn't know." He rips the veil off the secret. The dwarves were hunting a colossal horde buried beneath the earth, fiercely guarded by a dragon. The king scoffs, sneering that the treasure is nothing but a legend. Yoda proclaims his intel is clear, the treasure is real. He roared that the dwarves had already gouged deep into the mountain, their tunnels snaking far beneath the earth. The king bellows, accusing Yoda of a foolhardy command that sent the dwarves clawing through the earth for the treasure. Yoda beams, declaring he's got just the thing to help. He snaps open his briefcase, yanks out a handheld metal detector, and flaunts it like a magician unveiling his grandest trick. The king sneers, dismissing it as more junk, then roars, "What can it do?" Yoda barks for him to watch, drops to a knee, and demonstrates with the counterfeit coins. He hoists the device over the coin, and it instantly explodes into a frantic, ear-splitting beep. The king jolts, eyes wide, snapping, "Does that device make a sound if you're made of metal?" Yoda grins and declares it's a metal detector, its coil lashing out with electromagnetic induction to sniff out metal. Their targets didn't notice as 2 dagger-wielding assassins melted behind a column, peering out with blades poised to strike. Yoda suggests, hand the dwarves an enhanced version and it becomes utterly priceless. The king snapped that a tiny detector would crawl for ages before it even sniffed the treasure. A supersized version would be the perfect tool to crush this job. A gleam of interest flares in the king's eyes as he strokes his chin, his gaze sharpening with cold calculation. A predatory grin slid across his face as he hatched a greedy, razor-sharp plan. Greed spikes, he decides it's more profitable to let Yoda unearth the treasure, then slay him and seize it all. He bears a predatory grin, picturing himself snatching the glittering hoard and dragging the dwarves into his grasp. He slams his terms on the table, a steep fee and a full report the second the treasure's uncovered. Yoda beams, promising to race back with the news the moment it's found. He snaps that renting the dwarves shackles him to the king. He has to report to him. The king roars with laughter, convinced the foolish salesman hasn't even realized he's being toyed with. He leans in, voice venomous, and taunts. 400 million is the floor, is that all you've got? Yoda snaps his head up, his face hardening into sudden seriousness as he demands, "What do you mean, king?" The king sneered, goading him. "Is that all you've got? Can't you offer more?" He sneers, writing Yoda off as a lowly merchant with barely any coin to back him. Yoda clicks the latch, flips his briefcase open, and turns the moment into a full-on dramatic reveal. The cases burst open, spilling stacks of gleaming counterfeit coins. He bellows that if the king wants money, he'll unleash an endless river of coin. King Blackmo's features twisted into a cold mask of raw, insatiable greed. Back in the factory, the coin press thundered like a war drum, pounding out coin after coin under the steely gaze of the workers. The colossal machine roared as pistons clanged, and iron feet hammered the floor with relentless industrial power. Murata, eerily calm, drops the bomb on his stunned colleague. The 10,000 floor coins are being mass-produced. The machine's powerful stamping mechanism slams down like thunder, striking out blows at blistering speed. Crunch the numbers, 288,000 coins minted in a single 8-hour day. Stammers, the female colleague, wrestled with the enormous number. Murata slams it down. That equals a staggering 288 billion floors per day. Horror slammed into her and she screamed, "They can't possibly make that many." Murata plunges his hand into a bin of coins, letting them clatter as he unveils a ruthless plan to buy up all the high-value goods. His colleague's face goes white as horror seizes him. This will unleash catastrophic hyperinflation. A vision of a raging mob, pitchforks and spears raised, smashes into her and confirms her fear. A coup d'etat is imminent. A tiny winged creature pops from behind the machine, peeking out and chirping to prove what was just said. Kondo, the engineer, cradled the creature gently, voice raw as they bewailed that their blood and sweat work had been smashed to ruins, and they'd been paid nothing. Gobkichi grits its teeth, contempt blazing across its face, a raw, brazen insult hurled at every creator. The young woman's Surrey gaped, horror blazing in her eyes as she cried, "This injustice must never be forgiven." Kondo's face hardened into an ice-cold mask of fury as he swore to annihilate the king and raze his nation to ashes. High atop a jagged cliff, Gobkechi scans the desolate mountain wastes, his gaze heralding the dawn of a new chapter. The tiny creature's face lit up, eyes blazing with pure excitement and hungry anticipation. A man in a suit, Yoda, and brawny dwarf Zack thundered at the head of a massive procession of their kin, met by an ecstatic Gobkichi. Beside Terry Eyes, Gobkichi explodes with excitement and shouts the triumphant return of Kondo and Yoda. Inside their headquarters, Kondo roars his admiration as Yoda bursts in triumphant, flanked by dozens of dwarves. A tight line of newly freed dwarves forms before the factory, their hard-won sanctuary in this strange world. Cleese, horns bristling, eye patch flashing, greets Kondo and he erupts in praise, lauding her for hauling every last dwarf back. Panic rips through the portly man as the memory of the greedy king, who nearly had them killed, slams back into him. Cleese demanded, "Did you hand over all 30 of the magnificent 100 million broadcoins we forged?" Yoda smirks and drops his game-changing gambit. He rented the entire dwarven workforce instead of attempting a direct buyout. Kondo rips his gaze from the celebration and zeroes in on a single dwarf nestled in the crown. Calm and certain, he locks onto the muscular dwarf and declares him Zack's son, and he's right. Shock ripped through the dwarf when he realized Kondo actually knew exactly who he was. Kondo declares he matches his father's towering height and carries that same familiar Olslick scent. Yoda jabbed a gnarled finger at the Kondo and told the dwarf, "That's the man who stood with your father at the end." Sorrow shadowed his face as the dwarf pressed Kondo to recount his father's final moments. Kondo drops into a reverent bow, his voice cracking as he reveals that Zack's father bravely sacrificed himself by acting as a double. A wizened dwarf pleads with Zack's son. Don't let them offer you up as a sacrifice for someone else the way they did your father. At the mention of Rose, Zack's son's eyes flickered wide as the story slammed back into his memory. Rugged warrior Maul ripped the veil off the truth. The man named Rose was the dragon striker. Maul reveals that, with his last breath, Gaysack Milligan, the master craftsman and Zack's father, pressed his great sword into Zack's hands. He thrusts the magnificent blade into Zack's son's hands, convinced the sword would be happier in his care. Maul roars that he already wields the ultimate sword, slamming his arm to point at the horned warrior Klez. Klez plants her feet, clutching the blade, her father's cherished memento that she entrusted to Maul. Zack's son locks his gaze on his father's legendary sword, jaw clenched, eyes blazing with cold, unbreakable resolve. Gratitude floods him as he accepts the sentiment, but the blacksmith in him insists his father would have wanted the sword wielded by a far more skilled hand. Maul and Sis roar that the dragon striker sword finds its true meaning and purpose when clenched in his hands. Zack's son flashes a confident grin and vows he'll one day forge an even greater sword himself. He vows to trade for his father's sword then, and Maul lunges at the offer, declaring it a smart, profitable bargain. He faces Kondo and declares, fire in his eyes, that he doesn't want a weapon. He wants the fabled dragon's treasure to rebuild the dwarf kingdom. Their hands crash together in an ironclad, bone-shaking handshake, sealing their brand-new, momentous pact. Kondo vows full cooperation, recognizing Zack as both his benefactor and a fellow technician. Zack's son's face snapped into a mask of grim determination, jaw locked and eyes blazing as he braced to charge down the brutal road ahead. Kondo zeroes in on the next phase of his plan. Its fate hinges on Sari and Aikawa. The wooden wagon wheel clattered like a warning bell, heralding the start of a perilous, uncertain journey. 3 horse-drawn wagons, piled high with a mountain of cash, thundered through a dark, foreboding forest. Tsubui, the portly driver, trembles with fear, certain they're barreling through a deadly stretch and about to be ambushed. His young companion Aikawa trembles with equal terror, white-knuckled on the reins as doubt claws at her courage. A boy hisses under his breath that the Kondo's plan is reckless, dead certain they'll be discovered and attacked. His fears erupt into reality as a ragged gang of bandits barrels out of the woods, grinning and shouting a disturbingly cheerful greeting. From the back of the caravan, Sari bellows to the president, "Bandits, we've run right into them." The bandit leader sneered, snarling that they weren't bandits at all, just men collecting taxes from travelers. A desperate shout rips out, "Aikwada, hurry, carry out your part of the plan." A forsaken figure wearing a bizarre mask stalks up to Sub and sneers, "What's this suspicious cargo you're hauling through the mountains?" 2 boys drenched in sweat, frantically bluffing they were on an official mission to transport cash for the human government. The bandits erupt into raucous laughter and sneer. What crime could possibly stick to us for stealing the cargo? Aikawa shot to his feet atop the wagon and hurled a defiant challenge at the gathered bandits. A fierce resolve hardened her face as she seized the edge of the canvas cover. She yanks the tarp aside in a heartbeat, and a mountain of glittering silver and gold coins floods into view. Coins explode from the wagon, a glittering avalanche of untold riches raining and clattering across the forest floor. Rooted to the spot, the bandits froze like statues, disbelief carved into their faces as the treasure gleamed before them. "It's the same," she screamed, ripping the canvas cover back. Boom, a second mountain of cash, every bit as massive, explodes into view, freezing the bandits with mouths agape. The stunned silence explodes into a frenzied whoop as the bandits dive headfirst into piles of cash. Sari screams, "Mount up." The others leap onto the horse and bolt away while the bandits are distracted. Sari Asakawa reveals that their abandoned companions confirm they're gleefully looting the treasure. Aikawa crows that she's plundered their own cargo, every crate seized exactly as they'd planned. A final crack of the reins and a shouted command send the group exploding forward, hooves thundering as they race for safety. The wagon's rumble died away as they tore out of the shadowed forest, the bandits' ecstatic whoops shrinking to nothing behind them. Sari burst free and let out a trembling, victorious sigh. She admitted the ordeal had terrified her and simply wasn't suited to her. The boy snapped, "Wasn't that a bit too forceful?" Sari laughed it off, waved a hand, and admitted his hands were shaking from nerves. Kondo, who'd been driving the wagon all along, drops a bombshell. The 3 of them were hauling genuine currency. Back at headquarters, the team ripped into a debrief about the run that hauled coins their colleagues swore were counterfeit. Kondo dropped the bombshell. 300 million broad per wagon, 900 million in total. Kondo's face hardened into a grim, determined mask as he declared the sum more than enough to unleash crushing hyperinflation on the enemy kingdom. Akawa snaps, worried. Will scattering cash actually move the needle if the average populace just pockets it instead of spending? She points out, hand most ordinary people a sudden windfall and they'll clutch it tight, shove it into savings instead of splurging on luxuries. Kondo slams his hand on the table, a thunderous beat that declares he's already handled that variable. He warns that every world breeds greedy, lawless scavengers who claw and scramble, desperate for every coin. Akawa shot the question back, dumbfounded. Who could these rapacious, lawless scoundrels possibly be? Kondo's face snaps, shut the moment he realizes the people he'd been counting on are nothing but antisocial forces. The revelation slammed into his colleagues, jaws dropped, eyes wide, and they blurted out, could such forces really exist in that other world? Kondo's ice-cold gaze locks onto them, confirming they're real. Then with one razor-sharp word he brands them bandits. He reveals the whole ambush was staged. He funneled the wagons straight into notorious bandit territory. Subway's face blanched to bone white, horror ripping through him as the cash transport plan's terrifying genius snapped into place. Kondo admits he deliberately let 2 wagons fall into the bandits' clutches. The stolen 600 million, he boasts, will be unleashed with wild abandon, drowning the market and igniting an economic collapse. Sorry demanded, what's the money from the remaining wagon, the one they escaped with, going to be used for? Kondo slams a list down and orders them to spend their remaining funds on these exact materials. He leans toward his colleague Murata and declares that another phase of his intricate plan will kick into motion before they return. Murata smirks, a conspiratorial spark igniting in his eyes as he concedes it might be exactly the plan. Cut to the human kingdom of Kimo, a colossal terraced fortress rising like a mountain of stone, towering over the land. Inside the royal treasury, the chest slammed open to reveal towering, gleaming stacks of 100 million broadcoins. King Black Moa palmed a coin, greed twisting his face into a mask and lust glittering in his eyes as he traced its cool, ridged edge. Alone in his cavernous throne room, he leans close to his scribe and asks if he can hear the voice of the 100 million broad coin. Tears of joy flood his face as he clutches the ultimate treasure, convinced it has finally come to him naturally. He roars to his scribe, ordering him to ink the divine oracle into the kingdom's official history. He lifts the coin into the light, and the intricate dragon etched on its face explodes into crackling, otherworldly energy. The coin's square core, once locked like a perfect puzzle piece, begins to pry itself free from the main body. The king gapes, disbelief etched across his face, as the coin he holds splinters and crumbles in his hands. The tiny square, once the coin's core, snaps loose and drops, striking the surface with a faint metallic clink. A perfect, gaping hole yawns in the coin's center, ripping the dragon's image apart. The king's face twisted into a raw, blank mask of horror, his eyes gaping chalk-white. He slammed to his knees in the grand hall and screamed, disbelief shredding him as he stared at his precious 100 million broad coin, shattered into pieces. His hands quake around the now worthless coin, a crushing proof of his utter ruin and the spark that sends his kingdom crashing down. A grim-faced minister delivers the crushing news to King Black Moa. Every one of his other coins is ruined. They fling open the treasure chest and discover every coin center punched clean through, every last one exposed as a counterfeit. The king roared in denial, insisting they were indistinguishable from his genuine currency. Flashback slams in. His minister leans close and urgently proposes an exchange with the neighboring kingdom. He'd clocked that the other country's currency was locked in an iron grip, infamous for its ruthless controls. The king's head reels. Why would anyone sink to this, not even for a single woman? He reels as a memory crashes in, the grinning peddler who masterminded the deal, and the truth slams him. It was a con. His minister growled that the peddler hadn't acted alone. He reveals the coins were precision-crafted, so their centers would tumble right out. The minister slammed his verdict down and declared without a trace of doubt that this was the handiwork of a master craftsman. He demanded of the king, "Have you forgotten that recent humiliating incident?" The king reels, remembering the supposedly indestructible shield, its perfect hole punched clean through. The face of the one who pierced his shield slams into his mind as horror claws its way in. A memory snaps into focus, Kondo clutching the punched-out piece, exposing him as the craftsman. King Black Moa erupted in a volcanic rage, swearing he'd never forgive them. He barked orders, sending his men to flush out their hiding place and unleash the most excruciating, soul-shredding torture. In a quarry, a thunderous host of dwarves surged together, laughing and whooping as they crowded before the mountain cave. Inside, the freed dwarves crowded around a massive steaming pot of stew and shoved it into their mouths, relief pouring through them as they finally ate. Murata, their leader, grabs Kondo, voice cracking with fierce gratitude as she thanks him for dragging them out of brutal labor and the jaws of starvation. Kondo bows low and murmurs he was only honoring a promise to Zack to topple the king. He brandishes one of the counterfeit coins, roaring that it's the reward for their freedom. Kondo slammed his fist down and thundered to Murata that the dwarves were now free people. He commands them to return to their homeland and pour every ounce of their strength into rebuilding it. Murata practically bursts with gratitude, vowing to repay the debt with a hidden treasure. Kondo, jerking his glasses into place, snaps that treasure isn't what he wants. He vows, voice trembling with hope, that one day he'll forge marvels shoulder to shoulder with the dwarves. At the feast, a colleague snatched up the counterfeit coin, eyes alight, and demanded to know how it had been forged. Morrison, a gruff craftsman, brushed him off and growled that the explanation would be wasted on him. The colleague brandished the coin, smirking. Not even the king had noticed the seam. Kondo slams down the number, a microscopic 0, 3 millimeters, so tiny it vanishes to the naked eye. When asked how they cut metal with pinpoint precision, Morrison fires back, wire EDM. A diagram shows a wire shearing a square peg clean out of a cylinder. Kondo leans in, smirks, and reveals the intricate machine slices through the toughest metals with raw, crackling electricity. My colleague's jaw drops, a 0.3 millimeter wire that can exist. Morrison confirms, here only god-tier skill will do. Kondo thrusts a cold, solid metal cylinder into his colleague's hands and snaps. Look. The colleague gapes at a plain metal rod as he's sharply ordered to stand back and just watch. The camera lunges in, revealing a gleaming, mirror-smooth metal object that looks utterly solid. A slick shove and the perfect square peg pops free, laying the same trick bare. Kondo snarls that it's a mere sample to flaunt their skill and laughs off the idea of a 0.3 millimeter wire. The diagram screams the wire maxes out at 0.1 millimeter. It demands a 1 millimeter guide hole. The colleague rakes his hands through his hair, jaw clenched, as the method flat-out refuses to make sense to him. Morrison snaps, berating him for not getting it, then drops the bomb. They'd crafted 2 identical pieces. The diagram slams it home. One piece sliced from the outside, the other ripped out from the inside. Another diagram shows the peg ripping free from one piece as the whole tears away from the other. The final diagram snaps the 15,000 peg into the 15,000 thream hole, leaving a hairline thream gap. The colleague gapes, utterly floored that someone executed such a fiendishly complex technique on the coin. He cornered Morrison and demanded to know exactly how many incredible skills he had. There are more Sun jokes than anyone could spit out in a year, even if they were over 100 years old. Kondo revealed they'd coated it with a feeble adhesive, so the center would give way and drop out. Murata rises, pins Kondo with a steady stare, and his face hardens into a grim seriousness as he speaks. He snarls the clock is ticking. Once the king uncovers the ruse, he'll marshal his forces and unleash war. Kondo smirks and confirms it was all part of their plan, the first arrow fired from their strategy. Snap to Humboldt Car's bustling human capital, a teeming hub pulsing with relentless energy. The horse-drawn cart thunders to a halt before a sprawling inn, and the group tumbles out, ready to collapse into a long-awaited rest. Inside the cavernous inn, the group dove into beds, safety cloaking them for the night. Relief surges through her as her cart, crammed with 10,000 broad coins, stands secure. Her companion frets that, starting tomorrow, snagging supplies will turn into a brutal struggle. Suddenly, the portly man's eyes snap to the familiar, rowdy group tearing up the street below. The bandits erupted into wild whoops, taunting their duped targets with triumphant shouts that they'd pulled off the con. From the end window, the observers watched the bandits whoop and revel, unmistakably having the time of their lives. Unaware the coins are fake, the bandits roar with triumph, drowning in their ill-gotten gold. The woman at the window scoffs. Exactly as Kondo predicted, they're splurging like there's no tomorrow. They upend the sack, and a torrent of counterfeit coins cascades out, glittering like a rain of stolen stars. A mustachioed merchant freezes, jaw dropping, as a towering mountain of coins and bills buries his desk. The brutish bandit leader leans in, voice like gravel, and snarls at the merchant. You want the money. The merchant confesses he was blindsided by an order to erect a colossal castle. His voice cracks as he stammers that rigid procedures must be followed, nothing starting anytime soon. The bandit leader barked a gravelly, "Shut up," drowning out his words. He roars that the merchant is the designer and he is the client. Consider it done. Trembling, the merchant swallows hard and vows the castle will be his absolute top priority. The bandit leader tilts his head, gives a slow, deadly nod, and says he understands. He then drops a bombshell. He'll pay 100 times the estimate. The merchant gapes, choking on his words as he stammers, "Are you serious?" The bandit snarled his confirmation and demanded coin on the spot to kickstart their colossal castle. Bandits poured into the streets, bellowing they'd raise a castle and buy up every last supply. From the end window, the women crowd the glass, eyes wide as chaos balloons below, concern coiling in their stomachs. A heavy-set man rushes up to them, worry carved into every line of his face. She bites her lip, stares at this, and wonders, our price is about to skyrocket. She reels as bandits snatch up every last thing, hurling absurd stacks of coin to buy it all. Her companion nods grimly. Supplies will dry up and prices will skyrocket. Dread explodes in her chest as she realizes Kondo has kicked off his plan to unleash hyperinflation. The scene snaps to the human kingdom's fortress, a towering stone colossus that casts a long shadow over the land. In the throne room, advisors slam a map onto the table and jab a finger at the man who's been orchestrating all their woes. Two elven figures burst in, breathless and furious, reporting this man has been meddling with their demon-slaying operations. The king clenched a coin in his palm, fury igniting in his eyes as he recognized his nemesis, Kondo. A new chapter erupts as Kondo's group stands in a quarry, ready to strike first. Attack is the best defense. Murata, the dwarf leader, bellowed, "We must part ways for a time." He swears they'll repay every last cent they owe him. Kondo cries out for the dwarf kingdom's restoration and sends them on a daring quest to recover a lost treasure. While Murata pinpoints its location, a vision bursts to life. A colossal dragon standing guard over a snarling horde. Murata vowed to hunt down the treasure for Kondo's sake and slammed his hand down, sealing their pact. Kondo clasps his hands in thanks as a horned woman smirks, noting he looks unwilling to return home. Kondo's group waved as the dwarves vanished into the dark tunnel leading back to their homeland. A demon's shout rips through the farewell, calling Kondo and cutting the goodbye short. A spy hurtles down the long road, bellowing that he carries a report from the human kingdom. He crashes into the room, gasping, and blurts to the horned noble that the counterfeit coin has been unmasked. Kondo snapped. King Black Moa seen through their ruse. Dread exploded in the demon woman's chest as she realized the king was about to unleash a brutal, all-out war. Kondo's calm voice slices through the tension as he vows they won't stay silent in this conflict. Kondo rips off the mask. He'll torch the counterfeit cans and erase a crushing debt. A pint-sized goblin snarls, vowing the producer's tears won't be in vain. Cress's voice cracked as he begged to know if they could still snatch victory against enemies expected to surge in from beyond the zone. A confident Glen blazing in his eye, Kondo vows to her they'll undoubtedly win. He bellows with fervor that the best defense is a preemptive strike, a full castle siege. His companions snapped. That fortress is shielded by a powerful magic barrier. Kondo unveils a daring two-pronged assault, one strike raining from the sky, the other erupting up from underground. Cress spits disbelief. How could they possibly dig a tunnel with so little time? Kondo's eyes harden into grim resolve as he proclaims the shield machine's debut. The camera rockets in, revealing a custom-built shield machine roaring to life as hulking golems pound power into its glowing core. In the meeting, the portly man unfurled the shield machine's structural diagrams and slammed them onto the table, forcing the team's full attention. Ichin snaps to attention as the programmer bluntly notes the plans are still rough and demand further development. He dove into the machine's control system and slammed into a brutal, tangled challenge. Ima, the golem user, snaps, "You're seriously going to unleash 3 of my creations?" Kondo snaps, "That's right, this machine is basically a modern subway excavator." The diagram lays bare the TBM's monstrous scale, and Kondo winces, admitting it's simply far too big. He booms that their smaller model will tap into Golem's brute strength to rocket itself forward. He sees the torque demand is colossal, so he bolts in a custom gear to crank the power into overdrive. Murata, the master craftsman, zeroes in and nails the exact planetary gear system they need. The illustration slams the planetary gear into focus as it grabs screaming high-speed rotation and hammers it into raw, crushing torque. Kondo tasked Murata with the brutal manufacturing challenge, and Murata answered with a thunderous roar. Ima storms up to each of them, declaring she expects a hefty reward for her help. Her golem's power core, she explains, feeds on her healing. She needs constant care. Ichinos, a man of pure logic, froze as her abstract requirement detonated his certainty and left him utterly baffled. Ima roars, "I am the creator who breathes life into the golems." Ichino's, cool as ice, declares he's already cracked her energy problem. Her eyes snap wide and she blurts, "Are you going to heal me?" He proclaims true healing, stopping fatigue before it starts, powered by hyper-efficient programming. He flashes a cocky grin and roars, "This is my chance to prove what I can do." Ima's cheeks flamed, and her words died as she realized he'd completely misunderstood what she meant. Kondo watches them, grinning as their chemistry crackles and hope blazes in his chest. Hambakar explodes into view, the human capital, a vast city pulsing with restless life. Inside the tavern, Sari and Masui burst into action on a high-stakes mission with their colleague Tsuboi. The boy clutches their cargo like a lifeline, nerves coiled, absolutely certain thieves will try to steal it. Outside, a creaking wagon stacked with barrels of sloshing slime idols in the street. Panic rips through him. He's convinced a robbery now would spell catastrophe. Sari and Masui huddled, urgently hashing out their dwindling supplies, then a vendor stepped in and relief crashed over them. A local farmer frantically whips a massive vat of glistening slime, eyes wide at the sudden demand. He grudgingly admits his fertilizer flew off the shelves, but magic fertilizer just undercut him by becoming cheaper. Sari roars he'll snap up the slime at a sky-high price, an absolute lifeline. The farmer snaps, "What are you going to use that slime for in your magic-free agriculture?" Sari explodes into a fiery, buzzword-laced pitch about her healthy food company. Her blazing, youthful ambition stuns the farmer, and he leaps at the chance to team up with her for joint research. She casually dropped a plan to build a global business, and he froze, completely dumbfounded. Her colleagues froze in horror as she barreled into a wild, non-stop rant about stocks in the NBA. Subway lunges to pay, but his companions scoff and order him to ignore her nonsensical babble. Musui grins, stunned at how surprising ditzy President Sari can be as she cheerfully tucks into her food. Two boys gaped, disbelief slamming into them as their boss erupted into wildly bizarre antics. The tavern explodes into panic as patrons spot empty shelves and prices skyrocket. A hooded figure leaned in and hissed that soon their money would be worthless and they'd be left to starve. The boy and Masui lock onto the hooded man who's been stirring up trouble. The boy burst forward, pointing at the man. "That's our colleague, the salesman Yoda." The tavern explodes as patrons swarm Yoda, shouting that he's been spreading false rumors. Masui realizes with horror that this must be part of an order from Kondo. Yoda flashes a manic grin, confirms it, and rips Kondo's ruthless strategy wide open. He warns that engineered inflation will inevitably explode into riots. They'll unleash rumors like wildfire, sparking a storm of chaos long before the kingdom can even mount a defense. Horror claws into Sari as they realize this will ignite not just chaos, but a full-scale civil war. Panic rips through the boy as he screams the Kondo's name, frantic to plot their escape from the city. The shot snaps to a lone hut, rain pummeling its roof as it broods on a barren, wind-scoured plain. Inside, the captured dwarf writhes in his bonds as a figure wielding tongs looms toward him. The muscular dwarf seethed, hurling a defiant glare at his captors. A black helmet at night brandishes a fistful of 10,000 broad coins. He declares the amount impossibly vast. No way their country could have minted that much. He slams his fist down and roars, "Why would a common thief be carrying this much money?" The dwarf smirks, spits the bitter truth. "Money makes the world go round." The knight snapped, "Counterfeiting our currency is a grave crime." He plunges the tongs into the brazier until they glow blood-red, ready to begin a brutal interrogation. He slams red-hot tongs onto the dwarf's face, snarling, "Where's the source?" The dwarf clamps his mouth shut, knowing execution will come no matter what he says. The room lay choked with his comrades' bodies, their pockets emptied and every last coin already spent. A soldier storms up to the captain, panting, and spills urgent intel he wrung from another captive. He slammed a document onto the captain's desk and shoved it forward for the captain to review. Under brutal interrogation, the captain's eyes harden as the prisoner confesses. The dwarves are preparing to ambush the cash transport. The document captures a sketch of the portly bucktooth man mid-transport. The captain's eyes shot open as he realized they'd orchestrated this strike to trigger a public interrogation. The chapter explodes open on Ima, methodically dragging her tongue across the craggy hide of a towering stone golem. At his desk, programmer Echinos grapples with a labyrinthine technical problem, every keystroke a desperate strike against the code's tangled heart. Shock pins him in place as golem power alone gouges out the entire shield machine tunnel. The diagram lays bare the machine, and Echinose's eyes lock onto a critical flaw in the control program. In a stripped-down animation, a lone golem jolts as a voice snaps, "Don't push too hard on your handle." The other golem snaps to the handle lightning and throws its weight into a vicious shove. The crippling flaw: the mute golems can't communicate with one another, so their actions never line up. Ma fears forcing them to work will pile crushing weight on their shoulders and snap them. Each of them rakes a hand through his hair, frustration sparking as they scramble to find a way to make the diggers tear through the earth with machine-like efficiency. His anguish snaps into a manic, ecstatic grin, pure, electric programming joy. Ima's skin prickles at his twisted smile, and she asks, "What's wrong?" He looks right through her, buried in his work, and rage boils in her veins. Her cheeks balloon, frustration seething as she's utterly ignored. She erupts, demanding why he isn't listening, snapping that her golem work is almost done. She glares, fury crackling in her stare as she realizes he's utterly absorbed, blind to everything else. Ichino fixates on his screen, gripped by the gnawing certainty that his solution is missing a crucial piece. A bolt of insight slams into him. Something's missing. He blurts, then he cracks a grin and quips, "That's it." Hema explodes, roaring that there's not enough love, the same cry he'd bellowed before. A determined blush floods her face as she swears she'll be the one to teach him about love. She gives his shoulder a gentle prod to snag his attention, her voice barely a whisper. She closed the gap, voice dripping heat, and purred, "Want to talk with me about love?" Ekinosi stares back, his logical mind shattering under the force of her suggestion. Horror slammed into Ima when he simply stared back, vacant and baffled by her advance. She seizes his shoulder, her bid for romance imploding into humiliating defeat. Kondo, the engineer, sits at his desk, muttering technical acronyms as he wrestles a brutal brain-bending problem. A lightning bolt of genius rips through him and he roars, "Internet of Things." He exploded, and Emma, the horn golem user, froze, eyes snapping wide as confusion crashed over her. He crackles with excitement as he lays out a plan to link the three golems into a synchronized network that digs with machine-like efficiency. Heat floods Ima's cheeks as she reveals that golems can share a single consciousness. Gripped by a surge of gratitude for the inspiration, Kondo suddenly sweeps a stunned Emma into a fierce hug. He showers her with thanks, declaring this will keep the shield machine roaring at full speed. Caught off guard by his sudden hug, she yelps stop as her face flares bright red. Her initial resistance crumbled, her hand, trembling, hesitantly settled on his sleeve. Her fingers clenched a fraction tighter as her protest faltered into a thin, trembling whisper. She tosses her words aside, "Don't take me seriously," while everyone he knows gapes at the painfully awkward moment. She recoiled, whispering a sheepish apology, and left the condo standing there, bewildered. Inside the factory, a crane guided a colossal gear down, slotting it into the machine's waiting heart. Murata, all grit and callous, crouched beneath the crane and manned its controls, guiding the towering machine with pinpoint precision. The manager beams, smile wide, and calls out his name like a warm welcome. Morita pressed the manager for an estimate of how long the shield machine will take. The manager pins the timeline at 1 to 2 weeks. Murata's jaw clenches, it's impossibly tight. The manager greenlights the perfect time frame, sending the other teams charging into full-on prep. In town, President Sori storms the market, snatching up the essential supplies the operation needs. Maul and Klez roar orders, forging a rabid horde of goblins into a ruthless, battle-ready force for the coming battle. Murata slammed his fist down and shouted, eyes blazing, that the enemy could strike while they're still scrambling to prepare. The manager plants his feet, voice steady, "Don't worry, zero in on your manufacturing." Sparks rain down as Murata welds a component, nostalgia crashing over him like a freight train. He stares down a mountain of past failures and channels every scar into a fierce purpose through his work. He sinks into this new world of laser-focused craftsmanship, confidence settling into his bones. The scarred worker glares, knowing Kondo will shoulder the blame for whatever comes next. Perched high on a jagged cliff, humanity's colossal fortress looms like an iron sentinel over the world. Inside the throne room, an advisor barrels in before King Black Moa, breathless, and declares the demon attack has been delayed. The advisor warns that hunger has exploded into the streets. Riots have erupted over food shortages. Rage boiled in the king's veins as he ordered the rebels and their entire families executed. His advisor recoiled, horror seizing him as the king unleashed draconian, merciless measures. The king thunders, "My word is law, only the gods stand above me." Frozen, the advisor broke into a cold sweat, silent terror, clawing at him under the weight of the king's tyranny. Sari's team thundered into the city, their wagons groaning under stacks of barrels. They tore into the supply run plan, crowing about the mountain of herbs they'd bought for potions. They're scrambling to snatch the last potions they still need. The president seals a daring deal with the farmers, locking down a massive supply of liquid slimes. In the market, citizens erupted, their shouts ripping through the stalls over the impossibly high prices of goods. The president's wanted poster lies stomped flat in the dirt, its edges caked with mud. From his balcony, King Black Moa beholds flames tearing across his city. His advisor leans in, voice tight with urgency, and demands, "How can the war proceed while the riot keeps escalating?" He snaps that most soldiers are pinned down quelling the unrest, so launching a deployment is impossible. Bewilderment roared in the king's voice as he demanded to know what had sparked the widespread riots. The advisor admits they were duped into sparking hyperinflation by cranking out money by the truckload. Horror floods the king's features as realization crashes down. He's walked straight into a trap. He watches his city erupt in flames as his advisor keeps delivering a grim report. The advisor bellows that an elite enemy unit is bearing down on the castle. The main demon army, a savage horde of goblins, thundered forward too, a dark tide on the march. The king clamps onto the stone railing, knuckles bone-white as rage and panic claw through him. He roared for his mages to slam a crackling barrier into place and shield his homeland. Sari's caravan bolts through choking smoke, desperate to tear away from a city swallowed by raging flames and chaos. Fresh from escaping the riots, the president's brief relief shatters as panic surges. They suddenly realize they're being targeted. The lead wagon's driver whips a terrified glance over their shoulder as pursuers thunder closer. Hooded, weapon-wielding figures erupted from the woods, every step pulsing with pure, murderous intent. One of the ambushers rockets forward, spearheading the assault. A spirit hurtles with lethal precision, straight for the president. The spear rips into the wagon floor, skimming past the terrified president by inches. The president howls, "It's over," convinced their doom is inevitable. Sari grips the reins and bellows they can't give up. A divine victory is about to erupt. The attackers freeze, thrown off by her, racing to find out what she's up to first. Sari's face snaps into shock as her eyes lock onto something far off. In the distance, a tornado rips into being from thin air, like the sky just conjured a living nightmare. Panic ripped through the ambushers as they howled that a tornado was barreling straight at them. A savage whirlwind rips through their ranks, flinging the figures skyward like ragdolls. Rooted to the spot, my voice stolen, I can only watch as the ambush is obliterated. The road lay strewn with the shattered bodies of the would-be attackers. The winds falter, the tornado unravels, and a lone figure steps out from its collapsing heart. The towering werewolf stern explodes into view, hoisting a heavy barrel onto his shoulder. He rips a toothy grin and quips that it's good to get out sometimes. Far beneath the earth, a steel colossus devours bedrock, carving a monstrous tunnel. Kondo's team fires up the shield crusher and hurls it into the fray. Perched on the platform, M and Ichinos lock their gaze on the scene below and nod sharply. The operation has begun. The company president thundered, "The time of judgment has come." On the surface, mages conjure and sustain a shimmering, hexagonal barrier that rings the city. Clinging to a roaring griffin, Ryan grips its mane and pleads to her companion, "Can we truly win this war?" The city lies besieged, black smoke clawing up from its towers beyond the barrier. Juno plants her feet, voice like steel, and snaps, "Don't worry, this barrier can't be broken." King Black Moa stood on his balcony, eyes fixed on the battle below as flames devoured his city. His advisor barreled in, breathless, shouting that the demon army's advance was racing toward them far faster than anyone had expected. Rioters ripped the city's defenses to shreds, demons surged through the breach. The advisor's warning sliced the air. The dreaded dragon striker hides among the enemy ranks. The demon king sneered, likening the defenders to moths helplessly spiraling into a ravenous flame. Far below the surface, the shield machine rips through rock, its drills roaring with savage, unrelenting force. The tunnel convulses, shuddering as debris hammers down from the ceiling. The president bellows the Kondo's name and triggers the alarm as the collapse accelerates. Kondo and Emma slam their hands over their heads as chunks of rubble rain down around them. Panic erupts in Kondo as he spots the entire tunnel teetering on the brink of collapse. The president paces like a coiled spring, desperation clawing at his throat as he pleads for reinforcements to arrive any second. His face hardens into a mask of stress as the situation spirals into deeper peril. The truck barreled up, and the driver shouted that she'd brought the requested liquid slime. Relief explodes across the president's face, cracking it into a wide, relieved smile. Hino's gawked, jaws dropping, and burst out. What is this slime for? Murata barks, watch, the spiral cannon will explain everything. The driver blurts, I've got a gift from Sturm too. The president barks to Murata, bring the cannon to life now. Murata fires up the portable generator. It roars to life, primed to flood the device with power. He roars, fires the cannon, the barrel snapping skyward. The cannon roars, spewing a high-pressure spray of tiny, googly-eyed slime creatures. The slime slammed into the share's crumbling rock walls, splattering sticky goo across the stone. In a heartbeat, the tunnel is swallowed by a slick, dripping veil of gelatin that clings to every surface. The horned woman's head snaps up, confusion blazing across her features as a spray of googly-eyed slimes bursts outward. Slick, dripping slimes with bulging googly eyes smother the tunnel walls from floor to ceiling. The camera slams into a close-up of the president, jaw clenched, eyes burning with grim determination. The president snaps his glasses into place and declares with unshakable confidence, it's showtime. The young female driver bursts in, eyes blazing, and tells the president she has the item he requested. Tight close-up on a hand ripping the latch free from a weighty metal briefcase. The president vaults onto the truck bed, clutching the mysterious briefcase to his side. Kneeling on the truck, the president roared, close your eyes. Inside the condo, the horned woman pressed trembling hands over her eyes, heart hammering as she openly challenged the strange command. The president thundered, insisting they'll understand the moment he opens it. The briefcase snapped open with a thunderous crack, revealing a pitch-black, menacing interior. Inside the case, Medusa's face lies eerily serene, her hair a writhing crown of snakes. Medusa's eyes snap wide, pure black, and a terrifying, silent power surges outward. A crackling wave of energy rips through the tunnel, hardening the slime-coated walls into solid, unyielding barriers. A tight close-up locks on the oozing slime as it convulses and snaps instantly into cold, unyielding stone. The president snaps the briefcase shut, sealing Medusa's head inside with a thunderous slam. The president roars, it's safe, look, and urges his companions to lift their eyes. Kondo and the demon woman froze, eyes wide, as the tunnel convulsed and twisted into something utterly unrecognizable. The tunnel slammed shut into a solid stone corridor, the liquid slime frozen dead, utterly petrified into cold, immobile rock. Horror claws through the demon woman as she realizes they wield Medusa's petrifying gaze. They slam a heavy metal case down, the stenciled label screaming that it contains Medusa. The young woman gripped the wheel with a confident grin, her portly colleague bursting into booming, hearty laughter. The president leans in, unspooling the legend of Medusa to his two demonic-looking colleagues. A hulking wolfman stands triumphant in a ruined chamber, surrounded by heaps of bones. The horned demon woman flashes a cocky grin and declares that Stern brought the special item. The president's grin crackles with excitement as they bellow their plan. We'll advance straight beneath the castle. A hulking fortress perched on a cliff shudders and roars as a savage tremor surges up from an unseen underground force. The horned woman, eye patch flashing, jabbed a finger forward and roared for her forces to attack. A goblin army hurls a projectile that slams into a glowing hexagonal energy barrier, detonating in a messy spray across its facets. The hexagonal energy barrier shatters under the strike, sending an electric jolt through the unseen defenders. A magical hexagonal barrier splinters into a spray of glittering shards from a single, unseen, bone-shaking blow. Disbelief rips through the elf mage. She recognizes the weapon that shattered her barrier. A horde of goblins howled in glee as they cranked their massive, ramshackle dung cannon to life. The horned demon commander snaps a confident V-sign and unveils her secret weapon's one-of-a-kind ability. Her goblin horde crashes into a line of human mages as she bellows that their magic is powerless. Perched atop a towering spire, the smug human king smirked as everything snapped into place exactly as he had planned. On the ground, elven mage Juner plants her feet and rallies her comrades with a thunderous cry, insisting they cannot lose to goblins. Human mages unleash a crackling volley of lightning that rips through the air and fells several charging goblins. The demon commander, cool as frost, locks onto the powerful magic user and declares, she's the electric girl. She jabbed a finger at the phrase and barked a razor-sharp command to her elite Gob Kitchai squad. A special unit of goblins, clutching rocket-like tubes, barrels forward like blazing warheads, hurtling straight into the fight. Alarm snaps across Juno's face as she senses a sudden, unexpected attack bearing down. The goblins unleash a putrid blast from their tubes, pummeling the unsuspecting human mages with a filthy, soaking spray. One of the mages reels back, gagging as a horrified scream rips out at the putrid stench. Another mage clutches his head, terror exploding as he feels his magic snuffed out. Disbelief ripped through Juno as her powerless comrades crumpled, and chaos erupted around her. Perched on a winged creature, the demon commander threw his head back and triumphantly thrust the goblin urine cannon into view. Yuna's blood runs cold as the truth slams into her. This weapon rips magic straight out of mages, leaving them utterly powerless. The commander towers over her vanquished foes, sneering, "What will you do now that your magic's gone?" A crackling globe of ice erupts in her palm. She's poised to freeze them all. Ryan hurtled in astride a griffin, roaring that those tricks won't work on her. The commander roars for the warrior mole. The mole storms forward, great sword held high, and accepts the challenge. She slams her gauntlets into the ground, and a monstrous, jagged ramp of ice explodes upward. Maul bolts up the magical staircase, vaults into the air, and hurtles straight at the hero. In a heart-stopping mid-air clash, his blade slams into Ryan and tears into her flying mount. Ryan's cry rips out as the truth sears into her. She has no chance against a dragon striker. The hero plummets from the sky as Maul glides down and plants himself on the ground, victorious. The demon commander's celebration dies mid-gesture as alarm slams across her face. She senses a new threat. Maul snaps a sharp agreed and snarls a warning. The enemy closing in isn't the same, it's on a whole other level of power. The commander stares up at the towering human fortress, all crackling in his voice as he declares, "This city is colossal." The entire city erupted into a violent rumble as the ground convulsed with an ominous tremor. A colossal, shark-headed reptilian behemoth ripped open the city walls in a thunderclap of destruction. From a high balcony, King Black Moa roared triumphantly, summoning his son, the dragon striker, to step into view. Grim certainty hits the warrior Maul like a fist. His sword will be useless against this new foe. A manic grin rips across the king's face as he parades his selectively bred creature, gloating like a man possessed. The monstrous, super-steel dragon unleashes a devastating blast, roaring out of its powerful maw. The hooded mage howls in horror as even their own kind are devoured by ravenous flames. The titanic dragon rips the sky with a thunderous roar, vowing it will never let them have their way. Rage ripped through him as the king thundered, "In war, a light sacrifice is a mere trifle." Chapter 35's title page slams down King Blackmo's trump card. A skeletal dragon tearing across the sky above a city swallowed in flames. Clawed by sectoid limbs and encased in a bony frame, the terrifying dragon tore the air apart with a searing blast of fire. Perched on the balcony, the advisor roared, "That's King Blackmoa's, a super dragon engineered by selective breeding." The king's smirk curled with absolute confidence as he snapped to his subordinate, "Just watch and see what happens." Morrow, the swordsman, stands over his defeated dragon as realization slams into him. This is the enemy's final gambit. The demon race crumpled, their power ripped away as the dragon's searing assault devoured the entire city. Horns crowning her head, Kersu reels, eyes wide, as the ice staircase she forged crumbles and dissolves into streaming water. She feels it like a cold verdict. Her ice magic will never mingle with the dragon's fire, two forces born to tear each other apart. Despair slams into her. She realizes their last hope clings to the dragon striker's sword. Kyoresu gripped her sword, its icy power sputtering and dying beneath the battle's searing, all-consuming heat. Moro spots the despair in her eyes, drops to one knee, and gently urges her not to look so defeated. He steps forward and proclaims he's the former captain of the dragon strikers, swearing he will not be defeated. His voice snapped into command as he barked at Kyoresu to conjure another staircase for him at once. An impossibly long ice staircase tears up from the ground as Kyoresu bellows. It's going to be a long one. Power surges from her, eyes hard as steel, as she sculpts the ram out of pure force. Moro rockets up the newly formed, impossibly steep ice steps, sprinting without a trace of hesitation. Down below, his dragon companion bellows a thunderous rally, eyes locked on its master as he launches himself into battle. Again from the ice ramp's peak, the small figure launched into the air, rocketing straight at the colossal skeletal dragon. A hulking ally on the ground flings his arms into the air, convinced Moro has struck his mark. A brilliant flash of energy burst from Moro's sword as it hammered into the dragon's back, unleashing an immense, bone-shredding force. Kyoresu gaped at the impact, mouth hanging open as orange shock flooded her. Equally stunned, the enemy king reels back, disbelief carved across his face as the devastating strike slams into him. Beneath the allied dragon's thunderous roar, the cry "Moro" rips through the air as the warrior is catapulted backward by the blow. The mighty blade explodes into a spray of shards as it slams against the dragon's ironclad hide. The recoil slams him back, sending Moro reeling as his face twists and a raw, pain-filled shout rips from his throat. The enemy king crowed, revealing the super dragon's skin was sheathed in a coating harder than steel. A flashback rips us back to the hatchling dragon, gulping iron-hard insects as each bite forges its hide into armor. Kneeling beside the fallen Moro, Karasu's heart hammered. He believes this is the demon tribe's last breath. The super dragon explodes, spewing a monstrous, even wider tornado of fire as the king roars the order to burn them all. Moro's eyes snap. He's the target. He yanks the worried Karasu back and spits, "Get away from me." The monstrous shark-headed beast tore a furious roar from its maw and blasted a scorching jet of fiery energy. Strain etched across his face, swordsman Kurasu whirls his great sword with blinding speed. He slams up a shimmering circular shield of steel, sending the dragon's crackling energy blasts ricocheting away as Crest watches. Shock ripped across Chris's face, sweat hammering her brow from the brutal effort. Kursu's face contorted in savage exertion, his eyes blown wide as every breath became a battle. Deep in a rough-hewn tunnel, Kondo's engineering team braces itself before the waiting excavation equipment. Tight close-up, Kondo stares down at his watch, jaw clenched, eyes razor-focused. His colleague Serial strides into the tunnel beside him and snaps, "What's wrong?" Kondo shouts the strategy, "Hit them at once," a surface assault synced with an underground strike. Serial traces their tunnel's long, roundabout route as it snakes up to the battlefield above. The technician urges detonating a vertical shaft, but Kondo slams his fist and vows, "I'll go down myself." Serial yanks him back, eyes wild, pleading with him not to go and screaming that it's a suicide mission. The tunnel shudders violently as Emma and her colleagues snap their heads up, alarm blazing in their eyes. Kondo and Serial jolted as an eerie clatter shredded the silence. Had the enemy found them? Kondo snaps his head up, jaw dropping as a commotion explodes from the ceiling. Emma cuts through his panic with a sharp, "Calm down," as he trembles, convinced they're about to be killed. A blinding shaft of light rips through the ceiling and slams into the tunnel floor with explosive force. Kondo and Serial froze, jaws dropping, as a jagged hole tore open above them. A team of powerful, bearded dwarves led by Zack blasted out of the rubble, roaring like thunder. Zack cracks a cheerful grin and declares they're pro-diggers who have dropped in to help. When Kondo snaps, "How'd you find us?" Zack smirks and points to Kondo's own comrades as the ones who gave them away. The elegant, horned Shankar glides in, thanks the dwarves, and vows to reward them with shaky. His subordinate fixes him with a hard stare, suspicion flaring at the eerie calm of his inaction during the war. Shankar snaps into command and roars for Kondo, and the dwarves to sprint for the surface. He barked one iron-edged command, and it crashed over his subordinate, freezing him into stunned, breathless silence. Two boys press close, hissing into her ear that Shen Kar is definitely plotting something sinister. Again. She storms up to the two boys and roars that his wickedness is worse, as Kondo watches with a knowing smile. Shankar snaps that he's merely settling a debt from a previous time. He slams his palm down and snaps at his former colleague that they're comrades, still working side by side under the same roof. His face went stone cold as he barked, "Stay sharp, the dragon has appeared." Kondo and Zack shot their heads up, dread carved into their faces as the ominous news slammed into them. Kondo burst to the surface, eyes locked on the city burning before him. The biomechanical dragon reared up and spewed a massive, devastating torrent of fire straight from its maw. A blast of flame slams into Karasu, swallowing him as he claws against the raging inferno to stay alive. Korsu roared at Crest, "Lead the demon tribe back, I'll hold the dragon at bay." Crest snaps back, defiance roaring, "I could never abandon a comrade in battle." Kurasu throws her a grim smile, reassures her not to worry, and steels himself as he accepts his fate as a dragon striker. Tears pool in Cress's eyes as she accepts his true wish, even if granting it will cost him his life. Kondo and Zack crouched below, terror ripping through them as they howled, "Caresis, Cressa." Flames swallow Kurasu as heat forges his sword into a screaming cherry-red blade. Zack's alarm ripped from his throat. Kurisu can't possibly endure that blistering heat. Korsu wrestles the flames, teeth clenched, and chokes out that his arm has reached its limit. The dragon rears back, its blaze cutting out mid-assault as the air snaps tight into a single heartbeat of raw tension. Chris stays kneeling on the scorched ground, gasping, flesh blistered and seared, exhausted and badly burned, but still alive. The dragon towers over its defeated foe, who lies exposed and vulnerable, as the beast crouches and snaps ready to strike again. A tiny, ink-black moth darts into view, its wings a frantic blur as it hovers mere inches above the dragon's head. In an instant, the moth erupts into a colossal, gorgeously patterned insect, its face framed by a thick, fuzzy beard. The shot slams into a close-up of the moss's huge, dark compound eyes, unexpectedly alive with expression. From the moss perspective, the heroes below scramble to identify the uncanny creature ripping into the dragon. The moss gaze appears to zero in on the small group of allies below. Kondo and his companions gaped skyward, disbelief frozen on their faces. Kondo breathed a shaky whisper about the monstrous insect looming above. The moth's familiar voice slices the silence, taunting them. "Why do you look so surprised?" Kondo's face explodes into a wide, joyous grin and he bellows, "I knew we'd meet again." The chapter title page plunges us into a besieged city, smoke clawing from its grand buildings. The giant moth soared and hovered, its magnificent wings beating with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. From the ground, Kondo and mall crowds stare up as Rose launches into a sky-high showdown with the dragon. Kondo's grin snaps into place the instant Rose's voice cuts through the air. He knows that voice without a doubt. A new chapter begins. Zack, tears streaming, takes a gut-punch realization that forms may change. Perched on the moth's back, the dwarf warrior etches his name and roars, "I'm Zack Milligan, Maul's father." Relief crashes over Kondo like a tidal wave the moment he sees his friend alive. The moth Rose bursts into Kondo's arms, laughing and teary-eyed, electric with the joy of finally seeing him again. From Moss's perspective, he bellows to the heroes below that they have come to help. Rage boiled in Kondo as he demanded of Maul, "How can this be when my father is trapped inside the worm?" Maul confirms it, breathless. He can't fathom how his father could have survived inside the creature's venom-dripping maw. The moth Rose slams down their story, thundering that life is all about struggle. Flashback slams in. Zack clawed through the worm's slick innards, swearing he wouldn't be swallowed without a fight. The flashback surges as Zack rockets straight into the worm's brain and seizes control. The moth explodes from its chrysalis, wings snapping open as Zack's consciousness flares to life inside its new body. Kondo and Zack staggered, eyes wide, as the dive's jaw-dropping tail slammed into them. Rose bursts into laughter, eyes alight, and teases, "He became a silk moth. Do you call that a funny outcome?" Rose screams a warning that an attack is coming from behind and vows to ensnare the dragon in thread to pin it down. Crest's eyes flare with concern as Mal steels himself and braces to plunge into the fight. The dragon roars and unleashes a searing blast of fire. Rose twists aside with razor precision, slipping out of the blaze. Mole snarled, rage like a furnace, vowing to strike down the hard-skinned dragon. The dragon's inferno set his greatsword blazing cherry red, reducing the blade to a useless, scalding hunk in his hands. Guttural grunts of frustration erupted. The blade had softened and could no longer cut anything. The dragon swoops past, shredding its opponent's primary weapon into useless scrap. The dragon belches another sweeping inferno, lashing the ravaged battlefield with searing flame. From his high balcony, the enemy king sneered and crowed that the great sword had been rendered useless. The king cackled maniacally, sneering, "A lone fire arrow. What could that pitiful spark possibly do?" Kondo closes in on Maul, who stares deep into the ruined blade's spirit. Kondo snaps at Maul, "Unsheathe the other sword from the sheath on your back, now." Maul's gaze snaps to the second blade, confusion coiling in his gut as he freezes at the strange command. Crest roared at Kondo, "That magical ice sword is useless against a fire dragon." Kondo brushes off her concern and snaps that she has to hurry, draw it now. Betting everything on Kondo's desperate gambit, Crest unsheathes a shimmering, magic-charged ice sword. Maul snaps his head toward Kondo, eyes blazing a single, accusing question, "What are you going to do?" Kondo roared, "Slam the cold blade into that white-hot edge, quench it." The technical term snaps into Zack's head. He suddenly sees exactly what Kondo intends. Maul and Crest squared off, blades drawn, one sword blistering with molten heat, the other radiating an ice-cold chill. Maul whipped around to Crest, his face carved with iron resolve, and barked, "We're doing it." The two warriors lock eyes, muscles coiled, hoisting their legendary blades to slam together in a thunderous clash. Their blades slam together with a deafening clang, erupting into a blazing shower of sparks. The shot slams into a tight close-up on the impact, as steam explodes and crackling energy spirals around the blades. Maul freezes, eyes wide, as his blade's heat bleeds out in a heartbeat. Crest cries out, stunned, as she watches Maul's sword turn ice gold in a heartbeat. The dragon striker gleams, its furious red blaze snuffed out and forged into a rock-hard, dark gray armor. Maul pressed the blade to his palm, jaw dropping as the edge bit back. It was far harder and stronger than before. Kondo declares that what they'd just pulled off was a brutal metallurgical process called quenching. A diagram slams the principle into view. Plunge a red-hot blade into cold water, and the steel hardens instantly into a far tougher edge. Maul and Crest steel themselves, the newly tempered dragon striker held high, ready for battle. The giant moth dwarf howls his praise for Kondo's jaw-dropping ingenuity, confessing he'd never once seen it coming. He roared he'd end the fight right here by stopping the dragon striker dead in its tracks. He spewed a storm of sticky threads from his maw, each strand snapping tight, to weave the struggling dragon into an inescapable prison. The horned warrior Krez roared at the swordsman Mole and vowed to catapult him skyward. She slams the ground, shattering earth as a towering, jagged pillar of ice rockets skyward. Mal rockets up the ramp, trusting him alone to deliver the final attack. She obliterates the pillar's base, blasting a colossal slab of ice free that rockets straight into the sky. Maul explodes into the air, a living projectile tearing straight toward the target of his trap. He bellows a ferocious war cry, hoists his great sword high, and stands poised to slam it down. His newly tempered blade ripped through the dragon's neck, hurling its head free from its body. Below, Kondo, Kreese, and their allies witnessed their gambit detonate into triumph. From his high balcony, King Black Moa and his advisor Starenstund fell dead silent. The king's stammer explodes into disbelief. His invincible super steel dragon has been slain. The monstrous army on the ground staggers back, terror ripping through their ranks at the sight of their fallen champion. Spotting the opening, Crest bellows orders and slams her troops into a relentless assault to end the battle. A goblin squad heaved a massive, rocket-like projectile onto the launcher and slammed it into firing position. A human soldier crumples into despair, convinced humanity is doomed to be slaughtered by the demons. He dares to ask, is a hero's only purpose to steel himself for a glorious, beautiful death? An elf knight Juna yanks his arm, eyes flaring as she snaps. Why isn't a hero fighting? He roared back that he only storms into battles. He's absolutely certain he'll win. From a high tower, a fury-lashed voice tore through the air and bellowed King Blackmo's name. The king sneers, coldly barking at his cowardly advisor Paco to leap down and fight. He roars at Paco to buy the seconds he needs to flee, staking his own life as the price. Paco's blood runs cold as the king issues a cruel, utterly selfish command. The king sneers, useless slave, then spins away and bolts from the battlefield. Across the hushed battlefield, she charged at the giant moth, screaming, "Father." She flung herself into the creature's embrace, tears streaming as she choked out that their reunion was a miracle. The moth dwarf leans in and asks if she's hungry, shoving a steaming bowl of ismatani curry into her hands. The cowardly king slinks down the corridor, hunting a hidden chamber to buy himself one more heartbeat. He edges around the doorframe, peering out with paranoia prickling his skin, while ironclad confidence in his escape plan clenches his gut. Convinced the secret underground chamber will shield him, he scrambles to hide. He spits venom at the demon tribe, kneels to survive, and coils like a loaded spring, waiting to unleash his revenge. He struts atop his throne of certainty, convinced his kingship makes him inherently superior. He roared that only the one with the greatest value deserves to live. Alone in his cavernous treasury, he stands surrounded by chests bursting open, gold pouring out like a molten tide. A cavernous, ominous rumble tears through the air, shaking the room to its foundations. The king's face snapped rigid, his eyes blew wide, pure, abject terror searing every feature. The colossal circular vault door at the chamber's far end detonates, ripping inward with a deafening boom. His face snaps into a frozen mask of stunned, horrified disbelief. The tunnel borer's titanic drill head rams into the treasury, ripping the vault apart. Rooted to the spot, the king watches his last chance to flee ripped away in a savage, heart-stopping yank. A man in a work uniform strides through the jagged breach in the shattered wall, utterly unmoved. He roars his arrival, declaring, "I'm a worker here to make a call." King Black Moister fell mute as the impossible, devastating intrusion ripped the words from his throat. Kondo explodes, demanding to know if the king just reduced him to a mere laborer. A new chapter cracks open as Kondo and his team brace for the final showdown. The king roared for them to name themselves, branding them insolent for barging into his castle. Kondo's voice cuts through the silence, ice-cold and steady, as he asks the king, "Have you already forgotten our fateful meeting?" Recognition slammed into the king like a thunderclap, wrenching his face into a mask of horror and seething rage. He remembers it like a wound, the craftsman driving a clean, perfect hole straight through his priceless shield. Kondo jabs a finger at the king and vows the king's castle and country will crumble to dust. His colleagues watch as he snaps, "We're not laborers, we're technicians." The king roared that they'd thrown their lot in with the demon race in this conflict. Shankar, elegant and long-maned, coldly declares the king's accusation true. Shankar roars that the king has fallen, and the demons will now seize control of the country. Rage seized the king. He choked out furious sputters, utterly unable to accept his sudden and total defeat. He clamps the treasure chest to his chest and bellows that every inch of the room is rightfully his. He roared in defiance, spitting at the lowly demon race and refusing to bow to their rule. Kneeling before his horde, he howled, desperate and relentless, that everything belonged to him. Kondo leans in, voice a razor, and snarls, "Do you understand that you, alone, brought about your own downfall?" He rips into the monarch, scorching him for arrogantly underestimating the very workers whose sweat kept his throne aloft. The king snaps, "I'm a whole different class, destiny chose me." He scoffs, declaring he's leagues above any lowly laborer. Kondo hoists a single scorched can of food into the air, forcing the king to stare down the consequences of his actions. He proclaims the pride and relentless effort forged into each and every can. The king sneered, scoffing that a mere goblin could never achieve anything. Goblin bobs their head, admitting they only wielded the tools they'd been handed. The king spat that they were nothing more than masters of those bizarre, alien implements. Kondo crushes the can with a savage stomp and snaps. Only those with superior genes get to pass them on. A violent jolt rips through his lecture on the true nature of worth. His team of technicians looms behind him, a silent, ironclad wall of force. Shankar reels as Kondo suddenly snaps, unleashing brutal, utterly out-of-character aggression. He roars with burning hatred at elites who hide behind family names instead of real skill. He snarled the king was irredeemable and slammed a death sentence down on him. A new voice slices through the silence, proclaiming the execution unnecessary. Paco, an old man from Atoga, bursts forward and throws himself into the proceedings to intervene. Believing his guards have arrived, the king's hope for rescue explodes in his chest. Paco explodes. Every soldier and mage has deserted their former king. The king crumples to the floor, abandonment slamming into him like a leaden boulder, knocking the breath from his chest. Paco spits, "The king's just a powerless old man now, not worth killing." Her female colleague demanded, "What do we do with the defeated monarch now?" Paco throws himself at the crowd's mercy, demanding public execution and swallowing full blame for the kingdom's fall. He roared, owning every ounce of blame for letting the king reach this point. Shankar's sisters plead with them, "Free the king and spare Paco's life." Shankar refuses outright, warning that freeing the king would only unleash a wave of chaos. Kondo's voice was ice cold, as he assured Shankar his own plan would surely work. He snarls the king must be exiled, they'd never understand him here. He commands the stunned king to leave for another country and begin his life anew. Kondo thrusts his hand forward, a startling act of grace that swings wide a door to opportunity. He throws the defeated king a lifeline, a job, a chance to learn a real, honest skill. He swears, fire in his eyes, that if the king returns, Izumatani Manufacturing will hire him. Kondo's offer detonated in the room. His colleagues froze, jaws agape, whispering that he'd lost his mind. Kondo implored Paco to stay in the castle and stand as the human race's representative. The king slumps, broken and defeated, his face shadowed by crushing, utter humiliation. Paco stands watching, stunned and bone-weary, disbelief written all over his face. The city that once wore tyranny's iron crown now crackles with the electric pulse of a new era. Silence crashed over the battlefield as the great dragon's headless body sprawled across the ground. Crest Mall towers over the smoldering ruins as a tiny, cheerful creature bounces defiantly through the war-torn wreckage. From the dizzy heights of a tower, a group of people craned over the railing, eyes locked on the scene below. Kondo and his colleagues erupt into thunderous cheers. Their long, grueling battle is over at last. In the cavernous, echoing throne room, the victorious team stormed in, eyes blazing as they claimed every inch of their new domain. Tsube, the portly worker, whoops and plops onto the empty throne, eyes sparkling as he marvels at its grandeur. He daydreams about the day he'll charge in, claim it as his, and fill it with his own harem. The demoness Lilith curled her lip and sneered, sure he's picturing something lewd. Ichi knows the young technician hesitates, weighing it as Lilith suggests a private development room. She closes in, her face a breath from his, and every ounce of his attention snaps to her. Lilith leaned in, mischief crackling in her voice, and teased him. "So, what do you think about the two of us being alone in the castle?" Each Anos flushes, his mind a frantic storm as he scrambles to deliver the perfect reply to her flirtation. He fires, "You mean getting a bedroom?" and she curls a sly smile, confirming it. She flashes a mischievous grin and dares him, "Don't make me voice those mortifying words out loud." Panic rips through him as he blurts the castle probably has no internet, and the demoness explodes in white-hot fury. Perched on a towering balcony, the group stared at the ruined city below and wrestled over how to conquer the colossal cleanup left in the war's wake. Shankar, the horned nobleman, snarls that human outrage is about to erupt. Serial barrels into Kondo, confronting him and demanding to know how he'll reverse the hyperinflation he caused. Kondo's shoulders slumped, exhaustion carved across her face as she snapped, "Do you even have a solid plan?" He confesses, jaw clenched, that even as a technician he hasn't the faintest clue how to fix it. Horror slammed into Serial when he realized he'd barreled ahead without weighing the economic consequences. Sari Kejikawa drops denomination like a cold, calm bomb as the solution, leaving her colleague frozen and baffled. She decrees a currency unification. 100 human coins will now be exchanged for a single demon coin. Shankar and Kondo freeze, blinded by her brilliance, as she locks eyes with them and challenges, "Did you really underestimate me?" Kondo hands the economy to President Sari and bolts toward a far more urgent mission. He sweeps his arm toward the battlefield below, revealing the many wounded soldiers. He roars they must shield the wounded, and Sari fires back, "How do we pull that off?" Kondo declares a bold plan to build a workers' compensation system and pay reparations. Syrian subways smile ignited, moved to its core by his compassionate, forward-thinking leadership. Far across the sea, two colossal griffin-like birds ripped through the clouds. They rocketed toward a gleaming, white-walled kingdom perched on a seaside cliff, waves smashing against the rocks below. Perched on the palace balcony, a guard slammed his binoculars to his eyes and shouted as something barreled straight toward the palace. A tiny plain skiff burst up a swell and sliced across the dark water, cradling King Blackmoon and a child. Inside the palace, King Page of the 11th scoops his young daughters into his arms and spins them until their laughter rings through the gilded halls. He kneels, voice soft and steady, and tells one of his children playtime's over, work is waiting. The king sets his daughter down, warmth in his gaze snapping shut as duty steals his features. An armored guard bursts through the doors, shouting that King Pagey has an unannounced guest. King Pagey's face hardened into an ice-cold, dismissive mask as he snapped, "Who are you?" Aboard the rocking boat, the visitor bellowed, "I am King Black Moa of the Liver Kingdom." Black Moa's face hardened into a grim mask as he declared he'd come to speak with King Pagey. The chapter explodes open as Black Moa storms into the cold, imposing throne room. An officer bursts into King Pagey's chamber and spits out the grim news. The warship's construction is delayed. He snaps that crippling material shortages and snarled trade routes are to blame. Rage boiled in King Pagey as he slammed the map down and vowed to wipe the pirates from the seas at once. He storms onto the production floor himself to fire up the workers. A guard's cry tore through the hall. The exiled King Black Moa has arrived at the court. King Pagey leans back, a smug grin spreading across his face, and taunts Blackmore, "You kept me waiting." He blusters about his seafaring nation's endless woes, puffing himself up to look important. Black Moa quipped, deadpan and razor-sharp, at how prosperous Page's kingdom looked. Page sneered, "What business does the exile king have with him?" Before revealing his purpose, Black Moa growled that he'd caught wind Page's castle had just been attacked. Page faltered for a heartbeat, shock cracking her calm. Black Moa knew far more than she'd ever guessed. He proudly announces his homeland, runs a sprawling long-distance communication network. Black Moa slams his fist down and offers an alliance to wrest back his lost kingdom from their shared foe. Page sneered, snapping, "Why should I help a failed king?" A cruel grin cuts across his face as he sneers and crushes any talk of an alliance. Black Moa roared that, united, their strength could crush their enemies. Page fixed a calculating, disdainful stare, ice in his eyes as he coldly weighed the proposal. Black Moa snarls that harboring him would blacken Page's reputation among the other nations. Page coldly scoffs at the threat and snaps, "Leave your court, now," cutting Black Moa off and ordering him out on the spot. The king's hand shook, fury barely contained, as he rejected the plea. Black Moa storms up to Page and rattles off every way he lifted him through Page's youth. Page sneered that Blackmore only mattered back when he was useful. He spits, venom lacing his words. Black Moa's been reduced to a filthy old man with nowhere left to go. Black Moa explodes in defiance, roaring that he remains the rightful king of his land. Page roared that a mighty nation has no place for losers like him. He jabbed a trembling finger at Blackmo and spat that he was lower than a goblin or a kobold. He roared, ordering his guards to hurl the old king beyond the country's borders. Ripped from the fight and dragged away, he hears Blackmoa spit one last desperate warning about their common enemy. The throne room doors crashed shut like a judge's gavel, sealing King Blackmo's fate. Page bristled at the encounter, irritation fizzing as his mind instantly zeroed in on a new problem. He stood on a razor's edge. Make the powerful Izumatani Works group a sworn enemy or recruit them as a dangerous ally. The castle's been reborn as a sprawling industrial juggernaut, pulsing under the control of the new faction. A ring of dwarves closes in as an elder strides up, his voice booming and his grin warm while he welcomes the younger man. Maul the young dwarf snaps at the elder with a grin. He and his moth father will bolt ahead. The older dwarf nods, urging Maul to thank Kondo for the newfound freedom they now hold. Maul, scrolling the giant moth, snaps at his father, "Don't worry about anything." Martha swore they'd meet again someday. It proclaims that as technicians, fate will drag them back together at another worksite. In the castle, the Izumatani team crowds the long table, leaning in as they carve out a daring plan. Sari Kajikawa storms into action, beginning to assign roles for the post-war cleanup and economic recovery. She shoved the tangled denomination plan into Shenkar's hands, a university graduate, and tasked him with untangling it. The one-eyed crest glares at the turmoil, doubting a peaceful end to the riots could still be possible. A hand shot up, pleading with the company president for permission to speak. Kondo drops a daring plan. Humans and demons will rule side by side to forge an unbreakable peace. Old human King Paco pledges to stay on as his people's representative. Two boys roar that they're converting the castle into a golem-run warehouse. Kondo and his colleagues stand back, smirks locked on their faces and confidence radiating like a dare. Echinos roars that the system will demand Lilith's power and the raw might of her golems. The diagram unfurls a three-point logistics web, linking the castle, factory, and office into a single, humming supply lifeline. Kondo roared that this turns their main office into the new logistics center. Sari locks onto the portly Tsuboi. He appears to be next in line. He rockets forward, practically begging to be named head of the new logistics center. Sorry, instead, they shove him into the role of factory manager at the canning plant. He nods, a goofy, half-disappointed grin tugging at his lips. He grumbles under his breath as his dreams of a castle harem shatter into dust. Sori's shout rips through the chaos, slamming into Condom and snapping him back to the more important task. She slams the truth down. Their transport will only get them home if it's fueled by dragon's tears. Cress lunges in, voice urgent. Can we snatch it from the fallen super steel dragon? Kondo snaps that Maul's already on site, scrambling to snatch the substance. The scene throws us straight to Maul, clambering up the hulking corpse of the dead dragon. He stokes a giant pot into a furious boil, flames from the roaring fire clawing at its sides. He flings the lid open, and steam billows up from the simmering pot. He slams the pestle down and pulverizes the crystalline shards in the pot. Mal, a rugged man with long dark hair, locks his gaze, jaw tight, eyes burning with iron determination. He hoists a tiny vial of white powder, jaw clenching as he realizes he still has a long way to go. Sitting by a campfire, he stares into the embers and realizes the perfect moment to harvest this substance is right after a dragon gives birth. Mole's mind snaps to Kondo as a chill truth crashes over him. He and his friends still can't return to their world. A crooked smile creeps across his face as he puzzles over why their predicament lights up a strange happiness inside him. The scene plunges into a forbidding, spiky landscape, the deep forest twisted into demon territory. A pitch-black Mo yawned in the jagged, desolate cliffside. Defeated, King Black Moa slumps alone, his whole body screaming with utter despair. The lens closes in on his weathered face, aged and bone-tired, grim resignation crushing him and sorrow smoldering in his eyes. Banished from his homeland, he clings to a desolate cave, his last refuge, the only thing left to him. The old king's eyes blaze as he recalls his youth, how he thundered into the demon army, shattered their ranks, and carved his name into this very ground. He slumps on a rock, hunched and hollow, a pitiful shadow of his once glorious self. He stares at his trembling hand, rage and sorrow boiling as his sight fades and his strength drains away. Suddenly, tiny bare paws kiss the rocky ground right before him. A tiny, winged creature with a backpack zipped up to the old man and chirped, "What are you doing?" Black Moa snarls, "Goblin, creatures like that haunt the steam and roam this territory." The goblin thrusts a can of food toward the suspicious-looking old king, daring him to accept it. It explodes into a wide grin and declares he's famished, gushing that the food is absolutely delicious. Vision blurred, Black Moa snarled a rough command, shoving the task onto it. Deliver this message to my master instead. The goblin's cheerful grin crumples, disbelief turning to venom as he snaps. Who does he think he is, refusing my charity? Hoisting himself onto the stone seat, Black Moa roars that he's king and spits the name insolent at the creature. Clutching the can, the goblin taunted, did the king forge his courage himself? The king's voice falters as he concedes, no, it's not like anything made. The goblin cackles, boasting that it and its amazing friends whipped up the food sealed inside the can. It bursts out, vowing to build a machine so everyone can always feast on this delicious food. The word friends booms through Black Mo's mind, a notion he appears to have buried long ago. The goblin crowed, proclaiming that its amazing friends could create anything at all. Respect sparks across Black Mo's face as he calls the creature excellent. He swears that when he's reborn as a king, he'll bend it to his will and make it kneel as his subordinate. The little goblin gazes, joy blazing across its face, clutching its prized can of food. His final vow struck the old king like a hammer, pitching him forward as his strength finally snapped. King Black Moa slams face first into the jagged rocks, sprawled and spent as his journey appears to have reached its end. In a grand estate, triumphant revelers explode into a raucous victory party, toasting the fall of the human castle in the Liver Kingdom. A colossal taloned hand hoisted an overflowing oaken stein of ale aloft in a victorious toast. The wolfman storm roars, with Black Moa defeated, tonight we drink deep and feast our fill. A twisted platter of demon cuisine is slammed down, monstrous creatures writhing out of strange, pulsing fungi. A human woman glares at the empty fruit bowl, her voice burning with outrage as she demands salmon or tuna. Horned Cleese snaps that fish is rare and presses a savory, crunchy insect into her hand, daring her to taste it. The bespectacled Moramora gags and staggers back, revulsion blazing across their face at the very thought of eating such a creature. Another woman steps forward, hoisting a bottle of potent demon liquor before a class bristling with skepticism. Cleansed roared that a lone drink after a grueling day's work is the ultimate reward. Her companion staggered back, terror exploding as Kless's monstrous reflection warped and loomed across the giant sumo wrestling bowl. Ada, a man, bellowed across the room for their colleague Yoda to leap into the celebration. Yoda perches on a table, stripped down, erupting into a frenzied dance with a cone on his head. Ada roared encouragement, insisting they had to go all out for their clients. Cut off from the revelry, Kyorasu slumped amid a scatter of empty sake bottles, defeat crushing him like lead. He rips up his sleeve to reveal a prosthetic arm scorched by dragon fire, its gears fused and barely responding. Emusa, the demoness, fixes a razor gaze on the portly man as he lumbers closer and asks, "Are you all right?" He lurched forward with a leering grin, and she screamed in raw horror and disgust. He croons Emma-chan, slides a drink toward her, and leans in so close his breath ghosts her cheek. The portly man puffed up and boomed that he'd been the undisputed MVP of their last mission. With a blissful grin, he demanded MSA hand over the special reward he insisted he deserved. Masa erupts into a guttural scream in a demonic tongue, fangs bared as raw fury sears the air. Two golems suddenly lock onto a startling man who storms forward, demanding, "What's happening?" He balloons into a massive, grotesque sphere, howling for help. Masa boots the ballooned man, snarling, "You fool," as he ricochets around the room. Older Moramora leans back, grinning as chaos erupts around him, chuckling and praising the raw, electric energy of youth. He bolts from the party, eyes scanning the sky for where the ballooned man has drifted off to. Murmur ducks into a sterile, silent hallway, claims a quiet corner, sinks down, cradles his coffee, and lets the rare peace wash over him. He lifts the cup, sips, and a satisfied calm spreads across his face as the noise falls silent. A spiky-haired man explodes into the condo doorway and yells, "Mora Mora." Smiles rippled through the room, proof he knew Kondo would come hunting a quiet corner. Kondo calls out the noise, then finds himself nodding more and more. When he realizes the racket is from his own machines, a sharp, surprising poignancy hits him. More and more, people liken the Kondo to a sulking child, wailing over the toy he was forced to give away. Kondo fires off, "Am I being honest?" And every clank and spark proves it. When it comes to machines, he's brutally honest. He confesses creators are tormented by every tiny flaw, like a parent coaxing a child to bare their belly. Kondo sips his drink, sneering as he brands him more and more a finicky, troublesome guy. One after another, simple smiles bloomed as they welcomed the playful jab with serene, effortless grace. He rips off the facade and finally spits out why he's here. He'd heard the Blue Kingdom barely had any seafood. He locks his gaze on the canning machines and declares they can pack fish, not just fruit. Kondo leans in, hanging on his colleague's every word, then lifts his cup and savors a slow, deliberate sip as he weighs the idea. More and more voices are calling to launch a daring voyage to the neighboring maritime nation and haul its overflowing bounty of seafood back home. His gaze steels as he snaps there's something he wants more and more to make there. He clamps the paper cup so hard his knuckles go bone white, determination burning in his veins. A sly grin crept across Kondo's face as he shot back. "You mean an ultrasonic fish finder?" Smiles rippled back at him as his audacious plans sprang into motion. The Blue Kingdom's palace bursts into life, hosting a lavish banquet for refugees gathered on its windswept seaside balcony. The tables groan beneath a staggering seafood bounty, a magnificent, lavish welcome. The guests poured out thanks, insisting their escape from the defeated Liver Kingdom had been worth every risk. Rhea, an elegant elf woman, drank in the gilded luxury as guilt clawed at her for leaving someone behind. A guest steps forward, voice alight with gratitude, and pours heartfelt thanks upon King Page for his generous hospitality. In a private chamber, King Page XI hunched over a smooth, egg-like object, his face fixed in a serious, unblinking mask. A bombshell report rips open how Izumutani Works engineered the utter collapse of the Liver Kingdom's economy. The king hisses the shadowy company's name under his breath, dread carved into every line of his face. His hands tremble as he frantically buffs the smooth, egg-shaped object with a cloth, the report twisting his stomach into knots. He drags his fingertip across the object's surface, a cold emblem of the unknown power he now faces. Refined advisor Weiser sweeps in and announces, "It's time for your address." Back at the banquet, refugees crowded the balcony, feasting on a lavish spread as laughter and relieved sighs spilled into the night. That day King Page strode forward and boomed a grand welcome as he addressed the assembled guests. He sweeps his arm toward the crowd and bellows, "Have you feasted on the glorious dishes of my homeland?" He thunders about his nation's vast seas, declaring them treasure troves that have poured prosperity down on his people. He bellows that the mages among them are their single most vital resource. He implored them to unleash their skills, mend the wounded, tear into battle, and carry his country's voice. Weiser hangs back at the edge, a thin, knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A sly grin blooms on the king's face as he leans in and vows to teach them a new communication magic. He flings his arms wide and declares they'll receive preferential treatment throughout his kingdom. The communication majors exploded into ecstatic cheers at the news, while Rhea's suspicion coiled tighter in her chest. The king sweeps them into a roaring welcome as the crowd bursts into chatter, people trading tips on how to learn new magical skills. Weiser drank in the scene, his face ice-cold, mind razor-sharp, and every glance hungry like a stalking predator. King Page beams drank in the roaring applause as his manipulative plan unfolded like clockwork. Hooded mages glided down a grand corridor lined with towering columns, their soft footsteps sending ghostly echoes through the stone. The mages roared with delight, pouring out gratitude for the exclusive gathering thrown just for them. Juno, young with long hair and pointed ears, watches them from the doorway, suspicion burning in her eyes. Weiser, their suave guide, swept his arm and beckoned them into the next chamber. They burst into the vast chamber and came to a stunned halt, jaws dropping before a colossal, primeval tree whose bark thrummed with drifting, pulsing magical orbs. The mage gaped at the great tree as a titanic pulse of power burst from its core and washed over him. From a hidden alcove, another woman exploded into a stunned gasp. She recognized the legendary structure. King Page strode before the mages and tore the veil off Magalink, his country's revolutionary communication network. He hoists a smooth crystal and declares it can transmit information from anywhere. Every scrap of information he keeps gathering is devoured by the great tree, which chews it into patterns and spits out meaning. Jaws dropped as the mages realized this system could broadcast to entire crowds at once, a reach their magic could never match. Weiser advances, cool as ice, his calm hinting at a deeper secret still waiting to explode. He reveals the tree was conjured by an ancient sorcerer, now nothing but a whispered legend. Weiser roared with pride, announcing that King Page resurrected the legendary tree after thousands of years. The king watches with a triumphant smirk, proclaiming his actions will forge a better world. Peering from the shadows, Juno's blood ran cold as the legendary phantom great brain tree stood impossibly, terrifyingly real. King Page flashed a cocky grin and asked the majors, "Want to see what it can do?" He hoists the crystal aloft, poised to demonstrate the network's jaw-dropping power. A holographic projection rips into the air, splashing stomach country news everywhere in a blitz of blaring headlines. The mages gaped, frozen in breathless silence, desperate to fathom what this jaw-dropping display could possibly be. The king reveals it's a stitched-together dossier of dispatches, pulled from reporters scattered across his country. Weiser smirks, eyes glittering. He hasn't finished explaining. A diagram explodes the network's architecture across the screen, crystals pulsing along glowing lines to link up with multiple base stations. The network burrows deep into the remotest underground layers. It weaves cities, seas, and secret realms into a living web, channeling every whisper and secret straight to the great tree. A baffled mage slams a crystal down and snaps. Why must these crystals tether to the base station before they'll even function? Weiser jabbed a finger forward, a crooked, knowing grin teetering on sinister. He rips the cover away, unveiling two hulking, box-shaped objects whose surfaces are a maze of intricate, circuit-like etchings. He slams the schematics down and declares these are the base stations scheduled to be delivered to their locations tomorrow. Amaja snaps, "What's inside?" and points out that only magic users should be able to communicate. King Page's cold smirk cuts the room as he snaps at the mages. "You still don't understand why you're here." The scene rips the veil off the grim reality buried inside one of the base stations. Two elderly mages lie bound and gagged, wired into the network and leached dry, their bodies turned into living batteries. The camera slams into a captive's face, his eyes glassy and vacant as drool trickles from beneath the gag. A woman from the group jerked back, her face carved into a mask of pure horror at the sight. King Page's voice dripped with icy sincerity as he asked if this wasn't a form of good treatment for them. Bathed in full-color light, two captive mages huddle in the eerie, glowing chamber. The visiting mages recoiled, horror flaring in their eyes as they watched people reduced to nothing more than tools. Weiser's calm voice slices the room. The network hinges entirely on those mages working together. King Page sweeps a proud arm toward the towering brain tree and proclaims it a colossal mind that spills out every scrap of information. Juno peers from the doorway, disgust boiling in her veins as she glares at the king's jubilant grin. She whispers to herself, revulsion coiling in her voice, "What a cruel, terrible king he is." A hand snatches one of the dazzling, many-faceted crystal terminals that access the network. Weiser reveals he engineered these terminals, the only gateway into the information network. A visiting mage exploded, eyes blazing, demanding to know how he, also a magic user, could possibly do that. Weiser's cold smile cuts the room as he declares their value is already decided. The king thundered the detention squad would be here any moment to haul them off to the base. The visiting mages watched as dread coiled tighter around them, yet a fierce spark of defiance flared in their eyes. King Page roared, "You will be the cornerstones of my new creation." A mage's trembling whisper shatters the silence. The king has gone completely mad. One captive chokes out, "Are they going to work us to death in this place?" Weiser flashes a chillingly pleasant, eerily calm smile, utterly untroubled, and it washes over them, easing their fear. He promises they'll be fed, but their minds will eventually dissolve, leaving them nothing more than living conduits. The king steps forward to congratulate Weiser, and Weiser swallows, confessing he fought tooth and nail to perfect the consciousness-erasing magic. One of them exploded, bellowing, "Unforgivable," and screaming for everyone to run. Juna's face snapped into a mask of panic as the true nature of their invitation slammed into her. She vaults away just as a phalanx of armored guards thunders down the long quarter. Spears leveled, the royal guards sealed off their only escape route. The king sneered, his voice dripping contempt, and asked the defiant mages what they'd done to their fallen comrades. He snarls that they must be grateful for the purpose he so graciously bestowed upon them. He proclaims his country embraces the weak and carves out work for them. A scream rips from her as a guard slams a weapon against her. The king's face contorted into a shadowed mask of malice as he thundered, "Fools." Royal guards surged forward, battering the mages into submission and snuffing out every scrap of resistance. King Page thundered that this sacrifice would remake the world into a better place. He flings his arms wide, beckoning them to forge the future together, overlooking his grand seaside kingdom. The camera snaps to the unassuming Isumatani manufacturing plant, the Kimo no Kuni branch office. Inside, a technician leans over a complex circuit board, soldering each tiny connection with surgical precision and a rock-steady hand. The Isumatani team tears through tasks, every member a blur of motion inside their sleek, modern workshop. A horned woman in her condo corners her colleague Shankar and snaps, "Are you truly serious about going fishing?" Shankar snaps, "We already have a canning factory, so let's start cranking out canned fish." Kondo snarled, warning him he has no clue how deadly the local sea really is. Shankar shrugs off her concerns and insists they use the prototype ultrasonic fish finder he's been developing. Suboy, his hair a spiky crown, leaned in and scrutinized the small, round sonar, concentration burning in his eyes. Subway explains the device's razor-sensitive electronics can lock onto entire schools of fish, even in the crushing dark of deep water. Kondo eyes the gadget like it's from another world, erupting, "What is this and how does it work?" The boy's eyes flash as he declares the monitor lets them peer into the water from port. No need to leave the harbor. Shankar rips into the science of sonar, revealing how ultrasonic pulses slam into the deep and bounce back to sketch a map of the ocean floor. He locked eyes with Kondo and boomed, "With sonar, even the deadliest seas will be safe." Kondo roars that this level of safety isn't nearly enough. She warns that the seas seethe with monstrous creatures and nameless terrors. AI, a female colleague, burst out that they'd begged the mighty swordsman Maul to come and protect them. Maul's cutting-edge prosthetic arm snapped like glass, betraying him and leaving him unable to join them. Kondo urges them to postpone the voyage until the prosthetic arm is repaired. Shankar snaps that they must strike this instant. He spotted the opening and won't let it slip. Kondo's jaw drops as his usually composed colleagues explode with sudden eagerness and restless impatience. Shankar slams his palm down, reminding her she studied at the local university and can call on her magic to navigate them. Kondo storms forward, snatching control. "I'll handle this, and I'll fix that prosthetic myself." Shankar, his confidence restored, proclaims he's already locked down every detail for the voyage. At the docks, a colossal sailing vessel waits, its great sail thrown wide and snapping, itching to shove off and claim the horizon. A portly man, Yoda, and a young boy gingerly picked their way up the wooden ladder and hauled themselves aboard the ship. Kondo spat, "This is the only sailboat they've got for the journey." Now clad in a crisp business suit, the boy sends a silvery plume from a sleek, modern vape. Yoda grins and declares to the boy he's lucky, hand-picked for this delicious business trip. The two boys flash matching smiles, both insisting that sales is a breezy, effortless job. In a heartbeat, Yoda's face snaps into a lecherous leer, sweat beading across his wrinkled skin. He bellows a fantasy about stumbling onto breathtaking mermaids and throwing wild, bottle-clinking drinking parties with them. The boy tosses a half-hearted thumbs up, scoffing that Yoda's just a sluggish old man. The factory chief charges Sub with running the factory while he's away. Kondo sighed, drained and utterly unimpressed, as the send-off detonated into chaotic mayhem. From the dock, a beaming young woman, a barrel-chested man, and a stone-faced colleague waved them off, shouting one last goodbye. On the boat pulling away, Kondo and a companion flung urgent waves back as voices on shore shouted wishes for a safe journey. Aboard the ship, Kondo staggered back as a flutter of tiny wings revealed a stowaway Gubkichi. The small vessel surges across the open sea, carving a steady wake through the waves. Below deck, the horned nobleman Shankar corners Kondo, eyes blazing, and snaps that he has something important to discuss. Kondo's confusion erupts. He's convinced Shankar's maritime nation was peaceful. Shankar swears it used to be peaceful, then reveals that bizarre phenomena have started surfacing just recently. He drops the bombshell. Mages are vanishing one after another, plunging everyone into frantic alarm. Kondo recoils, shaken to his core by the news, and Shankar drops a bomb. Whispers say the king's mixed up in it. The instant the king was named a suspect, Kondo froze, shock and worry carved across his face. Yoda suddenly bellows that the sonars picked up something, maybe a whole school of fish. An excited Kondo practically vibrates, urging them to mark the spot, but Yoda's face stays clouded with worry. The sonar screen screams, not a school of fish, but one enormous box-shaped object. The group locks onto the screen, stunned. It's neither a living creature nor mere debris. Beneath the waves, an ornate box crowned by a labyrinthine lid waits on the seabed, and nobody knows why. A thick, unnatural fog barrels across the calm, glassy water. A choking, disorienting mist slammed over their ship, swallowing it whole and wiping out every scrap of visibility. Dread sliced across Shankar's face as he realized the fog spelled immediate danger for their voyage. He realizes the fog is choking their sight, leaving them wide open for a sudden ambush. A bead of sweat races down his temple as it hits him. An enemy could slip up behind them at any second. A faint sound slithered through the air. Shankar froze, every fiber taut, and hissed to Kondo, "Can you hear what's coming?" Shankar's senses snap into terrifying certainty, and he bellows to the others, "Something's coming." Kondo's jaw clenched, his gaze sharpening into a blade as every muscle coiled, ready for the unseen threat. A massive, tattered sail ship ripped through the fog, and a voice bellowed, "Pirate vessel." Red hair like a burning banner. The pirate captain grins with ruthless confidence as monstrous crewmates loom at her sides. Shankar and Yoda cry out, panic ripping through them as the pirates reveal themselves, not a legend but shockingly real. The hulking pirate ship surges up beside their smaller vessel as its crew explodes into motion, grappling hooks flying and cutlasses raised to board. Captain Jimin jabbed a finger at the King Page's transport unit and barked that she would seize every last crate of its cargo. Kondo barked, "Wait," his voice cracking as he desperately tried to defuse the sudden confrontation. A mob of screeching goblin pirates latches onto ropes and hurdles across, swinging aboard their ship. The two ships slam together on the churning sea, locked in a deadly embrace, boarding is a heartbeat away. Captain Jimin's eyes blaze with iron determination as she lunges forward, spearheading the attack. Out of the churning sea, a colossal, sucker-covered tentacle rockets up, smashing the pirate ship's deck to splinters. The title page explodes into chaos, throwing pirates and a hulking sea monster into a frantic double encounter. Captain Jimin froze, horror ripping through him as he shouted that the monster had chosen the worst possible moment to appear. The monstrous spin kraken explodes from the waves, unveiling its full, terrifying form. Kondo and Shink erupted into frantic shouts, alarm slamming through them as the deadly danger snapped into focus. The Kraken's assault hurls both ships into chaos as an even deadlier menace claws its way up from the depths. Yoda and Gabkichi howl in raw terror, utterly convinced they're about to be killed. On the pirate ship, the Kraken's thrashing hurls the crew into the air, their weapons clattering and scattering across the deck. Captain Jimin bellows each name, charging through the chaos with raw desperation to drag her panicked crew back into order. Her fish-like crewmen snapped to attention at her command, gills fluttering and eyes blazing as he readied himself to follow her orders. She screams for them to fall back, warning that charging the beast would get them killed. Shankar's gaze snaps to Kondo as he strides with purpose, and he shouts, "Where are you going? Be careful." Shinker bellows, "Don't get caught in the Kraken's crushing tentacles." Pinned to the deck, Yoda trembles and blurts, "If a tentacle grabs you, what happens?" A slick, powerful tentacle lashed across the deck with terrifying speed. It coils around me, one of the fishermen, and hoists me into the air like I'm weightless. The crewman is yanked over the railing as the sea rips him under in a violent, thunderous splash. Another tentacle rockets into a furious spin, locking itself into a deadly drill tip. The tentacle clamps like a steel vise, its monstrous pressure crushing the captured crewman. In his final agonizing moments, his face snapped into a mask of pure terror. Captain Jim screams his name, voice cracking as he chokes out an apology for not being able to save him. The Kraken's head explodes from the sea, its jaws grinding as if chewing its victim. Unfazed, the creature's ice-cold eyes rake the shadows, hunting its next meal. The captain choked out, horror shredding her voice. It barely moved after devouring her crewmen. A searing, crackling sphere of energy erupts into existence in Shankar's outstretched hand. He bellows that the creature tears into even motionless prey in their final moments. Shankar roars, "Kill or be killed," and unleashes an annihilating magical blast. A concentrated bolt of power ripped across the deck and slammed into the cracking. The explosion rips the sky open in a dazzling roar, but the monster simply stands there, utterly unharmed as the attack slides off its hide. Disbelief crashed over Shankar's stares as he realized his mighty magic was utterly useless. A crewman screams at the captain, hoarse and frantic, begging, "Fall back, our magic is useless." A tentacle slithers across the deck. A voice rips a warning into the air. A tentacle shot out, coiling around Captain Jimin and yanking her off her feet. Her heart lurches as realization slams into her. She let her guard fall. Another of the Kraken's tentacles lashes out, twisting into a merciless, spinning drill. Her crew's cries tear the air, shouting her name as she dangles, helpless in the monster's crushing grip. She claws and screams against the fate this place tries to pin on her. Kondo locks his gaze on her as she plays, resolve hardening. He won't let her die here. He rockets forward, wielding a strange, humming blade, and lunges at the tentacle. Concentration carves his features into a hard mask as he tenses, coiling to unleash his strike. The blade screamed a high-pitched hum as it cleaved the thick tentacle in one clean, ringing slice. The Kraken reels, agony ripping through its massive body as a sudden, devastating strike sinks home. Kondo's face flashed the same grim satisfaction as Grimm's weapon struck true, proving its worth. Jim slams onto the deck, ripped free from the Kraken's clutches. Her crew gaped, jaws dropped, whispering which blade could have carved that. Jimin heaves herself upright, eyes blazing, and demands, "What is the weapon?" Wounded and roaring, the Kraken plunges beneath the waves, leaving the two ships bobbing helplessly in its wake. Yoda and Gupkichi explode into cheers, throwing their arms skyward as the monster is driven away. The strange sword's severed tip careens and slams onto the wooden deck, rattling the planks. Jimin realizes only a dragon striker's blade could cleave a Kraken's leg. Her eyes explode with shock as she snaps, "What kind of weapon is that?" Kondo raises the blade before her, letting it flash as he names it, an ultrasonic cutter. The pirate crew erupted into baffled murmurs. None of them knew the term. He grins and declares the blade's blistering high-frequency vibrations tear through its target with terrifying ease. Yoda's eyes snapped open with glee. This was the other device Kondo had been building alongside the sonar. Still suspicious, the pirate crew crackled with mistrust and demanded, "Who is this strange man?" Kondo snaps his glasses up and declares, voice clipped and painfully official, that he's a technician from Japan. Jim reeled, baffled that he, their attacker, would step in and save her life. Kondo admits it. He engineered the whole thing to test his new sword, picking fights to prove the blade while dodging anything that might nick it. Hearing that audacious reason, Jimin snapped her head back, eyes bulging in stunned disbelief. She exploded into laughter, eyes dancing, and proclaimed him utterly fascinating. Yoda scoffed to Shankar, "We've made a strange ally," and Shankar's grin twisted into a wry nod of agreement. True sealed, the two ships carved side by side across the glassy sea. In the captain's cabin, Jimin straightens, delivers a crisp, formal thanks to her saviors, then swallows and apologizes for snapping at them earlier. She snarls, stunned that fate has yoked them to the Black Moose party against King Page. Kondo and Shankar lock eyes and nod, both admitting this is a strange, destiny-laced twist. Shankar slams straight into it, grilling Jim about why she became a pirate. He leans in, voice electric. Rumors crown her country with overflowing prosperity, its people brimming with contentment. Pirate Captain Zack and her two Koboltkin crew hang on every word, their faces set like iron. Fanged and fish-like, the crewman snaps, roaring down the previous statement with a furious objection. She agrees, eyes blazing, and snaps that reality is the exact opposite of appearances. Nothing here is what it seems. Captain Zack slammed a palm down, silenced the crew, and declared she'd explain their situation herself. She bellows that they are the revolutionary group Redwake, waging a fierce fight to tear down King Page's oppression. Shankar, the horned nobleman, pins their motive with cold clarity. Technician Kondo reels through memories of past exploitation. Zack explodes, shredding the lie that pins her crew as inferior and fit only for menial labor. She snaps, eyes blazing, that they're elite sailors who read the wind, waves, and weather like an open book. Kondo freezes, hooked on her blazing defense as buried memories surge awake inside him. A flashback rips open, a pizza restaurant sign blazing in modern-day Japan. A younger Kondo sat squirming at the lively mixer, painfully out of place among his colleagues. Seated at the table, a woman fires, "Do you work in a factory? That sounds painfully tedious." He bursts out, trying to explain that at their small company, his job constantly shifts and demands every skill he's sharpened. She scoffs with a detached smile, admits she doesn't understand, and says she can't stomach that mind-numbing, repetitive work. The group barrels off to the next venue, leaving Kondo stranded in their wake as alienation clenches his chest. In the present, Shankar spots Kondo's trembling with distress and rushes over, shouting, "What's wrong?" Kondo balls his fist and roars that Zack is kind-hearted and truly exceptional. Zack froze, stunned that he just erupted into a fierce, unexpected defense of her and her cause. Kondo's jaw clenched and eyes blazing as he snaps, "There is no such thing as simple labor." A fierce fire for the stomach country blazes in him, and he swears they'll go there. A new chapter erupts, Yoda's kitchen on the ship, as their vessel surges onward, carving through the waves. In the ship's cabin, Shankar glares at Kondo and grills him about why he flipped the plan at the last second. Kondo's face hardens into stone. As a technician, he snarls, "I will not forgive this injustice." A Koboltkin crew member snaps, eyes blazing, "My people are the ones being oppressed." A tiny winged familiar fixes you with a knowing, glittering stare and declares, "Prejudice is information twisted into a weapon." The portly salesman, Yoda, reels, jaw-dropping as the turn of events slams into him. Shankar whirled to Yoda, eyes blazing, and demanded, "Is this what my homeland, the modern world, really looks like?" Yoda drops the bomb. The factory's bankruptcy was just the tip of a far more tangled reality. Steel flashed in his eyes as he swore that numerous lucrative, fulfilling ventures still thrived there. Kondo fixed Zack with a fierce stare and demanded he go tear down the lies about her people. The rest of the pirate crew gaped at the sheer size of his Shankar, dread tightening as bigger trouble loomed. Zack's lips curl into a gentle, knowing smile the instant she recognizes a kindred spirit. A surge of energy hits her. She slams her hands onto the table and bellows for a feast. She splits into a wide, joyful grin and proclaims they'll throw a party to mark the occasion. Their grand sailing ship ripped through the waves beneath a blazing, cloudless sky. The ship's mess hall roars as the crew throng the tables, feasting and clinking tankards. Kondo cracks a grin and pounces, fingers darting to tickle one of the tough-looking Cobaltkin crew members. The crewman writhes and begs him to stop, uncontrollable laughter tearing out of him as the attack keeps pounding. A cocky grin splits Kondo's face as he declares the Cobaltkin crumble under tickling just like humans. Tickled and grinning, the crewman flips the script and hurls a mischievous prank at the laughing Kondo. Shinker nurses his wine, eyes cold as he wonders where Kondo's righteous wrath from earlier has vanished. In the galley, the regular cook roars, "I'm in charge of the meal." Yoda leans in and asks what kind of ingredients they've got, secretly begging they aren't completely bizarre. Glistening fresh fish, plump chicken, glossy eggs, and crisp vegetables fan out across the table like a triumphant market bounty. All lights Yoda's eyes as the cook beams and explains that, as a trading nation, they pull in foods from every corner. She confesses she's no master chef and can only whip up simple dishes. Utah zeroes in on an unused rotisserie and fumes that leaving it untouched would be a total waste. A bolt of inspiration surges through him, and a sly, iron determination lights up his eyes. He thrusts his chest out, squares his shoulders, ready to seize command of the kitchen. He whipped his arm in a dramatic flourish and boomed, "Yadachin will be the chef." Shanker's jaw drops as Yoda insists a great salesman must master fine cuisine. The crew gasped, and Kondo leaned in, eyes burning with fascination at Yoda's hidden talent. Yoda spun to Kondo, eyes blazing, and asked for a favor, nothing to do with cooking. Flashing a sly grin, he declares he'll put the item to work. A hand clutches a steaming cup, steam curling up, coffee or tea you can't tell. Zack storms over, eyes blazing, and snaps at her crew. "Are you really going to cook the crack we caught?" She lifts one of her mugs to her lips, sips slowly, and a rush of nostalgia slams into her chest. A high-tech blade thrums with coiled power, primed to be unleashed. Yoda brandished the ultrasonic cutter, its piercing whine cleaving effortlessly through the tough crack and dense meat. Shinker hacks at his own piece with a regular knife, fury boiling over into a raw, frustrated yell. The fibrous meat fights his blade, each stubborn cut stealing strength, until exhaustion drags him down. Yoda leans in, declaring he rips the fibers apart before he marinates the meat and fruit juice. He snapped his attention to a massive, roiling pot of broth, eyeballing the bubbles to gauge its progress. He took a single bite, his eyes snapped open, brimming with satisfaction. He bellows that shellfish conjure a mouth-watering broth in any world. Yoda asked, voice razor-sharp, his small winged familiar Gabakichi, if the egg yolks are ready. Gabkichi flashes a triumphant grin and declares they're almost finished, sweeping their arm to reveal a bowl of perfectly separated yolks. Kondo bursts in, grinning, and proclaims to a wide-eyed, stunned Yoda that the tool he asked for is finally finished. He unveils a custom whisk lashed to a powered drill, warning it's a nightmare to tame. Yoda bursts into thankful cheers, practically lunging to put the new device to work. Assigned the power whisk, Shanker takes it with a bored stare that screams, "Is that it?" He snaps that he's been used and snarls at Kondo, "Do it yourself." Kondo bows his head and whispers a soft apology for the imposition, his voice barely above a breath. He sprawled on the floor, laser-focused, dismantling and rewiring a complex electronic device with frantic precision. Shinker erupted, bellowing that what Kondo was doing wasn't cooking. A hulking cauldron bubbles over the fire, steam curling up like a warm invitation as its fragrant brew hisses and swells. Zack and her crew huddle over the pot, steam cloaking the mystery as they strain to guess what's being made. In the mess hall, Yoda boomed, "The white soup is ready." Flashing a wide grin, he slams a steaming bowl before the crew and urges them to dig in. Zack and the young crewmate eyed the strange dish warily, apprehension knotting their stomachs. She sniffs, then snaps the verdict, milk and shellfish, a jaw-dropping, wildly unexpected pair. Hesitation knots her gut. She scoops a spoonful and lifts it, trembling, to her lips. Her eyes snap open, astonishment blazing, and she bursts out, "It's delicious." She gasps as creamy milk and briny shellfish collide, fusing into a flawless, mouth-watering harmony. Her grin explodes. She realizes the tender meat before her is the fabled kraken. Yodin Kondo glowed with pride as Yodin laid out how the flavors locked together in perfect harmony. Zack belts out a poetic ode, while the dishes stitch the kraken's wounds shut in a roiling sea of milk. Yoda beams at her brilliant expression, then corrects her. The dish goes by a different name. He jabbed a finger and declared, "Whimsical otherworld clam Yoda chowder." A grin splits his face, and he bellows that his performance as chef has only just begun. Panic rips through a crew member as he realizes the rotisserie will ignite if no one keeps it turning. Kondo's calm smile spreads as he directs them to lock their eyes on the device. A hulking slab of kraken meat whirled smoothly over the glowing embers, turning all on its own. Zack and her crewmates gaped, hearts thudding and eyes wide as they wondered how it was spinning all by itself. Kondo grins and declares he retrofitted it with a device he'd brought straight from their company. He whips out the electronic controller, programmed to flip rotation speeds on cue to deliver perfect cooking. He bellows that the meat's almost ready to serve. Yoda dips his ladle, sending a ribbon of creamy yellow sauce cascading over the roasted kraken. The dish is complete. Kondo smirks at Zack and proclaims that in his world the sauce is called mayonnaise. He flicks the switch on the power whisk and with a flourish, shows it emulsifies the yolks far faster than doing it by hand. Rage boils in Shankar as he grips a tiny hooded creature and snarls that he alone created the recipe, demanding the credit he's owed. Aboard the ship, pirate Captain Zack sank a thoughtful bite of his food. Her eyes snap open, shock jolting through her as the fork clatters from her hand. A tidal wave of feeling rips through her. She clamps her gloved hands over her face. Her two monstrous crewmates, a hulking fishman and a fang-toothed girl, gape, bafflement burning behind their eyes. Kondo and Yoda from Isimitani Manufacturing froze, mouths hanging open as bafflement washed over them. Tears slip through her fingers as a voice snaps, "What's wrong with you?" Her hand drops a hair's breadth as she whispers, "It tastes exactly the same." A memory slams into him, the plate of food identical to the very last meal he ever cooked for her. Long ago, a young man thrust a crackling dish into her hands, crowned with his original sauce. A younger, unscarred Zack's eyes go wide, and his jaw drops as the flavor explodes across his tongue. She erupts, "This sauce is insane," and he smirks, confessing he cooked it with frequency magic. Kondo pressed, "What do you mean by the last time?" The memory surges on as Zack, grin wide, strides forward to introduce her lover. The close-up slams in. Her lover is Suno, a mage snatched away by King Page. The new chapter slams open on Zack, sobs racking her as her companions look on, worry carved into their faces. Kondo staggered back, eyes wide, and blurted, was her lover really taken by the country? Shankar and Yoda lock eyes, jaws clenched, and confirm the worst. The rumors were right, he's been abducted. Zack's sorrow steels himself as a blazing resolve ignites inside him, and she declares his name, Suno. A flashback slams into view. Suno, a communications mage at the top of her craft, laughs as she shares a bright, joyful moment with her. He bursts in, eyes blazing, and tells her King Page himself summoned him for a top-secret mission. She leveled a worried stare at him and demanded to know why the meeting had been kept secret. He plants a fierce smile, locks eyes with her, and declares, "Don't worry, from now on my life will be consumed by work." He swore he'd come back, but the stomach country's castle swallowed him whole, and he never walked out again. When he vanished, chilling whispers began to slither into her ears. An official revealed that a communications mage had been snatched by the state. Her blood ran cold as the terrifying truth slammed into her. Suna might be the one they'd snatched. As a military officer, she weaponized her rank, ripped through sealed files, and proved the horrifying truth. The tyrannical king's page snarled that anyone who dared question the king's authority would be branded a traitor. They branded her wanted, and she bolted, her face plastered on posters at every corner. The king's soldiers poured into the streets, sweeping every corner as they hunted down any dissenters. She was plucked from the desolate shores by a small boat of Cobalt kin refugees, their battered hull slicing the surf as they hauled her aboard. Back in the present, Shankar realizes this is exactly how she became a pirate. Zack proclaims she's assembling allies and swears that one day she'll rescue Sooner. Kondo, clamping his fingers to the bridge of his nose, feels the full weight of the situation crash down on him. He swears they'll never forgive this injustice and will hunt her lover down. United by a fresh purpose, they hoisted the sails and their ship tore towards Stomach Country. Zack and her crew flung a final wave and warned the others to stay sharp. They're wanted. Kondo and his companions flung their hands up and waved back frantically, shouting for her to stop pushing her luck. Grim-faced, Kondo and Shankar stared as the other ship slipped away. Their vessel tears through the waves, racing dead-on toward their destination. The lookout locks eyes on land and bellows. "Land ho, we've reached it." Kondo's breath catches, trepidation slamming into him. He's staring straight at the infamous stomach country. A hulking statue of a rotund, seated king page looms over the teeming harbor. Yoda spits a sardonic barb about the king's narcissism, while Shankar narrows his eyes and says it looks different than before. The city's main streets burst with opulent buildings, and markets crackle with relentless bustle. Kondo beams that the country practically drips with wealth, and Shankara narrows his eyes, suspicion tightening his jaw. They unmask the gleam. The apparent prosperity warms only the middle class. Deeper in the city, the Cobalt tribe is forced into merciless, back-breaking labor. The overseer's furious roar about a lazy Cobalt worker slammed into them, seizing their attention. They watched the overseer rain down brutal kicks, driving the fallen worker into the dirt. Shankar clamps a hand on his goblin companion Gubkichi, yanking him back as the goblin snarls, desperate to leap into the fray. He snarled at Gubkichi, warning him not to cause trouble there in enemy territory. Fear lacing his voice, the Cobalt worker stammers apologies and begs the goblin to stay back. Kondo barked at the abusive man to stand, his gaze snagging on a bizarre label plastered across the man's back. A chill suspicion grips him. The oppressive social order stays in power by twisting the truth and burying the facts. Perched on a towering balcony, King Page unleashes yet another of his signature spellbinding speeches. He roars that his nation grants every citizen a fair shot at success. Two men in the crowd jabbed accusing fingers at a cluster of sharp-suited kobolds, thrusting them forward as proof. The king bellows that anyone who slacks off will suffer the same fate as them. He seizes the crowd's boiling rage and hurls it at the pirates, pinning them as the cause of every hardship. The king roared from his throne. He would stamp out these violent thieves who steal and refuse to work. He bellows an oath to crush the pirates, setting the crowd ablaze with patriotic fury. Mid the roaring cheers, Kondo cuts through the din and shouts to Shankar that they need to change locations. Shankar watches as forces steer the public's fury straight at one convenient scapegoat. Gripping a pulsating, otherworldly orb, he thrust it skyward and bellowed at the cheering crowd. "Where are you going?" A cartoonish propaganda image shows the king pressing a warm loaf into the trembling hands of a sobbing kobold. The group storms into the local adventurers' guild hall, hunting down every lead they can squeeze out. Inside, Shankar snarled at Kondo, demanding to know how he could possibly know of such a place. Kondo beams and declares it's the hub where adventurers snap up quests, their very own hello work office. The moment someone says modern world, Shankar reels, completely baffled. Yoda's eyes flash. He's found the perfect place to uncover the truth about Zack's missing lover. Shankar bristles, eyes flashing at Yoda's suspiciously perfect suggestion. Two female adventurers, an elf mage crackling with raw magic and a human warrior with steel in her gaze, burst into the hall. Rage detonates in Shankar as his gaze locks on the hero and her companion, his old enemies. Confusion exploded through the group as they demanded answers, desperate to know what was happening. Kondo steps in, cool as ice, diffuses the tension and says they're just lookalikes of people they know. He slides a steaming mug of coffee to them, the hot steam slicing through the tension and calming everyone. The elf's gaze snaps to the drink, recognition flaring, and both groups sink into their seats and lean in to talk. Kondo slams his hand down and demands, "Tell me everything you know about the mages who are disappearing." The elf explains that communications majors are being snatched in the night and hauled off to a secret base. The scrim news hit Yoda and Gubkichi like a punch, yanking the color from their faces as terror ripped through them. Kondo demanded a clear explanation of the system that traps the mages. Boots smash the guild door open, and a soldier barrels in, roaring, "Military police." An armored squad zeroes in and screams that they're the notorious troublemakers from Izumatani Manufacturing. Shankar and another companion froze, jaws dropping, as the military police crashed onto the scene. The commander barked an icy order, "Come with me, no resistance." They're hauled to a desolate penal colony, hewn straight into the sheer face of a cliff. Trapped in an open-air cell, the group glares out at their grim, unyielding surroundings. Kondo and Shankar gaped, disbelief exploding on their faces as iron bars slammed shut around them. Panic surges through Yoda as he bellows, demanding to know why they've been arrested and shoved into a cage. Perched outside the cell, Zack's voice cuts through the silence. She's grateful they tried to escape. Kondo's blood ran cold. How could their pursuers possibly know who they were? He stares past the bars as a cold horror washes over him. The awful truth finally snaps into focus. King Page and Suno explode into view, locking eyes and speaking directly to Kondo. Kondo and his companions exploded, bellowing the king's name in stunned, boiling rage. Kondo roars, demanding to know why they were captured. Smirking like he owned the world, the king snapped that he'd never let them tear apart his mining equipment. Clutching the bars, Kondo demands, how could he possibly have obtained that information? A dapper gentleman hoists a pulsing crystal aloft and declares it told him everything. Technician Kondo's jaw drops, eyes wide as he snaps, is the internet even real? Mid jagged rocks, King Page thundered, demanding the intruder's purpose. Are you here for a reward? From behind bars, Page snarls that he's swimming in money and demands their technical skills instead. King Page leans in, a smug grin carving the air, then coldly drops his true price. The management writes to Izumatani Manufacturing. He drops a bombshell on Shankar, offering her the role of the new reform chief. Kondo Icecom lays down the deal. If the king accepts his terms, they'll be allowed to leave this place. Shankar is stunned by the offer of becoming reform chief, realizing the salary would be incredible. The king's calm voice slices through the panic. The other employees can just carry on with their work as usual. Shankar's face snapped into a greedy snarl as he spotted a golden opportunity, a fat paycheck and absolute power. Kondo's gaze snapped to the trap buried in the offer, suspicion hardening his features into stone. He roared that technology lifts and enriches the people, not a leash for the king to tighten his grip. Kondo erupted in fury, bowing low to fling his lifelong grudge at the king as Shankar bellowed a fierce, uncompromising refusal of the conditions. A new chapter rips open, throwing us into the stubborn, unforgiving penal colony of Onokuni. King Page snapped to his advisor about Kondo's stubbornness. Wiser the advisor smirks and drops the bomb. He could just set Kondo's group free. Now locked behind bars, Wiser snarls he can't trust them, and Shankar snaps that she understands their situation. Flashback, Wiser witnesses the wealthy elite looming above, sneering down at the toiling citizens and kobolds. He storms into the king's presence, roaring that the intruders, fine clothes, and lavish lifestyle are a glaring injustice. He watches as the privileged monopolize the feast, the only ones allowed to gorge themselves. You're asking why only the Kondos group commands advanced communication devices. He sneers, calling it a waste and fumes that if they worked for him, their meager wages would soar. Inside the cell, Kondo jabbed a finger at the tiny creature and bellowed, "Gupkichi." The little goblin jabbed a finger over his shoulder and roared that he didn't need them. Gupkichi erupted, roaring that they're nothing but villains and demanding they get lost. Kondo beams, plants a warm hand on the creature's head, and hails him for speaking his mind with fearless honesty. Shankar slammed his palms against the bars, desperation ripping through his voice as he begged Wiser, "What are you going to do?" Rage boiled in her veins. This was her chance to scout him, and now she might die right here. Kondo snorted at Wiser, writing him off as nothing but a mayonnaise maker and utterly unfit to be a candidate. Shankar pleads with him to press for more in the negotiations, warning they'll freeze or starve to death. Perched atop their high cliffside prison, Kondo and Shankar lean over the lip and lock eyes on the barren expanse sprawled below. The king cuts to the chase and barks they'll be executed at sunrise for treason. Kondo faces his horrified companions and barks, "It will be a public execution." Shankar screams, "Wait!" at Kondo, desperation ripping through his voice as he claws for his attention. Kondo bellows he'd sooner embrace death than bow to Wiser's authority. Kondo's glare freezes the room as he spits one last, bone-chilling threat about his companions. He warns he'll obliterate their entire internet system and drag them into the same dark fate that consumed King Blackmome. Why are they grilling him, pounding him with the question, "Are you talking about the great brain tree internet?" Kondo watches the officials march off, panic coiling in his gut as he silently pleads they won't change their minds and forces out a shaky farewell. The lone guard barks at the prisoners to shut up, warning that he'll be watching them. Kondo clamps his hands around the cell bars, jaw clenched and eyes burning with grim, unshakable resolve. Shankar and the portly man lock onto Kondo, their stares drilling him as they demand what he'll do next. Despair rips through her. She's convinced they should have obeyed, even her magic can't break the cage. Kondo plants his feet, resolute, and snaps, "That's not what I said when I first arrived here." He flashes a confident smile and declares, "There is indeed a way out." Shankar's panic explodes. He snaps, "How?" and warns they'll be executed on the spot if caught. Kondo's voice stays ice calm as he explains an escape is possible. The guard grips a Roman-style key. A detailed diagram rips the veil off the complex mechanism of the ancient Roman lock they must pick. The portly man blurts, "Can Kondo make a key? All our tools are on the ship." Kondo yanks a hidden knife into the light with a confident grin and snaps, "I've got the tool I need." Schenker and her companion snap. This cell's empty, no materials, nothing to work with. High in their prison, Kondo and his crew leaned out, eyes riveted on the sheer cliff face looming beyond. Kondo's face settles into a calm mask as he points and declares that their hope waits just over there. He and Shenkar teetered on the cliff's rim, eyes pinned to a gnarled branch clawing at the rocks far below. Shenkar recoils, horror exploding in his chest as he realizes he's the one expecting them to fetch that very branch. Kondo snaps that the branch is their only material left to forge a key. Shenkar snaps, eyes daring them. Who can snatch it back? Who among you is nimble enough? A small, determined foot slams down on the stone floor and drives forward. Gubkichi, the pint-sized goblin, rockets forward and bellows that he'll be the one to go. He roared, "I'll go, I'll save everyone." A Kondo burst into the portly man's smile, spurred by the creature's bravery. They lock into a death-defying human chain and inch Gubkichi down the jagged cliff face. The portly man bellowed down, panic cracking his voice. Can Gubkichi reach the branch? Gubkichi heaves forward, a guttural grunt ripping out as he snarls, "I need to get just a little closer." A gnarled branch taunts him, hanging mere inches from his outstretched, clawed hand. Kondo barked orders at the portly man, demanding he squeeze his legs tighter. Gubkichi grits his teeth, vowing he'll pull it off if he digs in and gives every last ounce of himself. Desperation ignites him. He hurls himself at the branch. His companions erupt, screaming his name as his fingers at last clamp around the wood. Gubkichi belts out a triumphant cry as he clamps his hand around the branch. Kondo snaps at Shenkar to hang on for a moment, screaming at him not to let go. Panic rips through her as she screams they'll all plummet if he lets go now. Locked in the cell, Kondo suddenly peels off his pants, leaving his companion reeling in stunned disbelief. Horror slams into Shenkar. He realizes he's about to give up and leave her when she needs him most. Kondo's voice cuts through the chaos, cool and steady. "I should have done this from the very beginning." He yanks his trousers up and shows how pants and a belt can be twisted into a makeshift rope. Shenkar stands frozen, jaw slack, utterly floored as his bizarre, wildly effective trick actually pulls it off. The wind claws at the cliffside prison, howling a low, mournful cry. Back inside, Kondo dives into the lock, fingers a blur as Shenkar watches every move. He dissects the lock's specs with surgical precision. 16 deep, 5 rows of 2-3 pins. Shenkar snaps, "How do you even insert those pins?" And Kondo shrugs, "I'm a technician." The portly man and Gobkitch hunched over the key, knives singing as they shaved the main body down, chip by chip. Clutching the almost finished key, he barked that they had to drill the pinholes right away. The diagram lays out exactly how he'll wield a tiny, all-like tool to drive surgically precise holes. The portly man gasps, wondering where they'd ever find a tool so razor-sharp. Kondo coolly confirms he has one. He brandished the severed tip of Shankar's horn before her, and she screamed for him to stop. They lunge at Shenkar, grabbing her and yelling that her horn will grow back. The racket snaps the guard to attention. He roars at them to be quiet. They whip up a quick, harmless squabble, while Kondo pretends someone's suddenly fallen ill. The guard snarls that sleep refuses him, then waves off any thought of escape as impossible. Kondo drove the horn's tip like a drill, painstakingly boring holes into the wooden key. With the key finished, he snaps to his companions. "Now move, the guard's asleep." Outside, dawn's first light rips across the cliff face. Down the long, torchlit corridor, the guard slumps in his chair as sleep drags him under. He's out cold, snoring like a freight train with his jaw dropped and drool sliding from his lips. Kondo eased the makeshift key into the lock, every muscle taut as he guided the cold metal home. They stared, breath caught, faces wound tight like coiled springs, every eye hungry for the next move. Shenkar spies the first slash of sunlight and hauls Kondo forward, yelling, "Move! Hurry before the sun rises." Beads of sweat stand on Kondo's face as something snaps horribly wrong. A sharp snap cracked and echoed through the air as Shenkar burst out. What just happened? The wooden key's splintered tip skitters across the stone floor, clattering uselessly. A sharp crack rips the makeshift wooden key in two. A vampire-like man explodes into panic, screaming that they are completely out of time. Kondo's face clenches, dread exploding in his chest as he realizes their desperate escape plan has just collapsed. From his castle, King Page slammed down a death sentence on the insolent prisoners. He roars that this will be their final morning, and barks at the guard to fling the cell doors wide. The portly, pointed-eared guard chokes out the king's name, his face gone ashen with terror. King Page and his advisor Wiser watched in stony silence, their faces like carved ice, cold, blank, utterly unmoved. Eyes pressed to the cell bars, he found the chambers stripped bare as a cold voice hissed, "No one is here." The king's face snapped into a mask of pure, uncomprehending rage. He split the air with a savage roar, ordering his men to hunt down the fugitives and let none slip away. The cell's lock snaps open, its metallic ring reverberating into the silence. Now imprisoned, the guard screamed, disbelief ripping through him as he realized they'd made a key. Stamped across the title page, the king roars that any insolence in his presence is a grave crime. A shattered handmade key lies on the floor as a ragged voice pleads with the king page for forgiveness. Wiser flipped the key between his fingers, sneering, clumsy, and amateur, nothing like a true magic user's work. The king pins his advisor with a steady stare and proclaims, "Your technique is surgical, precise, practiced, and utterly masterful." Wiser's gut clenches. Has the king set his sights on them, and could that interest spell danger? Rage ignited, the king roared to Wiser, "Alert every holder of a water crystal and track them down." He roars for the fugitives to be seized alive, his command reverberating through the prison. Kondo's hands dance across the work, each deft motion proclaiming his meticulous craftsmanship. A desperate band of fugitives tears through the port city's narrow alleys, sprinting for their lives. The portly man jabbed a thumb at Kondo's hands and blurted, "Are they all right after you picked the lock?" Kondo barked that with the key shattered, they clawed through the rest on pure, relentless grit. He relives his harrowing past inside a high-stakes, life-or-death semiconductor factory. Shankar, horned and ruthless, snarls that their days of bravado are over. A net has already been cast to snare them. She screams for them to sprint to the ship before the king's forces close in and corner them. In his throne room, King Page locks his gaze on a crystal ball, worry carved into every line of his face. His wife and children surged toward him, and the queen stepped forward, eyes piercing as she demanded, "What's wrong?" She jabbed a finger at him with a teasing frown and warned, "Drop that terrifying face when our children are around." The king flinched, his tense, startled face suddenly lit up in the harsh light. He turns to his family, voice raw, and apologizes, confessing he's been unable to sleep lately. A flashback rips open, thrusting the king and Wiser before the glowing great brain tree. The king pinned every hope on the tree, convinced it would rain prosperity and joy down on every soul in his kingdom. Wise bellows that the tree has issued a dire prophecy. A chilling prophecy thunders that their country will be wiped off the map in 10 years. The king demanded to know why this calamity had struck. He'd forged such a prosperous country for his people. Wiser thunders that their downfall springs from disunity and vows to remake their future with his system. The king's memories blaze with a desperate, all-consuming hunger to remake his country. Right now he snaps, has Wiser found Kondo's group. The queen watched, sorrow etched across her face and resignation settling like stone as she bore witness to the crushing weight of his burden. Wiser snarled they're still missing, and sentries have their ship pinned under watch at the port. The king agrees and commands them to prepare the trap. It must catch them without fail. A small, single-masted boat glided into the harbor. The rival waited there, quiet and unassuming. Aboard the ship, the fugitives erupt into triumphant cheers, convinced they've slipped past their pursuers. Kondo's Miles hail the last-second intervention of an unseen ally for pulling them to safety. They shot a quick salute to their Cobalt tribe allies on the pier. Those allies had already carved out a secret passage for them. Kondo swore they'd come back and rescue the comrades they'd been forced to leave behind. Gratitude surges through the group as their allies haul precious supplies and equipment aboard the boat. Two of the men laughed. Shankar stalked away, his face a grim, foreboding mask. A bone-deep rumble tears across the water as a hulking shadow creeps into view on the horizon. Shankar's eyes shot wide with panic as she whirled to confront the threat hurtling toward her. Kondo snaps his head over his shoulder. The relief he'd been clinging to shatters as cold dread floods him. His gaze snaps to Shankar, the horned woman standing with her back to him in the pouring rain. The colossal warship painkiller thunders across the waves, the Kondo realizing it is over. The colossal paddle wheeler loomed, its hulking hull and churning paddles laid bare in terrifying glory. Wiser smirks from the deck, taunting that their resistance will see them wiped out. Kondo and Shankar crane their necks, eyes locked in terror, as the crushing display of power bears down on them. Panic rips through the group as Kondo realizes the ship is readying a volley of fire. The crew hauls a massive, spear-like projectile into the warship's catapult, primed to be hurled like a thunderbolt. Weiser drapes himself over the railing, a triumphant, condescending smirk curled on his lips. He bellows the nation needs a wise mage, someone exactly like him. He sneers, Kondo's just an amateur tech who relies only on his hands. The fugitives, Shankar, the portly man, and Gubkichi reel back, eyes blown wide as raw terror floods through them. Weisertle buckled into raw despair at his helplessness, and steeled himself as erasure closed in. A volley of projectiles rips through the rain-swept air, screaming straight for the small boat. Cornered and burning with desperation, Shankar hurls a blazing torrent of fire in one last, do-or-die defense. Her magic surges forward to meet the incoming attack, an ancient feudal right hurled at its overwhelming might. The projectile bulldozes through the inferno, flames clawing at it while it charges onward, utterly unfazed. The projectile's razor-sharp steel tip hurtles toward its target, closing the distance with lethal precision. The projectile screams into the boat and detonates in a thunderous blast that shreds the hull. A massive explosion devours the small vessel whole. The boat is obliterated, its wooden frame shattering into a storm of splinters that vanish into nothing. The fugitives are hurled into the roiling, merciless waves. Weiser revels in the collapse with a predator's grin, coldly bidding the artisan a final farewell. Waves swallow the boats as the warship barrels on, abandoning them to die. Kondo plummets into the frigid, ink-black abyss of the sea. He sinks deeper, the glass tilted askew in his hand, his body hanging limp and bruised. A voice detonates in his skull, snapping, "What are you doing?" A memory slammed into him. His mentor, the president, stood right before him. Shadows swallow the president's face, his stare iron-hard and utterly merciless. He snarled at Kondo, "Have you really forgotten your words, your core lesson?" Kondo, trapped in the memory, finally concedes defeat. It's over. The opponent is simply colossal. The president thunders that even if the enemy is a corporate titan, it changes nothing. Kondo roared back. A pro fights to the bitter end even when the loss is already certain. His battered hand, fueled by stubborn resolve, claws up toward the surface. Defiance carved his face as he battled the crushing weight of the water. The word professional lands like a hammer, forging his resolve into iron as he floats in the abyss. Fueled by the fire of his experiences, he refuses to be erased or written off as a mere amateur. His hand rips through the churning, frothing surface of the waves. He ripped ragged gasps from his chest, thrusting his arms skyward as a frantic plea for his life. He claws onto a chunk of floating wreckage, roaring for his friends into the chaos. He roars that they must live for Azumatani. Sisakusho is not finished. A desolate beach, a shattered ship's hull and splintered timbers litter the sand. Kondo lies face down in the wet sand, motionless, every spark snuffed out, defeated. A pair of black boots thunders into the frame, halting beside his motionless form. A woman with fiery red hair, dressed as a pirate captain, leans forward and stares down, concern tightening her brow. She plunges to her knees beside Kondo, crying his name and imploring him to pull himself together. A ragged groan rips from him, his body battered and utterly spent. Kurasu, the pirate captain, murmurs that he's alive, bloodied and teetering on the edge of death. On the brink of blacking out, Kondo drags a breath and forces the name Jimin from his lips. Worry flared in the pirate captain Kurasu's eyes as he barked, "Where are the other three?" A voice exploded from the magnificent sailing ship, anchoring her panic with two words, "Don't worry." Those she'd hauled from the waves now waved from the deck, shouting they'd been pulled to safety in the storm. Kondo, the man found on the beach, forces a faint, relieved smile. When he hears his friends are safe, his eyes flutter shut, and he collapses into unconsciousness. The story peels back the curtain to reveal the humble main office of Izumatani Sesakusho. A flashback slams into view as two of Kondo's colleagues cram boxes of supplies into a waiting van. A motley crew of pirates and demi-humans heaved and hauled a heavy cart, grunting as it lurched forward. The group bursts into view, hauling a monstrous cannon between them. From a high angle, they barreled toward the factory, hauling Kondo on a stretcher. Two colleagues from the Kondos, a man and a woman, freeze, eyes wide and jaws slack, staring as the procession sweeps past. The crew strains, hoisting the Kondo's limp shell toward the building. The scene slams into a sleek, spotless hallway slicing through the factory's interior. A woman named Jim and Bose once blasted Kurasu with a fierce, "Thank you" for her help. Jimin chokes out a grateful confession. Without Kurasu's intervention, they wouldn't have survived. Lying in the infirmary, Kondo's chest tightens as the Yano Kuni's brutal assault slams back into his memory. Kurasu snapped, eyes flashing, "You saved me before, I'm just returning the favor." She stands sentinel over the condo's bed, a horned man looming like a shadow at her side. Karusu unleashed a grim tale of cursed luck, explaining their emergency cobalt ship was lost. Flashback, a crewmate's gaze locks onto a lone signal flare streaking through the stormy rain. The savage sea rips their own vessel to splinters. 3 of Kondo's companions are being dashed against the storm's teeth. Kondo himself has vanished. Jaimin snaps that they kept scouring the coast, while the horned man fingers his broken horn and murmurs about it. Moro, spiky-haired and stern as iron, sat vigil at Kondo's bedside. Moro gapes as the Kondo's indomitable life force refuses to yield after that ferocious storm. Pride floods his face and he nods, eyes blazing. This is exactly what he expects from his apprentice. Jimintal's Kariasu warns, even after channeling recovery magic, Kondo remains perilously fragile. Moro leans over the unconscious Kondo and roars that he must get back to the modern world. Kondo, still out cold, forces a ragged, defiant whisper, "I won't die." Cut to the enemy stronghold, Sabasu, a towering port city that looms over the coast. The scrying device roars to life. King Page's image snaps into view, his expression stern. Wiser, the king's advisor, gripped the device like a burning ember and demanded, "Is the news true?" Wiser's smug grin widened as he announced the Kondo's group had resisted. Their ship now lay sunk beneath the waves. King Page lets his eyes fall shut, grim satisfaction blooming, as he accepts the report. Wiser's hand snapped shut around the crystal ball, his mission complete. He plants himself on the pier, victory humming in his veins, as he replays how he wiped out every rival. Wiser sneered, laughing that a mere amateur technician would dare dream of challenging a magic user. The scene explodes into a bustling town square, teeming with demi-humans of every stripe. A band of goblins blasted jubilant tunes, howling their newfound freedom. Pirates, demons, and humans cram into a shadowy tavern, hatching a daring next move. Kurasu, seething, rips into a blistering exposé of how the king weaponized information to bleed the Cobalt tribe dry. Demoness Cleese concedes, admitting the Kondo's group ripped the veil from her eyes and forced her to face their past mistakes. She flicks her gaze to a raucous pack of goblins, roaring with laughter and slamming mugs as they revel in the tavern. Surprise jolted Kurasu, the goblins were roaming free now, a fresh, hopeful change. A portly man squared his shoulders and crowed to Kurasu that he'd enacted new labor laws for the goblins. The goblin at his side leans in, eyes glittering, promising to spill even more good news, if she's interested. A blur rips through the air as a sword snaps free at blinding speed. Kurasu plants her cutlass against the portly man's throat, freezing his boorish charge mid-rush. She snarled she'd shove his lowly head into a kraken's gaping maw. He skids backward, terror burning in his chest as the tavern explodes into panicked chaos. Kliz snaps at Kurasu to stop, then bursts out that her fiancé has vanished. The hornman Shankar bellows that they swore to hunt down the communications mage. Kurasu's jaw drops as the new information slams into him. Jimin lifts her mug high, a blaze of determination in her smile, and proclaims they'll join forces. Kurasu smiled, the new alliance forging her resolve into steel. Back in the hushed infirmary, Moral keeps a relentless, unblinking vigil over the sleeping Kondo. He leans over his apprentice, worry carved into his face as his mind races through every possible choice. A flashback slams into view. Moro's eyes lock on a younger Kondo, hunched and toiling on the factory floor. Moral remembers snapping at Kondo. Their company churns out everything but earns nothing. The younger Kondo snapped his glasses up and devoured every word from his new boss. Kondo declares he joined the company for one reason, the raw power to create anything he could imagine. Moro, eyes alight at his indomitable spirit, dubs him an interesting fellow. He flashes a grin and vows to teach Kondo everything he knows. Now Kondo stirs, a soft groan slipping out from the depths of his sleep. More pressed close, whispering his name as he jolted awake. Kondo, barely conscious, rasped Moro's name. Moral barrels over, shouting, "You okay?" and telling him he's alive. Every week Kondo relives the sting of being branded an amateur and written off as just a technician who should lean on his tools. Moral listens, jaw clenching, as his expression snaps into stone at the insult. Kondo's hand seizes Muro's as Muro's, voice-breaking, screams, "Are we truly professionals?" He clutched Moro's hand, desperate for any proof that his ordeal hadn't broken him. Moro leans in, voice velvet soft, and orders him to stop talking. He plants himself, decision sealed, determination blazing in his eyes and hardening his features. Moral strides through the cavernous secret workshop, every aisle bristling with towering, audacious projects. His footsteps thunder as he charges forward with a brand-new, ironclad resolve. Rage simmered under his skin as he replayed the insult hurled at his precious apprentice. Moro's face hardens. Insult Kondo, and you've insulted him directly. He plants himself before a colossal, shrouded relic and swears he will never fall to that mighty nation. His hand snaps shut around the heavy tarp's edge. He yanks the cover off in a brutal, lightning-fast motion, bearing the object beneath. His face hardens into an icy mask of resolve as he drops the bomb. They have their own secret weapon. A colossal skeletal mold for the FRP boat bursts into view, its bone-like ribs towering over the workshop. Moro slams his fist down and vows to build a lightning-fast patrol boat, every rivet driven for his apprentice's sake.